Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
See the ring there from the spike plant. Monyet unable to find the catch though. Slides in. Comes away with 2 kills of his own. Salvos to go ahead, hold off the peak. But Monyet re-peeks it, finds one relay, bolt set, and Monyet!
Okay, play for time. Rolling Thunder now sent over, so staggering the ultimate somewhat. Killua goes for the swing. He's trying to pick them off one by one. They will fall like dominoes. More space down in. Hell has been cleared now. Watching out for Door. Hyunmin still able to most of the shots and get the spike into at least half. Found him, and that's gonna be Estrella now coming through. He's got the short, and he's got the fight.
Double tap expiring. Done now. A bit at risk and spot out. Half the plans of Paranoia going to be sent in. Goes for the peak. Getting pressured here. Double swing around. No! Certainly not! Still see that linger back from Monyet across the map. Jemkin able to open things up, and Sylvan's going to be taken down. Meteor up over the top, considering going for the peak, but does not. As Snacks goes in for the fight, and he manages to catch 3! Looking for that 4th crazy guy is down to a sliver. And now Stacks is maybe. It's not very often that we get to see Stacks in for the ace.
하면 할수록 헤드셋이 커지는 거 같네.
아까는 작았다며. 와, 늘리고 있는 거 아니야, 지금?
아까 분명 작았는데.
얼굴이 옆으로 커서 그래.
예?
เราต้องคอกันเหมือนแข่งเว้ยตอนนี้คือแข่ง
คอมันซ้อม
เราต้องคอเหมือนซ้อมเว้ยไม่นั้นแบบนี้เราทีมที่โหดที่สุดในโลกอะตอนนี้เราคอเหมือนซ้อมอะさあ盛り上がれ
いや来たこの感じ
ナムチャンヌもうだ
남자는 뭐?
자신감 내줘 마지
나 오늘 힘 맡긴다
나 근데 오늘 지면 너 죽일 거야 아 몰라 그냥 내 브리츠 승률 안 올려주면 내가 다 죽여 잠깐만 나 홀드만 해볼래? 나 에이맨 선택 해줄게 원태 이거
하긴 컨택 안 할게 그럼.
너네 컨택 해도 돼 짤짤이 쳐도 돼 그럼 에이맨 나올 것 같아 아 걔도 미안해
姫
리메만
姫ネオン
미사일을 나온다
둘 레이즈까지. 바이스 브리치 레이즈. 테오도 있다. 테오도.
あけど1対1するはい
ネオン에이맨 있들 사이트 있나봐 샌드 먹자 샌드 먼저 먹자 얘다 이렇게 아 있다
バナナ当たろこれ
バナナ
いいよタイミングでいいよレディいるよ
고 점프 얘 나왔다 뒤에 먼저 TTT 레이즈 70이야
또 오른쪽 있다 박스.
박스 뒤
박스 뒤.
월샷 먼저 안 서라고 하자 안 서라고 오케이 나이스 하자 잘 봐. 로로로 맞지 미안해 나이스 집중하자 우리
지금 살짝 정신없어 보여.
할 수 있자
One women. Oh, he only put wall. He put wall.
itu ngebet di belakang kaki jangan
Yeah.
dia smoke M1
Aman TP Amen.
Guys, women.
Let's walk shot also.
Running me.
nothing aiming boys
They play behind aiming.
Alright, middle.
Can we just decide on the plan and go somewhere together, guys? We're going mid together, right? Just spot the mid.
two aimnya just now dia mau setup beda
Fox City.
I'm ready boys out flashing out
Can flash. Out here. Go behind, guys. Go behind. Don't block me.
I smoke side for you guys stay side
Number.
I rotate nothing
Can be mid.
can me shot also can me mid
Sound.
watching amen
I will hit the lane and probably let's go. Okay.
let's go I'm molly market oh but molly backside one more backside go come on
I watch it. You guys watch. I smoke lane.
I'll pick up the Ryu, Jason.
Come on, picking. Nice. Yeah, I got it. Just watch it. Nice, boys. Let's go, boys.
Ready, buddy?
Let's do the continue for you. 3, 2, 1.
Guys, they smoke mail. Cannot see.
야 이거 미드 뒤에 미드 뒤에
막 빠졌다 얘네.
미드
A
뒤에
나왔어 애들 둘 그냥 미드 더 해도 돼.
더 돼.
야 미드 붙을게 아 이거
스모크 한번 더 가릴게.
A 하나 더.
A 하나 더
Close to me. 1, 2. Close to me. Close to me.
push 3
To me. Pushing mid. Mail.
하나 먹었다. 삐면 하나 먹었어.
야 미드 나온다 미드
나이스.
미드 해변
First info, guys.
B.
I mean B main 야 천천히
우리 내형 개피야.
안 살할게
안 살해.
레이저 공 있고.
레지 국수 생각도 해야 돼
헤븐.
아
헤븐 레이저.
126 돼요.
One
One enemy remaining.
Ready, box at VCT.
섀도 버킹 할듯
Then flat. Smoke.
나이스
잘했어.
I watching cross
Let me check mid, guys. Only epic.
The epic.
I watch right side so
Floor mid.
Bang manek. Care breaking tour.
Pas aja gak sih?
Sword top mid.
Taruh dah.
I can flash for you.
epic.
Problem now?
Follow mid. Power.
on double door
Double down.
One.
Chill.
Fight. They're gonna fight again.
Yep, it's okay. I can come
need to
with you.
retreat
Yeah.
Watch your red. I watch your red.
wait I think it's B guys I think it's B
clear. We pushing aim in.
Later, ulti like this. Nice job.
one more
Help the.
I'm gonna take. Get out.
The ulti udah. Wait, maybe opening.
Watch out.
Are you okay?
Winnable 5
Pick up yuk, nanti.
Ada.
Tuh,
Ya,
tuh,
dua,
ada.
tiga.
Keluar. Secret.
Pelan.
나이스
기분이 출각형.
야, 나
진짜
블락갔어
Dalawa. Usap kayo.
Out boys. Chill boys.
원에 스모커 한번 올릴래 그냥?
얘들아 들어와. 나 이거 혼자 A 갔다 온 거야. 사철도 없어. 나 이거 A 혼자 갔다 온 거야.
오케이
May missile na ako. Pwede ko missile yan boy. Pagka close door.
Xbox sa akin one way sa akin boy pick natin 3, 2, 1 flash
야 이거 얘들아 나 여기 백사에 폭감 들어갈게. 간다. 나
이거
들어갈게. 3 해봐 하나.
Saan nga, boss? Go. Patayin natin.
Minisal ko side.
katapin ah
Saan lang, ha? Ingat si.
얘들아 사이트 30. 아 되겠네. 나 이거 시트 붙을. 우주야 너가 시트 붙을래?
시트 붙을게요
Sisi, 일단 손.
조심히 앞에 붙어
만 애들이.
Stop.
선 없죠 확인 sabay-sama na
Sabay. 5v3, boys. Pasok tayo.
Go. Reloading.
Forward kayo, apat. 3, 2, 1, go.
하나 더. 둘 더.
하나 더
하나 몰라 얘들아.
네,
얘들아 거 조심.
먹고 브리지 30
먼저 시티에 워터. 시티에 워터.
나이스
뭐야? 와.
나온다.
괜찮아. 돌아가.
돌아갔어.
이렇게 잡혔어.
삐.
부숴줄게.
태오필
실용 없고. 졌어. 스모크 없다.
오멘 TP.
나 스모크 없어.
하나 더 엘보요
먼저 엘보봐.
실용돌에 엘보 하나
B 하나. B 사이파. 다시 돌린 거 조심.
사이트 하나.
시드.
사이트 하나, B.
하나
사이트 하나,
열었어.
B.
필
엘보에 메인,
둘 다 필 얘는 클래식도 필 얘는 클래식
이거 뭐야?
에이스
맛있다.
Let me take up 비맨
Ascent Haven.
Nothing tower. Let's go.
Kaya tao do. Sorry.
화이팅 시티
바닥이.
Ace.
에이.
스텝 타워 시티
Okay, let me ace.
동스모크 네네네
Get it.
요 들어 고
왜 이렇게? Z 연막.
A 많아 얘들아 A 많아. A 스타까지
다
봤다 얘들아.
빠지고.
드론도 쓰고
방패.
방패캠 방패캠.
방패캡.
A롱 Z 오멘. 비빔 스모크 줘야겠다 비빔 스모크. 대기 중에 하나 연막.
나 이거 못 빠져 이제. 앞에 봐줘 그러면. 나 A쪽 채울게.
앞에 보고 있어.
A 스모크 A
A
스모크.
연막.
나 블라인드 리콘
에롱도
하나.
하나.
천천히
하나 더. 빨펑 안 보여.
롱 하나
조심.
쇼 보는 중 지금. 나도 쇼실 것 같아.
사운드 들리는 거.
천천히 해.
나이스.
뭐야? 몰라.
무슨 하면은 좀뭐 얘기 좀 하고 해.
아 미안.
Hi, my name is Timmy from Thailand Esports. I'm playing Flex.
Hello guys, I'm Kilias from Global Esports and I'm Flex.
Hi, I'm Waldo, playing for Team Secret and I play Flex. Hello guys, I'm Forsaken. I'm from Team Pepperex. I play Flex. What do you do? I don't know.
We're gonna do squats
Squad.
for the number of how many agents that you have played in VALORANT games, alright? So,
Good luck for a second.
I think I'm gonna fart if I do squat.
Raze, Kyle,
Hello.
Jet, Omen,
Oh,
Breach, Glow,
Go.
Yoru, Sage,
Sage.
KO,
Teo.
Gekko,
Gek.
Astra,
Astra.
and Reyna.
Reina. At least I think one for every role, like initiator one, sentinel one, or duelist one, smoker one. Then you can become a flex. Yeah. Right?
Yeah. Very smart play. Playing different role in each map is like changing up your playstyle also, you know. In this agent, you can play aggressive. In this agent, you need to play smartly.
Yeah, it's quite difficult to change the playstyle from util agent to the more duelist agent that you need to enter. I try to adjust with my team's role.
I always pick the last agent who's left there just to make sure that my other teammate is comfortable with the role.
Team reason with this guy. The comfortability. I want to try something that new. Yeah, so maybe it depends on code on me. Yeah.
Flex player, you're using different kind of role, right? So for example, this agent, you need some pixel perfect of this lineup, and the other agent, you need to make sure the timing is correct, you know. So you need to practice more.
For example, the initiator, many lineup you need to learn for your team. Then some traps also, the unbreakable ones maybe. I think when I'm playing race, but I thought I was playing jet, so I pressed E for dash, right? But it wasn't dash, it was grenade, so I died.
I'm using jet. I thought I can satch a lot, so I used the Q. I have drop instead.
Maybe in rank, when I thought I'm using jet, then I press E and I'm playing Cypher. Oops. So I just teleport to the other side. Yeah, same with him. I play Cypher and press E and then watching camera. Yeah.
Just happens.
For me, no. Boring.
Same to me.
Yeah, boring.
Once you start flex, you never go back.
I just like when I make idea, when I brainstorm the strat and stuff,
I'm not just playing one role, I'm playing a lot of roles, and so it makes my brain more open.
For me, playing flex is like knowing your teammate, their role, so you know to support them easier. For me, I have a lot of fun to play flex. Yeah, so I can try everything new. Yeah. When I'm having a bad day in playing, it's really hard to play it because a lot of things on your mind, like what to do. It's like combining on every role. Me, I think it's not consistency, and if you have a bad day, it's bad. Yeah. Being creative.
Good answer, pare. Yeah, creative also.
Creative is important, guys, in this game. Very hard to. Kapong. And creative. Yeah. Kapong.
For me, I think in the old meta, I prefer duelist, but in this new meta, I kinda prefer sentinel because it's fun to play.
I think for me, still duelist. For me, the initiator. For me, sentinel. I just like to holding side. For me, Yoru Cup. I think Yoru, the skill is still annoying. For me, I saw Cup. I have show and can 1v1. Oh.
For me, Deadlock. I can sit down people.
And humble them.
For me, Cypher. I like playing inside building.
You like to AFK?
Yeah, AFK with my camera.
Camera and eating.
Yeah, eating.
Gecko. When I play Gecko, when I move the fish, the ulti, right? It's so awkward. I'm just bad at Gecko, I think.
The Jet one. When I started Jet and I was still duelist and I'm having a hard time playing Jet because I'm going in and I'm still calling, you know, so I don't want to play that again.
Maybe Yoru? I don't know. Maybe in rank I play Yoru just for fun. But in team, my teammate is better Yoru than me. Maybe Jeremy.
For me, Brimstone. I don't want to remember Molly like.
I'll go with Premi because of his Deadlock. His Deadlock is so good because of his aim. His util is so good, especially his ult usage.
I think for second because everyone knows him as like the best flex in Pacific. Maybe in the world.
What a glaze.
For second too, because I like him to play Harbor. Wait. I like you to play Harbor. For me, maybe...
Yourself.
No? Maybe Clove. Creepy Clove. So good. Yeah.
Oh, Clove?
Yeah.
Heavy agent.
Maybe... 5? Oh, Wele. Wele, Deadlock, Race.
Oh, Bridge?
Oh, Astra.
5 or 6.
Oh.
Maybe 5 also.
For me, 6. Cyper, Race, Jet, no. Wele, no.
The middle one, pre. Meteor.
Yeah, I think Meteor. MVP bro, Meteor.
You just put him in Sentinel.
He's good. Yeah.
MVP.
Yeah.
Handsome.
Handsome. For me, I like aggressive. You like aggressive? You like? Yeah. I think aggressive than safe. Thank you for everyone to share talent esport. So if you like me, I will pay a lot of agent. For me, thank you so much for keep watching my gameplay, and I hope you guys like my gameplay all the time. And yeah, thank you for the support.
Thank you for watching, guys, especially on VCT Pacific. Hopefully we can showcase more on our playstyle as a flex, so hopefully you enjoy it more.
Thank you for watching us. Please continue supporting us. We will show our best every game.
Gago eh.
Players oath. We pledge to uphold the glory of sports and the honor of our team, to abide by the fundamental principles of sportsmanship, and to compete with effort and skill in the spirit of fair play.
Wait, cheer please.
He plays solo for 5 years, but I don't think he needs the advice.
He plays solo every day. If he loses, he needs to retire.
Good luck, noob.
Nope, I'm gonna win, bro.
Wrong bind, bro. Aduh.
Let's go, push.
Oi. Woi.
Oi.
Gigi. Oi. Ai.
Push.
Ai. No, ai.
Bruh.
148, bro.
Bruh.
Cheer, please.
Let's go, push.
What the?
Bruh. Oi! Oi! Push! Oi!
GG.
Wow! That's me!
149. GG.
Come on, bro. Wait, full charge.
Oi, I almost passed the barrier, bro.
Yeah.
Let's go, hero.
GG, bro. No chat.
Oh, nice dodge.
Wait, doesn't count.
Wah, lu bounce sih, lu fumble sih. Lu kenapa bounce deh?
Oh, I fumbled. 2-1.
Okay. One more life, guys.
Why you bounce?
Let's go, Do.
Oh, GG. Wah, GG.
GG, bro. Push, I can use shoulder better than you. Easy.
So bad if, bro. Holy.
Really disappointed.
Sorry, team.
No.
Who's gonna play? Tackle?
Yeah.
GG, bro.
I think GG.
Maksud lu apa?
GG, bro.
1, 2, 3, shoot.
Okay. Let's go, tackle!
Let's go, tackle.
Dash.
Oh, dash.
Uy.
Come on.
No! Tackle, what is this?
Gua miss.
Run, Maxim.
Maxim!
Oh, Maxim. Nice.
Wah.
Maxim, why you locked in, bro?
Nice, Maxim! One more! Oh! Tackle, come on!
Gua fumble mid.
Tackle.
Halo! Pakai engine
Spike drop.
Okay,
Gua forgot to took the spike, bro.
Let's go, Tak.
Tackle,
why you double king, bro?
Tackle, chase him, come on! Oh yeah!
Let's go.
No!
Let's go, anti pressure.
My team don't trust me. I give up.
Maxim, we trust you, bro.
They don't chew me. They chew NC session. Let's go. Last point. Very easy tackle. Come on.
Let's go, tackle. You got this, tackle.
Bro, I give up.
You are slim, Maxim.
I give up. Free fire spike.
Free fire.
Bruh.
Tak, why you double kick?
Wish me luck, bro. Bro, I cannot track you, bro.
Let's go. Nice try, tackle. It's okay.
You need to get caught once, bro.
Finally, you skill, Maxim.
Go back.
Stay here. We're too close.
Santai.
Let's go 5 seconds.
Oh, I fumbled.
Tak, what is this?
Need to predict. Tackle, you're predictable, bro.
Tackle is predictable, bro.
It's okay, tackle. Nice try.
Nice, Maxim. Hey, watch out.
Yo, siap.
Look at me. Hey, long time no see, bro. Hey, dude. Long time no see.
1, 2, 3, shoot. Draw. Lagi. 1, 2, 3, shoot.
Wait. Again.
I win.
Ready, bro. I'm ready, bro.
1, 2, 3, shoot.
Oke. Pipit. Hey, what are you doing, bro? Noob. I never touch Yoru in my life, so I'm gonna try my best.
Emang dia bukan jadi pernah main di official?
Nggak inget tuh. Dua. Oi.
What the? This challenge so easy for me. What is this? David!
Pit, you give him chance,
Bro, I never touch Yoru in my life.
Same, bro. And his special go first.
Huh?
He go first now.
This is like that?
Yeah.
Me.
Oh no.
Why me?
Maxim, calm down. You
Why
win
me?
already. TP.
No.
Oke lah.
Okay, I take that.
Oke lah.
Bro, this one is easy. You just count how many seconds he wasted.
Calm down. Backseating, bro.
Maxim, calm down, bro.
Stop teaching him.
Don't fall, Pit.
TP. Ya.
You count how many seconds?
Stay there. Wait, bro.
I lost my confidence suddenly.
He's fumbling.
Yeah.
Like me. Tuh, 2, 3, TP.
Oh, nice Pit.
Okay, I can hear already the result. I think I'm gonna lose this, guys. 4 seconds?
3,5. Hitungnya pelan.
Okay.
Hitungnya bener.
Quiet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Where are you, kid?
Let's go!
Tuh, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 5. Woi aja. Dia jatuh.
Sit down, kids. Very confident. Of course, very confident.
Wait. Go until the end.
No?
Yeah, challenge. Wait, calm down, bro. Yes, let's go. Go until the edge.
Okay.
Go.
I'm gonna fall down. For my bro. My previous teammate.
Yeah, let's go.
Menang Iki.
Calm down.
No. I'm gonna fall down. For my bro. You don't have any trophy, right? RRQ don't have, right? Boom have. Very proud. Of course, very proud.
It's okay, normal.
What is this?
Always lose every day.
You learn something new every day.
Hello and welcome to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific Stage 1. I am your host, Victoria, and with me today on this final day of group stages, I have two heroes from Team Indonesia. It's Coach Ewok and Coach Six Fingers. Welcome, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Top of your groups. Do you know each other very well?
Not that well. We've been like a couple of content shoots and whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think you're going to be doing a lot more content shoots together now, being on the top of your respective groups. And be completely honest with me. Starting from day one, did you think this is where you guys would be at the top of your group? And also undefeated? Yeah.
Well, we felt like we were a lot better than we have performed in the past. So this is always what we've been working towards.
Okay.
So it kind of feels like, okay, well, we just been working hard and some of it's been paying off.
All right. All right. And how about you, Six Fingers? Because not only are you at the top of your group, you're undefeated. Is this what you expected? This is obviously what you hoped for, but did you think this is what was going to happen?
I can say like, not really.
Okay.
Because I guess we kinda, me personally, I have like a milestone, like achievement, basically. Like going into the VCT Pacific, like I was thinking like, oh maybe we can secure top 8. That's good already. And then like how far we can go forward, right? And then like suddenly it become like top 4 maybe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then now?
Yeah.
Top 1. You jumped a couple milestones, like a lot of milestones.
And that's great. I mean, yeah. I just see like, okay, the guys actually playing their best game. I mean.
Oh, that's nice. I mean, RRQ took the longer route. They follow the timeline, slow and steady. Are you guys surprised by the group results at all? Like everyone who's placed, now that we have all the placements there?
Yeah, our group is, I thought it was going to be quite competitive, but I didn't think there was going to be as many teams that are very similar scoreline. Even for us, we can still end on 3-2.
Yeah.
So many teams that are on 3-2, and I think it's kind of hard also for your group to have said beforehand who's going to be at the bottom, who's going to be at the top, right?
Yes.
So, but I think also both coming in, we expected like anyone can really beat anyone. So that part of it is not so unexpected, I guess.
For me, in my group, I can say like a lot of people saying like it's a group of hell, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that. They say
Yeah.
group of death, but it's definitely hell for you guys.
But turns out like we can manage to play the game, like win it, and then I don't think, like, I guess like it's an achievement also. Like we can actually beat Genji and DRX, which is like before we cannot really do that well against them. Yeah, but this time,
it's good, right?
Yeah, it's good. Feels good. Very good.
Who do you think had it easier though? Whose group? If you guys, looking at each other's groups, who had a better, cleaner, easier run?
Well, your run was cleaner, of course. We lost our first match, right?
Yeah.
But in terms of strength, it's so hard, right?
Yeah.
Because it's like even the Genji that we faced before is not the same Genji. The DRX we faced, it's not the same anymore. The rosters are different. Our team's different.
Yes.
You've made a change as well.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's hard to compare the direct results. And that's also why the head-to-heads are kind of hard, right?
Yeah, both groups hard, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure you watch each other's games, right? Because that's what coaches do, VOD reviewing all the time. But when you're watching this, were there any moments, agent comps or ideas that you really liked from each other that you were like, damn, that's a fantastic agent comp for, for whatever map?
I mean, generally speaking, I cannot say I got the idea from one team only, like which is RRQ. Like I compile all of the others' idea from the other team as well. Like I treat all of the other teams as my senior, I guess, right? So I learn from them a lot, like the way like why they use this agent, what's the idea behind it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I learned from the other team a lot, even like from the outside Pacific. Yeah.
Was there anything from RRQ that you were like, damn, that was cool?
I guess Yoru. You played Yoru, right? We played in scrims before, and then like they played Yoru. Like that made me thinking like maybe in some maps I can force Famous to play Yoru.
Oh,
yeah.
Interesting. And how about you, Ewok?
Yeah, also same. I feel like it's very much you need to look at other teams and see what they're doing, right?
Yeah.
I think for you guys, it's always been just with the core, because also ex-players I've worked with, I felt like the basics have always been strong. So I think that's like something that you guys have been really good at where the basics are so strong, and then when you guys are playing well and like putting stuff on top of it, you guys look such a solid team.
Oh, nice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
That's good vibes here. Good vibe here. All right, now we know the results of today aren't going to affect your placements in playoffs at all. So I want to ask you guys, are you going to hide any comps today? How much is a championship point worth to you? What's the approach to today's match?
Well, so for us, we're definitely looking forward as well, not only looking at this match. So whether that be hiding, doing the veto a certain way, of course, that's all part of the strategy. And for us, because both of us, it's kind of like the job's 50% done going into playoffs. So now there's a lot more to go. So you can't just show everything now.
Yeah.
So it's part of the strategy, I would say, yeah.
4 duelist comp today? Is that what we're saying? Is that what we're hiding with?
It might be time, you know.
Maybe.
Do you have the same approach, or are you gonna? What's
like,
your approach?
Yeah, of course. Like playoff is the more important, right? Like we secured the top seed already, even though like we maybe lost like today.
Yeah.
But somehow like I think we need to manage like to get the win, because like it's really important for this win, right? We can get like 1 more championship point. So yeah, like in the 50-50, you know, like. We kind of like want to save the strat.
Yeah.
Like, and also we want to win today.
Yeah.
We just show like maybe like tip of iceberg maybe. Yeah.
All right. Well, you're also going into playoffs. You're right. Super important, and both of your teams are 1 win away from qualifying to Masters Toronto. This is the closest either of your teams ever been. You know, this is huge for RRQ, and this is crazy for an Ascension team to be at this point right now. How do you guys feel about that?
I mean, I hope we don't choke, because I think a lot of people saying like Boom really love to choke, especially in playoff.
Yeah.
I mean, like that's I think our task, like to get like make the mentality is not going there, right? Like to not choke basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, just play the game like usual, like in the group stage, game by game. Yeah.
And also. Before you answer, Ewok, I want to ask, who do you think you're going to be facing in the grand finals? I'm assuming you're going to expect yourself to be in the grand finals. Who do you think you're going to be facing?
Either RRQ or maybe T1 again.
RRQ or T1? Okay. All right, how about you, Ewok? 1 win away from Toronto. Who do you think you're going to be facing in the grand finals?
We try not to think too much about that part in terms of just like 1 more. I feel like it's still like we're on this mountain climbing. And we're still like just only halfway there, right? So there's still, and also now the teams that are coming into playoff, these are going to be the most difficult matches, right? Kind of like, I don't want to say the easy part is done, but the first part of the job is done, and now there's like, so like you need to get over the hump at the end, right?
Yeah.
And for finals, yeah, let's run it back. Let's hit Boom.
Oh, Boom RRQ grand finals?
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh, I like that. All right, well, any quick words to the audience before I send you guys down to your Indonesian fans? Do you speak any Bahasa Indonesia?
A little bit, dikit.
You do it?
Yeah,
go for it. Go for it.
No. I'm not going to embarrass myself. I'd rather keep it for the practice room.
All right.
But yeah, just thank you so much for supporting us, both of us. We really, both of us, just trying to make all the Indonesian fans proud and like put up a show for everyone.
Yeah. I think it goes the same for me. Like, thank you for supporting us, like still believing in us, even though like we are Ascension team, right?
Yeah.
Get the free slot, I guess. Yeah.
You made it worth it.
Yeah.
You made it count.
We'll make it count, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Six Fingers and Ewok. Good luck on your matches today and hiding as much as you can while still winning. So yeah, congrats being top of your groups. These coaches bringing victory to Indonesia. Yeah, you can leave the headsets here. Thank you, coaches. We love our coaches. And if you want to support your favorite Indonesian teams, you can buy the RRQ bundle, and you can now buy the Ascension bundles. The Nongshim capsule is here, and so is the Boom capsule. Nongshim is also qualified to playoffs. We saw that massive game happen yesterday, and you know what? I've noticed, I think we've all noticed, when a team wins, the sales go up, so get it before it's sold out. You can't get sold out on it, but I just like saying that. And now we've got Big Time and Pilski back with us. Yes, I am Victoria Chunky Ninja.
I'm Budget Ewok.
Budget Ewok and Budget Six Fingers.
Yeah,
Right, well,
I think me and Six Fingers are pretty similar. Both, wildly successful coaches.
Yeah, it's exactly the same thing. How did you guys feel about their approach, though? They said they want to, might save a couple things for playoffs, but still win today. Any takeaways from their interview? Did you hear it?
Yeah,
Okay,
we did.
okay.
But I think it's always one of those things where, as a competitor, you're always pushing to win, you know, but you don't want to look too far ahead. In a way, you want to take every game as it comes, but then, you know, it's that line of like, we don't really want to show everything we have in this meaningless kind of game today, where the result, you know, isn't affected by today's game. So it's a real line where it's like, you need to show just enough to win, but not enough to give away your secrets.
Absolutely, yeah. We'll see how far they're going to get pushed as well by some of the teams. DFM, their last game, they definitely did push their last opponent, and the same could be said for Secret, taking a map off T1. So if they really turn up today, then that's going to force these teams to show a little bit more and exert themselves a little bit more. If not, try to avoid getting the upset, because at the end of the day, although it's not going to change the standings too much, there is still a championship point on the line. And if I remember correctly, right at the end of the year last year, 1 championship point was the difference between making it and not making it for the 3rd place team. So you can't be messing around too much, boys.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys were in the elevator with me this time, so we were not hiding any secret elevator conversations. And Ewok was like, yeah, we want to continue just winning, and that's the game plan for today. All right, so we have our own game, as you guys know. It's Build Diff, brought to you by Acer Predator and Intel. We'll rebuild our own teams, and the goal of this, of course, is to get the highest amount of KD or kills collectively on our squad. So it's a little bit different than how we might put an actual roster together. So far, you finally secured a victory yesterday.
Finally? That's harsh wording. You know. I would say it's been a long time coming. I say, you know,
got a little unlucky.
Deserved the win for
Had
so
some
long.
players let you down, perhaps.
I would say I've been robbed of a victory before today. That's what I would say. So before yesterday, so.
Well, let's see what you have today. I see that you've been a lot more serious. Okay, we're going to check out Mika's team first. This is a pretty solid pick. I think we had some question marks initially. You might think Jesse Bash as like, you know, the mid-round caller, but you know, he's
put
been
some
dragging.
numbers. Yeah. He actually is one of the more consistent players on Team Secret, racking up those kills. So I really don't hate the pick. You know, we're seeing Monyet, Berserks. You know, Berserks had, of course, a huge game last week. So.
That's right. Monyet has yet to show up. I think this is an interesting pick. Today could be the day against Team Secret where he's feeling a lot more relaxed and, you know, just starts monkeying around.
We did see him go across onto the Neon as well.
Yeah,
he loves that agent.
So maybe there's something here in Amika's team, but I'm going to show you mine. It's got to be Jemkin. You guys have sold me on Jemkin. This is the first time I'm picking him, but he has been so consistent, especially on their Yoru. Even Six Fingers gave a shout out to their Yoru comps and how incredible it is. We got Envy. I mean, Envy is always top ranking on his team. That just seems like the most obvious. Akame popped off 2 days ago against Paper X. It was incredible. 70 kills across all 3 maps, so I'm going to pick him again. I think he's got more in him. He's probably a little mad about that loss the other day. I have Berserks. Also, on controller, he plays Viper on Lotus. If we get a Lotus, hopefully, you know, he pops off again. And then Cushy, because awesome. You know, Ten's picked Cushy.
I mean, it's hard not to choose Cushy. He's one of the strongest rookies coming into this. I like your team. It's fine. I would say it's fine.
I'm sure Pilsky likes my team.
I do like your team. Your team's phenomenal.
In fact,
am
shall
I
we
putting
see yours?
mine on the board, or what's happening?
Yeah.
Okay,
we can put it on the board. We have,
okay, well, we only need to change 1 player.
On yours, yeah.
For my team, I have got also Jemkin as my duelist. That's the same as you. For me, I think I had Envy as my Sentinel and Akame as my Initiator, but that's not much of a muchness, really. Then for my controller, had DOS9. So we do need to put DOS9 over there onto controller. And then my flex was also Cushy.
That's fresh.
And I
very
think
similar.
just by the merit of having DOS9 on my team absolutely clears victorious.
What?
So I think just the aura of DOS9 alone makes this team 10 times better.
He does have aura.
No disrespect to Berserks. You know, Berserks, he has aura in the server. DOS9 has aura in the server and out of the server.
He does.
He's got that like low-key angry angry like Kazakh, you know, energy.
He does. I won't lie, I try to get Six Fingers to tell me about my
Okay, I had Envy as Ini. Okay, yeah. I mean, it doesn't.
It's the same players. It's the same players.
Anyway, I tried to ask Six Fingers just now if my pick was good, and he was like, I don't know. He doesn't even know. He doesn't even know. He's like, all my players are good. All right, so what do you think of Mika's team here? Did you pick the same as her?
No, I went in a very different direction. Outside of Famous, who I did also have as my choice, Famous is the top-rated player by kills this tournament in terms of kills per round, so he felt like the obvious choice to me.
Yep.
But then
that's fair.
We, of course, I had to go with Cushy.
Yep. Have we all picked Cushy?
I mean, how do you not pick Cushy?
Yeah, of course you pick Cushy.
Except
He's
for
insane.
Mika.
Yeah, except for Mika. I can't believe you trashed my team yesterday. You were so delicately handling the players today. You picked Jingbu?
No, I did not pick.
Okay.
Well, I'm just trying to order this around.
Jien is your controller.
Interesting
Jien,
pick.
you know, actually, in terms of KPR, Jien's doing actually a little bit better. And the last series, he actually had a very, very good series, the last couple of series.
Oh
so
my goodness.
I don't
Okay.
mind the Jien as a pick.
There we go. That's my team. Famous, Cushy, Envy, Jien, DOS9. Now, I think this team is unbelievable. I think Jien is the question mark. I can get it. But I'm not sure how many people on DFM are going to be getting kills today. I think they have a hard match. I can't lie to you. But I think the other four going to go demon mode. DOS9 is unbelievable. Famous is topping those charts. How can you skip out on Cushy and Envy? I think this is another W for a big-time team today.
This is going to be close today, at least between the three of us. And Mika could end up clearing us all with some
Yeah,
surprise.
Mika's
You
team
never
is
know.
by far the most different.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I think at some point we're going to get to the point where you're going to be ahead of everyone by 20 points, Vic, because we can't seem to catch you, and someone's going to have to start making some big plays.
Yeah.
So I'm
Like
gonna
Morgan the other day?
have to start putting like I don't even know who would I have to put in my team. Like, I'm gonna have to go Mika mode and put Jesse Vash in my team and hope that he drops as many kills in one map as years he's been on this earth.
If we have a team secret Paper X team, I want like the Uncle team. I want to put all the oldest
team.
players, the Unk team.
People keep saying Devise and Unk, by the way. That dude isn't even that old.
No, he's really not.
Is it just the Unk energy?
It's just the vibes. It's the vibes. He's like the
He's an old
man.
soul, you would say.
Yeah. Old soul is a better way to put it.
Right.
Now, we do have our playoffs team secured. All 8 of them. It's locked in. It was pretty crazy yesterday. It was almost Zeta, but then it became a Nongshim win.
Yeah, really, really well done from them yesterday. I mean, your heart has to kind of break a little bit for Zeta and the Japanese fans in general, because they've had a little bit of a rough run of things. Zeta were a very competitive team despite some pretty dire circumstances, but Nongshim, I don't know what they fed Margaret. I want to know what flavor of noodles that he was cooking up that morning, because he was really on another level yesterday. So I think he was a big difference maker for Nongshim, and I'm keen to see what they can do in the playoffs.
Oh, I'm very keen to see it. It looks like they've woken up a little bit and kind of look like the Nongshim that we expected coming into stage 1. Finally, never too late, especially if you already make it into playoffs here. And today is the last day of groups. We got to talk to Boom and RRQ's coaches just now. They look delighted, obviously, to be top of their groups here. And with that, they're going to be taking playoffs really seriously. And they only have to win once to make it to Toronto.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Boom, they're already in a great position, and I think the fact that that could be a reality is also something that you look at going into this game against DFM, because we talk about that singular championship point, but Boom is not a team that did anything in kickoff, which means all of their points are coming from stage 1 here.
Yeah.
They probably need to go to Toronto, they probably need to get some decent points at Toronto, and then have a strong stage 2 if they want to try to stay in Pacific and go to champs after stage 2.
Yes. Now, they will be playing against DFM today. Now, DFM, 0 wins in the bag, but 2 days ago, they were the most watched match here in Pacific Stage 1 against Paper Rex. And we saw a very fearless DFM that we wanted to see all season.
Yeah, this was a different looking DFM against Paper Rex. Honestly, they could have taken that series.
Sure.
I mean, I think they showed an incredibly high level. And I mean, you know, while this game might not technically mean anything for them outside of that championship point, I think it means a lot in that sense of getting a win on the board, of knowing, hey, we're actually not that bad of a team. We can take down this top seed if things are a little bit more consistent, if we can get that ball rolling. Everybody on this team is a gladiator. They are a competitor. Nobody's about to get pushed over today. You want to come in here and prove that you guys are still worth something. You still have a lot more to show left for stage 2.
Yeah, it'd be good to see if they can get themselves their first championship point here at the end of the group. There is some degree of like nothing to lose mentality going into this game for DFM. I mean, they're not looking through forward in towards playoffs or anything like that, but there's still a lot of solid players on this roster. And I think they're going to feel a little bit better about their overall form, because I totally agree. They could have won that game against Paper X in their last game. very, very close series there, and I think if they can bring that same level of fire and form into this game where there's not as much on the line for Boom, and when I've seen Boom have a slow start, like they've been having a lot of front-runny games lately, and Boom is a team that sometimes if you pressure them a little bit, then it can look like a different team. So I'd like to see DFM have a really hot start here and then see the series get a bit more interesting.
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic point. Playing against Boom, DFM, I don't know if Famous is going to get as many op kills today going against a team, this Japanese team. So Boom Esports, as we know, is our latest Pacific edition. This Ascension team that was almost here by chance, defeated every single ex-Pacific champion team. And we've seen spectacular moments from every single player, DOS9 included, your favorite guy, again.
I love DOS9. I mean, I love this whole team. I feel like what a story this group of guys have had, you know? This was the team, they didn't win Ascension. They shouldn't be here. They got in through the back door, and now here they are dominating this scene. A win today means a flawless group stage. As you say, they've beaten DRX, they've beaten Chenji, they've beaten PaperX, the huge names, the huge staples. This team is here to make waves here in Pacific.
Yeah, and in the bracket.
He got the slogan in.
Got the branding in.
Oh, right, okay.
Make waves.
Yeah, very nice. Good job.
You'll get there one day.
I see you read the handbook. Good job. I mean, they are one game away from Toronto with their seeding in the bracket, and I actually think they have one of the most favorable bracket draws I've seen. They would have to play, I think, either Genji or Talon, most likely. And if they can just overcome Genji, who they've already got a head-to-head against, although they're looking better and better all the time, or a Talon, then they've got a spot in Masters Toronto, which is an insane storyline. What on earth is going on here?
Have you seen this meme before? This cartoon?
I saw it for the first time this morning when production showed us the meme this was meant to
I love how it's
from.
DOS9's hit on it as well.
I was just as confused then as I am now. All I know is there's a chicken that's like eating people up.
I think
and
it's
got
from-
DOS9's face on it.
It's great. I think it tells a little bit of a story here. We're having like a full storytelling mode here. But the point is, Boom has been unstoppable. And do you guys think it's true that Group Alpha was the group of death? He called it the group of hell.
I think it kind of was, you know. We look at the kind of head-to-heads in this. We look at even the standings, you know. I think to get a top 4 spot in this group was incredibly difficult. A lot of people would have counted Boom out from the start, and they've completely flipped the script.
I mean, with DFM's form coming in from kickoff, everyone expected the resurgence from PaperX and Genji, and then they had DRX, who were the kickoff winners. I really do think this is a very competitive group for Boom, and they have absolutely killed it.
Now we have the 3 Admirals of Pacific here. These are definitely key players that we've been eyeing who have really stepped up and have fragged out of our minds. Anytime any of us picked any of these 3 players in our fantasy teams, they've made it worth it. Absolutely worth it every single time.
And we have to talk about Famous, of course, who will be playing in a minute. Look at that. First on ACS, first on ADR, first on KPR, flexing across 4 different duelists. This man can do it all. He's also been incredibly lethal with the operator. So, you know, there's a reason he's topping the charts. There's a reason he's one of the most talked about players in Pacific right now. He's absolutely dominating the scene.
Yeah, he's really, I mean, leading the pack here in stage 1, but I want to say Hyunmin and Jemkin have been more consistent kickoff going into this stage. So I think for now, I'm really looking at those guys as being big, heavy hitters. We'll get into the veto now. Boom take out Split, DFM take out Icebox. Fracture getting picked here by Boom. It was a map that has been previously picked by DFM and it completely backfired against Genji. So we'll see how it goes for them today. They'll get to start on the defense. DFM are going to select Ascent. We've seen a lot of that Phoenix caught from Boom lately.
Yeah, they did swap last time we saw it, right? They swapped to Yoru last against DRX. So that's nice, that's good innovation, and I thought their Ascent looked very good. So I am worried for DFM picking that Ascent. It's a map where Boom are good, but we are starting here on Fracture, and that's also a map where Boom have been solid. Both these teams liking that Breach Teo, a little bit more of a standard approach here with the Brimstone as well. And only slight changes with Julius and Sentinel.
Yeah, I think Boom, you can feel good about this map. There's been limited reps. They did lose to T1 in kickoff, but that feels like an era ago now in completely different form. The fact that PRX on this map is very promising because this has been one of the maps you can count on PRX to be winning a lot of the time. They're one of the better Fracture teams in the tournament, so that is a very, very promising win for Boom as far as I'm concerned.
So I want to ask you guys, of course, before we start the show, we like to ask about talent predictions, and across the board, it's Boom, except for Paper Thin. And I I don't know how confident he is in this win, but I don't think it is out of the realm of reality if they play the way they played against Paper Rex.
Yeah.
I think that is a team that could defeat Boom today, especially with the map draft that came in, especially on Ascent. I don't know which comp Boom is going to end up going for, but you know what? We're going to have to wait and find out. We're going to send it down to the stage to welcome the teams for the last day of groups.
...2025 VCT Pacific, Stage 1. Rise Pacific. Detonation Focus Me.
It's Boom, top of their group, and arguably they were in the group of death. Group Alpha defeating every single former Pacific champion, Gen G, Paper Rex, and DRX. Now this is an Ascension runner-up team that now needs no introduction, but we're gonna do it anyway, just in case. Introduce them.
Boom have been fantastic. We have to love Boom. We've just seen the DFM guys come out here, and you know, they still have a lot left to prove. We saw them do a lot last week, you know. They made it so close against Paper Rex. They want to carry that through to today, but as you mentioned, it's a huge mountain to climb against these Boom boys from Ascension.
Yes, that's right. DFM have a really tall order ahead of them going against this team. They only won one map, 0 series this entire stage 1, even though they had 70 kills dropped against Paper Rex. Now, Boom is looking very comfortable, very chill coming into today's match.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they know that they're the heavy favorites here. Should be a pretty, lack of pressure kind of game for them. But really, they do have a pretty tight turnaround between when they need to play their next upper bracket game for Toronto here. So they need to make sure they're being very switched on. They're staying in good form because it will be a little bit of a sour taste in their mouth going into playoffs if they drop a map or even drop the series here, and that might shake the confidence. And we need to keep the confidence on Boom high. We heard it from Six Fingers himself as he walks out here. I'd imagine with Coach Ewok that, you know, they need to make sure that they are not going to be in that mentality where they're feeling a little bit nervous or anything like that, and where they're going to let the nerves kind of control them.
Yeah, they're looking to send a message today. Going flawless in groups.
Sorry, not Coach Ewok. Why? I'm obsessed with Coach
We're
Ewok.
all, I know. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. We all are. He is a beautiful man. But Six Fingers is definitely getting up there on our beautiful man list too. This is going to be a fun day. I think we saw all smiles from Six Fingers just now, and yeah, DFM, they kind of stopped doing their walkouts. They didn't do it last match either.
It's hard to find that kind of energy this late into stage 1, I would say.
I think that's good though. They're planning their game rather than their walkout.
Yeah, they're locked in for this one. But I mean, like I say, for this DFM team, a win today shows, hey, we were closer than everybody thinks we were. They, you know, arguably they could have and should have beaten Paper Rex. A win today sends a message for their fans for stage 2 of, hey, look, we're actually nearly there. We just didn't quite get there soon enough. That's the big thing they're trying to show today. And Boom, on the other hand, are trying to show utter dominance of, hey, we were perfect in this group of death.
Yeah, I think beyond sending a message, it's just important to be able to, you know, practice on the stage and get ready for stage 2 here, and the agents are locked in.
Yes. For DFM, they've only made one small change here, swapping away from the Rays towards the Neon, and then that means the only difference between these two compositions is the Sentinel choice.
Yeah, that's true. Vice, instead of Killjoy, I mean, a little bit more of a classic choice from Berserk to something he's very comfortable playing at the moment. Keep an eye on Famous getting a lot of openings for Boom. That was key the last time they started attack side on Fracture against Paper Rex. And NC Slasher actually had a pretty good game, fracking-wise, on the Breach here and put up some pretty good numbers as well.
Very much so, and I think we have to highlight both Smokes players here. DOS9 and Jen. All these Smokes players love when Fracture comes around. They get to play Brimstone, they get to go shoot, so both of them going to try and go big today.
Definitely, and it looks like Boom has converted a lot of the Korean fans in their favor, and how could you not? They look so good, so clean, so sharp right now. Oh, this guy, this is like Pacific's #1 fan. I know that guy. I think you guys know that guy. You know what I'm talking about. Arun, yeah, he loves Pacific. All right, we love Pacific too. We're going to send it over to our casters who also love Pacific. It's Achilleos and Paper Thin.
That's right, we're back for another day of action, baby. It's time to round out the normal state of play. The group stage is coming to conclusion here after today's matches, which also don't mean much of anything, to be frank. I mean, for the teams that are looking for those wins, obviously, that could be something to take away. But as far as the standings are concerned, those are untouchable. RRQ, Boom, right now, they're reigning supreme. The Indonesian power is looking pretty damn good here in Pacific.
Very exciting to see. I mean, it's really cool that, you know, kickoff was kind of the reign of the Korean teams, and now we've got the Indonesian team stepping up. So it's really exciting to see the parity in Pacific, but still championship points on the line. So for DFM here against Boom, they still want to get this win. They want to get some confidence. They want to find their form. You know, they're not going to be making playoffs, sure, but stage 2 is still there. There's still hope. There's still a chance, and you got to start figuring things out very quickly because DFM's window on making it to a global event is closing.
That it is. Well, let's go ahead and jump into the action. Fracture to start things off, the selection of Boom. Let's see what DFM has at the ready, though. Pretty much mirrored compositions. Key difference just going to be the Killjoy versus the Vice. Let's see how they do fare.
Yeah, and I mean, I think a lot of that just comes down to, you know, how you're going to manage your B control when you're on that defender side. So for DFM here, actually, they slot their Vice over to the A. Quick execute.
Famous is in, and okay, nice little peek out from Akame, able to find one, but NC Slasher comes away with 2 kills. Art and Ken both going to be eliminated here as looking for the concuss setup, and HP bars at the moment on the side of Boom. Getting lower and lower, but DOS9 able to go ahead and push forward into the tower. Breaks open the site. Now it's going to be on Mei and Jinbung to see if they can try to turn this around. Push under the corner, finding one off-screen. Jinbung coming up with a kill on a Berserk. DOS9 dinged. Both he and Shiro dangerously low. The flank, however, coming through is this scout, and he strikes. Finds the headshot, and Mei holding it to half now. Needs to fight his way out of the 1v2.
One enemy remaining.
Shot to the chest, finding one more. Just the one tap to deal with Shiro. The spot out. Mei down to 10 HP. Peeking in towards Canteen, but now the salvo cycled back up, buying more time.
He's got to tap
waiting
again.
on the angle.
Didn't come here to die.
The retap. He's just going to try to hold for this. The swing out coming through Mei. He pulls off with the defuse. He might have just been able to have it, but now he certainly does not. Takes him a moment, but Shiro finds the headshot, and Boom, find the pistol.
A lot of damage done by DFM, but Boom there, able to get into those post-plant positions and played very, very efficiently by Shiro, using those salvos in a timely manner, not falling for some of the early taps that Mei sent through. There were moments where maybe if Mei had just stuck it, he might have been able to get away with it, but it is very tricky, especially against Atejo, to figure out those timings, and then you're not exactly sure, you know, where he had wrapped to the initial couple taps. He had actually gone over to Canteen, and it made it a little bit tricky for Mei to really get a good read.
Again, looking to up the pace is Famous. Casually, rather. Swinging the corner, making get a casualty. Comes up with the second before getting traded out. Just the one elimination found thus far. Going to be making a comment trying to make a difference, but DOS9 has them all lined up. And that will be a very fast anti-eco round.
Yep, clean as you like. Let's see what DFM now, rifles in hand, can do, but 3 Bulldogs carried over. See if there's much in the way of buy-ups. Yeah, a rifle for Shiro. Still going to hold on to the Marshall.
And yeah, just a nice relay bolt, using the salvos to clear a little space. Nice work by Famous. Really good overall this year. I mean, obviously a lot of people talking about his opping. That's been a really potent tool for this Boom squad and for Famous, but he can also just run in there and do some of the dirty work for Boom. Speaking
set
of.
up. Famous, though, does get held at bay. Still up there for the moment. One shots through. Not making any connection here, so for now, the triple stack from the side of DFM, still full HP, looking to re-aggress and re-clear some space here.
I like this. You know, make sure that if they're going to go B, they're going to have to go through some of those setups and traps, and they're not going to be able to take aiming cleanly, but they're going to change direction. They're a little unsure of what's going on behind them, so they have to go towards Dish. Send May out there to get a little info, but this stealth drone just got a lot.
Wall's been found. Is Jinbook. Nice timing. Peeks out, finds one. Hold on the corner, and Kame going to be caught there on timing. Gets away with minor damage taken, but he's going to be able to find that opening kill.
Got to worry about the breach. The fault line, of course, and then the follow-up stun could come from Akame. So him and Art maybe going for a play. We'll see.
Fault line going to be sent. Pretty much everybody other than Famous getting caught by that. Famous is going to be taken down. Art, that aftershock placement comes away with that kill.
30 seconds left.
I'm not even sure Famous got hit by the fault line. Maybe another piece of util got him.
Oh, he was out in front of it. And May hugging that smoke is able to find one. It's going to be a team ace here. 2 players down on the side of DFM, but otherwise not a bad anti-bonus round at all, so they get themselves on the board.
Yeah, I like the ideas from DFM in that round to kind of take some more hull control. And then, you know, when they feel like the timing, when they're not exactly sure what's going on, they're using the drone to get the read and then slotting players over. Just good timing from Jinboong. That's all you can say about that. I was kind of curious about the Famous kill, but it doesn't look like we're going to get it in the replay. Good reactions from GN. Akame up on top of sight. That's very well handled. Very good macro from DFM in that round. See if they can keep it up. Again, they're going to be committing a lot of those resources towards this A main battle. Meanwhile, Boom's going to change directions. They're going to try to come from Dish towards the other side of the map. So already recognize some of the weakness in the early strategies of DFM.
Jiggle out to get some information. They're going to look back away, not trying to over-aggress here. Famous, however, storming his way forward in towards Hulls. Finds Art. Breach now. Taken down on the floor. The A site split open here. 4 Booms taking.
Kame knew. He's looking for a timing there with a concuss, but
still has a player on that right side flank as well.
Yep. They're pinging it. Yeah, they seem to know.
Have to fight their way out of here one way or the other. Dawson could just swing off these salvos, but will just be held at bay. And okay, Kim, as well as May, coming away with a couple kills. They're still suspicious about this position. The drag across. GN's going to be able to find it. So Dawson taken down now. On to Shiro and NC Slasher to try to stave them off. We're here for the brim and not able to steady the aim there is NC Slasher. Falls down, the fuse will come through, and DFM are going to tie us up at 2-2.
This is a great recovery by DFM. It really looked like Boom was going to have a pretty good round. They get the first blood, they get the plant, they find the open space on the map, but DFM, they're able to regroup, able to reset around the A rope, and then find their timing. Just great identification by Akame. He's sitting right by that door, you know, kind of listening to what's going on the other side, and they're able to get the read that there's going to be a player on their left, one on their right. The relay bolt to keep DOS9 pinned while they go for the left-hand side clear. Very nicely organized there by DFM.
And that gets him into the advantageous position here as far as the economy is concerned. Ult-wise as well, in a good spot. Multi-kill round from Jin, able to go ahead and get that orbital strike online. DOS9 not too far away, and NC Slasher, of course, does have a Rolling Thunder.
If you can grab a couple guns from DFM, definitely would be considering having that Rolling Thunder be used this round. Oh
boy, well, Famous swinging that corner. No one else nearby enough for the Bucky to really find value, so Art will be able to trade that one out, but hey, pushing into the smoke. It's up there by that Sheriff. Ends up falling. Art able to find one up and over the top, but Berserks trades it out. And this round, going a bit sideways here for the side of DFM. Now a 2v3 with a recovered weapon in DOS9's hands.
Shiro got his ult off that plant too.
Kame does manage to find one. Like you said though, Armageddon is available. Flash finding the hit, the swing now coming through, the double face. Zakame chasing in, finding the first. Still though, needs to get the kill. DOS9 swings the corner, gets out around As the Molly just going to be jumping over the top of it. Can't plant the feet fast enough. It's going to be a thrifty for Boom to reestablish a lead.
Yeah, I mean, just sending in Famous there with the Bucky. Catches GN completely flat-footed. Not ready for this at all. Yeah, that's tough, but...
Oh, and the overdrive was used.
The overdrive was used by May?
By
or
Famous.
By Famous. Oh, he had popped it before he ran in.
Yeah,
okay.
saw him start to trigger the animation
right
there right before he died.
Got it.
So... oh, that's...
He's got aura.
That's very good.
Is very confused by the...
That's very funny. It's like he just walked over the Molly.
May's got an op though. Okay.
Oh, that tickled me good.
He's a funny guy.
Famous. Okay. Able to ride to the top of the rope. Stun. Dodge. Jinbook trying to find the shot, but just whizzing past his ear. Kill not coming through. Orbital strike going to be called in. Trying to slow things up, but no catch there for Tien. As May now is just out into the open with an op in hand, and he's going to get absolutely sat down. Round right now looking very firmly in the hands of Boom.
Well, and DOS9 has the orbital strike. I mean, I think this should be a save angle for DFM.
In the economy, but find a kill. One more for Art would give him a rolling thunder, but the time is just not really on their side at the moment. Need to get a go, make a go of it right now, but then GN falling. That should put the final nail in the coffin as far as the save call is concerned, but DOS9 out for blood, looking for a little bit more. Swings, makes it even more costly for them. Akame trying to escape, but Famous nearby. Here's the door. Question is, when does he pull the trigger and try to get in on top of this tail?
They've got him surrounded. Can they get there in time?
Looks like he might just get away with it. So yeah, not fast enough to encroach, so Akame will be left alive. The lone survivor, however, is Boom now. Move up 4-2.
Yeah, this is just really awkward. The orbital strike a little bit late. I think just a rotation or just kind of a miscommunication there for GN. And then that Armageddon, very well placed, pushes May into a very uncomfortable spot. He has to run out towards Arcade and just is not quite ready. You know, he thought maybe, okay, well, our orbital strike just cleared this spot. Maybe I can get in there and get planted, but Boom had already re-cleared that space.
Overdrive popped, and great timing on the swing. Famous taken down. Meanwhile, big push coming through as there's a rolling thunder. Try to get onto the rope, the answer is no. Shiro stunned up just next to it. Meanwhile, it looks like Boom have no idea that this crunch is still coming through from that B side of the map. DOS9 here within the smoke, tugs over to the side, is able to find one. Gen comes up with 3. Things get chaotic. DFM goes for a crunch, and it ends up working out well.
Yeah, that's really, really nice play from Art there, sending out that rolling thunder, and then just pushing out ahead. A great play. You know, May is able to stall enough after he gets that first kill, throws the relay bolts in the fast lane out. Then you've just got a shooting gallery for GN.
It's pressured on all flanks.
Yep. I mean, that's been the kind of part of their game here in the early part is just keep pressuring A Hall and see what you can get off of that. And this time they change it up a bit, also put some pressure from B main. See if they're just going to keep doing that back towards the northern side of the map, it looks like, for Boom. But seemingly decently well read initially, and change of direction for Boom. They don't like what they see. Feels a little bit like a trap, but they know Famous. Yeah.
Famous is now completely and utterly surrounded on the north side. He's going to have to fight his way out. It's going to be good for 1. Does manage to get the Armageddon out. Boom, or DFM rather, now realizing that he was just a lone operative on that side of the map. So plant comes through. Post plant util set up here from the Killjoy. Shiro really committing to the stealth drone bit.
Still have the ult from DOS9 to consider. Use the Steel Garden.
Primary's jammed up. May his way forward. Shorty, oh, the ride on the rope, and Art just getting a little bit too frazzled. Too many targets, gets distracted Akame at the same time, however, able to come away with 3 eliminations. Leaves DOS9 and Shiro now trying to find their way back into this one, and Shiro has fallen. Molly not landing, might have been body blocked. Can't quite tell. Either way, a 4K for Akame means that DFM keep us tied up.
Yeah, just really good patience. A nice tap of the spike there, this time by May, and an immediate runaway from it to force out that orbital strike, get that big ultimate away. Art had a moment here, but you could tell that coming from a lot of different angles was something Boom was having a tough time dealing with.
Obviously, the Steel Garden makes you a little more comfortable to push some of that space. A great find there from the sewers. Just really nice stuff from DFM in terms of being aware of the map, being aware of the space they could take. Better ultimate usage this time. That is much more of what they're going to need here against this very tough Boom squad. Seem to be lining up for a B crunch this time, which hopefully will be read pretty quick. And yeah, no contact early, just immediately sends Art over back through defender side spawn. Clear the drone for GN. He's just going to try to hold that angle.
Push not coming through. A couple blind shots as the smoke blooms. Dive forward. GN. Full turn gets a 180 there. Land the shot onto Famous. Molly now. Tipped up, bounced into the air a little bit. Creates a bit of space, but Shiro pushing. Still able to find one. Art going to be dropped. Still, though, firm control of the site and round for the side of DFM.
He's still got a player stuck up in tower, too. See Boom thinking about the rotate, but...
Oh, Stinger doing Stinger things. Jen taken down. Potential window here, but May doing well. Notes the sewer position. And Shiro now getting caught.
Yeah, they have to go for the rotate. I mean, that was a big kill for DOS9 to alleviate some of that pressure, to open up the space, but still going to be difficult. May was doing a great job there. Didn't over push, just stayed in tree. Watched for that sewers hit. Took care of business.
30 seconds left.
We got a couple players left. See what they can do. Boom, though, still fearsome with those sheriffs, as we've already seen. DOS9 with a rifle. Be a little bit tricky.
Salvo's cycled up. Which angles does he go for? Looks like it's just going to be a double send over towards drop, which now with NC Slasher getting taken down because the site is open. DOS9 able to find the first. The tap, it's so damn clean. The Molly looking for it, drops down, swings the corner. May trying to push out, will be able to find the headshot, and the Molly was a bit too deep. Even then, the time would have been there. DFM, 3 in a row now as they take the lead.
I mean, just really good awareness again from DFM in a lot of different parts of this round. Everybody doing their job. I'm not seeing many players over-aggress or peek the wrong angle. You know, here, GN and Jinboong are doing a good job of holding down the different angles. Even though GN goes down trying to clear tower, that's still not a bad move at all. I mean, DOS9 is very good, but sending the salvos there, the awareness that a player could be there, and a DFM view party has something to cheer about as they are up right now, 5-4. So a good start, especially on the defender side of Fracture. They really look well prepared on this map today. It really looks like they have just good protocols built in terms of, you know, when you're watching the early part of the map, there was no contest at A Hall. Boom, back over to the other side with your breach. They send Art over, he's there to help reinforce the B side immediately, sensing that there's gonna be pressure if there's no util sent out. Some Boom fans in the audience. Thanks for coming along, Mom.
Cheering for him here. DFM also well represented here on this very nice Monday evening.
Oh, gorgeous. I walked to the studio today. Gorgeous.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, gorgeous weather.
Surprised you didn't get lost.
It's not too hard to get here from my house, thankfully.
I mean,
it's almost a straight shot.
I mean, at this point, I'd suspect, you know, if the police saw you, they'd pull over and be like, "Sir, are you okay?"
You know, you get those alerts for missing people. Yeah. Someday you're gonna see one for me, and
it's feeling nah, screw it.
Yeah, you just do what you usually do, just delete the message.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, GN's got another ult, so he's been cycling those very fast. He's been finding some impact. You know, the desk was talking about how those Brim players love this map because it allows them to kind of frag. Ooh.
Little slip of the wheel there is a Kame. Jen, though, quick to reply, finding Berserks. 1 for 1 as May just dashing around, ends up getting gunned down. NC Slasher quickly cleans up the follow-up there.
Are they
just the hair off. Jinboong goes to the reload. Oh, man, doesn't even matter. Famous is just way too fast with it.
Sent out the concuss, and he played off the back of that. Really nice combo from Boom. Good time out there, sneaking a player around the corner towards sewers to get that opening kill. Then Famous hits, or excuse me, NC Slasher hit some really nice shots. And Art just nothing much to do now except try to save. Just a matter of, can Boom sniff him out?
No one really in a solid enough position unless he goes sprinting into NC Slasher. So should be good to hold on to the weapon here for now. Spike will detonate. Timeout call, working a treat here. Boom, just kind of upping the pace a little bit. Catching that forward push out of B main. Off guard. With DFM suffering the round loss. Now we get tied up once again, neck and neck between these two squads.
It's a great answer. And again, just a few aggressive early positions, you know, to cut off some of these advanced forces of DFM. They're sending out pushes early on some of these mains to try to get info, and you're finding a good response. So Six Fingers, as always, doing a great job with this team, kind of riding the ship when needed. And this time they're going to play a bit further back, still looking for some of that aggression, but this time it's actually on the other side of the map. Art and May are trying to clear out Dish. They do. So this should give them a pretty decent read that at least the north side's not going to be a problem just yet. Oh, GN though.
Oh, good timing. Berserk's having a little bit of a rough go of it here. Good to just keep an eye on that smoke. Jen does take a bit of damage, but has the orbital online now. As May looking to tuck back, relay bolt still finding a connection, and Armageddon crashing across Akame. Is taken out here. Shiro finds a kill to open up this A site. Famous now over a drop, finds Art, takes him down a Dish, no further pressure coming that way, but double drop out from the rope. Jinbung is able to come away with one as Dawes9 will get dropped.
Yeah, good coordination on that drop. Oh,
a couple little taps there. Already had him low, but Jinbung, a great headshot to be found, brings us back into a 2v2. It's a 50-50 here though. As May diving forward, the shot's now coming through, and Shiro adjusts to collect them both. A 3K overall in the round, and boom, reestablish a lead, at least temporarily, as they look for a 7-5 half.
yeah, and now that Boom is finding their moments to turn up the tempo, it's catching DFM just a bit off guard. Even though they're able to find the lurker early, Art's not expecting that Famous had already gotten up all the way through drop like that. And then a good drop off the rope. Jeez, that's a great shot from Jinbung, but May doesn't check that corner. And by the time he's switching back to the gun, Shiro's already got him tracked down. Just expecting that there'd be players in towards A main. Not ready for somebody to still be waiting on site for DFM, but close to some ults. Both Neons one away from theirs. You do have the Armageddon for Akame. Berserks does have his for like kind of the tic-tac-toe with the lockdown.
Boom, very wary about further aggression here from DFM, but they're looking for this trap setup. Relay bolt into the fault line. May collecting Shiro's head right before he can swing the corner. NC Slasher counter swinging back in. Does manage to find one. As Art almost bites off a little bit more than he can chew. Down to 14 HP, backpedals over towards safety here within the site.
You should run.
Depends on his timing from GN.
There's the lockdown sent. Armageddon just looking to dissuade and delay an approach through the halls. Still sticking around now, is trying to escape. He is going to be detained. Saw him make their way forward here though, into the site. They try to go for the plant. Akame drifting across now, gets set up underneath the site. And widely,
enemy remaining.
I mean, now they're kind of screwed. It's just the spike in hand here on NC Slasher, position completely known, would have to fight his way out in a 1v4. DFM, they're gonna tie things up 6-6 here, barring an absolute miracle from this breach. Swap to the shorty, first pump going wide, Jinbung's there. That's gonna be 6-6 of the half.
No, I mean, DFM looks really map aware today. Communication looks good. The decision making very, very good for the most part. A few kind of odds and ends, but that nice play from May, that double is very, very sick. Having that angle all ready to go when he swings that corner to find that player that's trying to jump away off the back of that relay bolt. Well drilled, well prepared. You know, this is a map that looked very shaky, obviously, against Gen G. I mean, the whole series looked shaky for TFM against Gen G, but yeah. You can see the practice is being put in. I like the change to the Neon. It feels like with the relay bolt, they can create a lot more pressure at A main. They can find ways to clear out some of those angles that might be problematic post-plant, things like that. It definitely looks like DFM is a lot more comfortable. GN is fragging out today, so the Brimstone suits him. Very nice to see. You know, DFM definitely would like to avoid being winless in this stage. And like we were talking about earlier, still championship points. That still matters.
Sure.
So you want to get... Six Fingers looks a little bit little bit frazzled today.
Now you want to be, you know, coasting into the playoffs as the top seed team with maybe a bit of a breezier performance than they're having here at the moment.
Right.
So, can understand some of the frustrations. Thank you, indeed.
Indeed. I do appreciate the
it's a gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah, I do appreciate that the chat, the Boom supporters just keep typing "ow" whenever they win rounds.
Yeah.
It's so good.
You know, it's something to consider is that we might actually have 2 Wolf-based teams at Toronto if Boom can make a run through, because we have Wolves now.
That's
from China.
true.
So
who can out?
They get to fight and see which one's the alpha.
That's true. Who can out howl who? Which fans? I suspect the Boom fans if they show up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they had drums and all.
They do. Can we get the Benga Boys, though? That's the real question.
The surprise musical appearance.
John Locke,
Day
please.
1.
John Locke, please.
And we get Venga Boys. They still tour. Oh, looking for the readjust. Jinbung does manage to go ahead and take down 1. Meanwhile, back over here at Sand. Sun coming across and Shiro continuing to frag. Turn to the flash, pushing forward through that fast lane. May able to find him, finds another 2 on the follow-up. What a round from May. Doesn't even take that much damage. 75 health still.
It's just a matter of if you can not let Berserks outplay you here. You're not setting up for a 1v1 necessarily. It just depends on how wide he swings.
Berserk's able to find it, and suddenly, at range, I mean, yeah, you see his own head on his own head, his own hand on his own head. I think he knew that he probably shouldn't have gotten that, but he did. And good on him to do so. Both pistols now the way of Boom as they reestablish a lead with a Red Bull clutch.
Yeah, that's a heartbreaker. Not a bad idea from DFM there. You know, both guns essentially on top of their opponent, but I mean, this is just ridiculous from May. And then right as the drop down comes through, ready for the 3rd. That's just a great first shot though from Berserks. And yeah, 1 more bullet.
Check your posture.
No, I will not.
I don't want to talk about that.
And how I'm casting, posture's never good when
Exactly.
I'm casting.
A buy up from DFM though. They're gonna gamble. Don't see this too often. Even May with a Guardian here. Because of that plant, because of the number of kills they got, they do have a bit of extra to pump into this round. A Bulldog too. And they haven't tipped their hand on the guns just yet. It's just been util. Look at that. Even Akame had the pistol out. Trying to hide this as long as they can. Trying to find some open space on the map, but seemingly a good read from NC Slasher. He has shifted over to this side. Just can DFM find their moment, find their opportunity. This is going to be going into Boom's strong side seemingly, and a Judge up in tower has to be cleared effectively.
Aftershock will open up that space. As Dalstein eating a bit of damage.
Beautiful.
The salvos beautifully placed. Akame don't know exactly where they were going to end up. May puts the Guardian to use, able to find one, but Berserks scooping up 2 kills with that stinger. That's just Akame and Art now. Just the former. And the Force not going to be leading to a round win. Boom. Get the 2-0 start here in the second half that they were looking for all the same, while simultaneously breaking the economy of DFM.
Yeah, the initial idea is really good here from DFM. They really hid their guns, the fact that they bought up as long as they could. But Berserk's just in a spot where DFM is busy fighting a couple other players and they can't react quick enough. You know, they clear the site nicely and then they get stuck trying to fight for Gen and Canteen and nobody's there to clear B main. They pay the price. Well handled by Boom though. You know, you lose one player to that util dump, so be it. Everybody else going to be on point to make sure that round doesn't go awry. Grabbing the orb, trying to cycle into some ults for DFM. Oh boy.
Done coming their way. Shiro able to draw off the weapon, however, comes up with 2. May only able to peel a kill off there on the DOS 9. And Shiro continuing to deliver. Shoulder to shoulder here alongside the smoke. Jan just see if he can get anything else done. Famous is in around the back. The drone getting the ping reveal. And there's the shot, the outlaw to put him down. Boom now up by 3.
Yeah, essentially a bonus there for Boom, and they clean it up with ease. A decent stun hits them, but they've just got so many players around that area. DFM needs to find some answers on this attacker side. Maybe a change of direction from where they attacked from. It's been a lot of B hits. Oh, that's a snappy shot from Shiro. He has looked really solid today. Overall, I mean,
Dragon IGL.
Yeah, he's been really good this year. The whole team's been great. Everybody's had their moments. Everybody's had their step-ups.
Ooh, okay. May going in on the chase, and it's going to be a Kame who actually comes away with it. Famous going to be taken down. A site otherwise not really occupied. Get a player forward at door.
Like what they're doing, though.
Yeah, just playing this around, not looking to overcommit. Get some space and still some doubt, and now look to relocate.
Right, you got your kill, but you don't have much info on the rest of the map, so you're not too sure, you know, where the rest of the Boom forces could be. Could they be in A main? Could they be pushing arcade? You know, Gian's kind of watching it, but he's not super far up. And instead, gonna try to head in over towards the A side. You know, you've got a bit of an advantage potentially there. May could pop his ult, could sprint through. We'll see if that's how they want to play it or if they're gonna go back towards B. Seemingly still trying to decide, but with the crunch coming through from the north side from Akame.
Swing out, minor glimpse. As Salvo's going to be set to try to further delay. Jinbing will just go off on his own. Pushing forward, looking to see if he can clear some additional space. Akame tucked here at drop. Shiro instantaneous with a headshot. Shuts down the overdrive, is able to find Art. Akame tries to fight his way out of this position. Armageddon's coming through, and Akame is doing just that. 3 kills now picked up as Berserks not in a spot to try to interrupt this. Get the ult out of Shiro. Still are able to find the plant, potentially keep 3 players alive. This could be a very big swing around here for DFM.
No doubt about it. Berserks has looked good in some of these rounds, though.
Just a triple face out. No one gets dropped. Weapons do get retained. DFM shorten the gap. Now just 2 rounds between the 2 of them.
Yeah, and we're starting to see some of this better game planning from DFM today. Where they're exploring the map. They're not overcommitting. You find your pick, and then re-clear some of the space, figure out what's going on around the map before they make their move. It looked like maybe Shiro was just going to shut this down, but took enough damage. Kame, quick reactions from him. And then the triple swing out. Very well timed, very well coordinated. Can DFM start a little bit of a run back, because now Famous has that operator that he is so well known for.
He hasn't really been able to bring it forward until this moment. Currently situated over on that arcade side.
And he's pushed up a little bit. Maybe able to catch a DFM player off guard if they were to try to make their way through arcade. DFM, May is going to get spotted. Immediately rotates to the other side of the map. Going to leave GN on his own. Try to hold down their spawn. But Boom is playing for contact from Dish, essentially. But now DOS9 sliding over. Now they're thinking about A main instead.
The drone trying to get some interest over here on this side of the map. Still a 3-player stack here at A. DOS9 eyes trained over towards drop. Famous able to find the shot of Kame. Going to be eliminated here. Shiro nearly caught at the door, but holding it here for the moment. DOS9 finding one. Shiro going to be taken out at the same time, and now Spike on the ground. They up over the top. Only can find the one. This time it's 3 members of Boom surviving as they once again stretch the lead.
Yeah, it just takes a little too long here for DFM to put this A hit together. By the time they do, Boom's already taken control of A hall, and GN's a bit late to clearing that angle that DOS9 is at. So they kind of think like it might be free because they haven't heard anything through there because the door never got open. But DOS9 actually came through the site onto A main. He found the timing before DFM got into position to get the identification that he was doing that, and it got Jinbing caught completely flat-footed. Comes the util, the attempted push out, but thwarted. The other side is where DFM wants to be.
May just trying to ride the pathway there, but it's a bunch of damage, and DOS9 just hits a hell of a headshot at range. Armageddon now sent the try to flush things out. Probably timing a little bit awkward there. Gian able to find one, but Shiro quickly trades it back here, keeping things as even as possible, finding even more. He's looking for that quick hit, but as soon as Made falls, it feels like the wheels came off the round. Boom now, 2 away from closing out their map pick.
Yeah, you even used the Armageddon in that round. I get it though, because you're cycling. You do have Gian and Jinbung's ults, so makes some sense to try to go for it on this Thrifty. You need to change the dynamic here on this half, because so far the defense has been very steady for Boom. Just seemingly reading pretty well. Finding those corners where they can tuck in and get those kills. And therefore, DFM wants to take a time out of their own. It's been rough, you know, because they decided to go for the 4-spy, the economy got set off balance very early. That cost them a lot of rounds, and now they're in these swings where it's, if you don't win the gun rounds, you're back on an eco. And that's put them in a very uncomfortable position, and it's going to take some really nice play to get them over the line here. See some frustration on the faces of some of the DFM players, of course. Definitely not what they were looking for this stage. Boom. Yeah, you know, got pretty well handled, frankly, on your attacker side. I mean, 6-6, but you know, most teams want to be positive on the attacker side, but this defender side has been very, very strong. And again, op in hand just makes things so much more difficult. Boom also didn't bite on that attempted fake sell by Akame on the other side of the map, so they're really, really drilled.
Well, Art, just the sheriff. Weapons for everyone else here. Orbital strike as well as the Steel Garden online, but an answering orbital as well as a lockdown available for Boom. Key tools for both of these teams.
Boom is just playing pivot. Just looking to see where the hit's going to come from before they make their move. Not much info for them to use. They're not going to see the stealth drone. The door would give it away a bit. But instead, DFM's so far. Now they're going to open it, it looks like.
Flash through, door opened up. Boss 9 nearby. Breach now getting in position. NC Slasher just going to be setting up the fault line, so no orbital come through quite just yet, but will it be the lockdown send? They send their own orbital strike to just try to go ahead and destroy that. The answer is yes. Lockdown no longer in the equation, but still, DOS9's ult ready to come through. All players from Boom pretty much stacked up here at the spawn. Tap of the plant, Salvo's gonna be sent, orbital strike goes through, and that's Jen getting cooked. The spike now dropped here on the corner. The flash through the shorty gonna be pumped, and Shiro runs out of shell, so Jinbung able to go ahead and quickly collect a kill. Art scaling forward, looking, trying to find a timing, but famous with the operator. Sits him down. Now it's 3v4 for DFM to try to defend this post plant.
Still have a relay bolt. This is wise from Boom.
Jinbung needing to absorb this pressure, finds the first, still 2 more players coming at him. The swing, they nearly line up for him. Akame is there, quick to trade it back. Now player advantage here in the hands of DFM as they look to go ahead and elongate this map even further and deny Boom from getting up to map point. Concuss not connecting, Berserks running out of time, just widely looking to try to make it costly. Cannot find either player. DFM, the timeout works a treat. They managed to get themselves up to 8.
Yeah, I mean, this seems to be what is going to play into DFM's hands against Boom, is to take things slow in the beginning of the round, try to assess what their opponents are doing. Boom, I don't mind the idea at all, trying to set up for a bit of a pivot from their defender side spawn, wherever the attack comes from, but that means they're lacking info exactly where that's going to be, and they're going to be a bit late. Now, they had the ults, that's why they wanted to do that. They felt like they could stall, they could delay, they could get themselves into a retake position, but DFM does have a Neon, so they can dodge some of that ability like this.
Yeah, but check this box here. The Rolling Thunder, just try to counter shove them back. Relay bolt a little bit too late. Berserks already gets out over onto the corner. The Kame gets taken down, sprays back through the smoke. NC Slasher traded here from May, but Berserks is absolutely taking over the round. 3K before finally being felled. And as the dust and chaos settles, we're into a 2v2. May chipped away at, needs to wait for that door to shut. Manages to bound his way across the gap, gets over towards the site.
No smokes.
And neither team having them.
Yeah, you can't
Salvo's
cover.
back up for Shiro.
Yeah, you can't cover this entrance for May. That's why he has to stop. They need to figure out what's going on around them. He's afraid when he tries to go towards the site, he's going to get shot, and he's not wrong.
They cut the noise. Can instill some doubt. That's why you see Shiro pivoting back over towards that B site, but eventually they're going to have to try to figure this out and get the spike forward. Shiro just now starting to drift back. The swing on the corner and Famous. Point blank headshot. Jinbung on the floor. Now May asked to do it all. Lands out into the open. Where does he position? Quickly. Looks to try to exit back here into the hall. Just narrowly gets away from the salvos. Tap coming through. The swing out. Finds the first one. Slides back across the repeat. The up and hand for the swap to the classic. Famous, knowing how low he was, doesn't have to rely on the heavy hitting rifle. Just pulls it out, puts him down, and boom, get up to map point.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a great outplay by Boom. Finds a good timing with their rolling thunder. Berserks is right there to punish. Finds a huge triple kill. Even though DFM able to slip the net a bit, they have no idea what's going on the rest of the map, but they have to take a pause. Try to wait to see if any Boom players might over-peak. Doesn't happen. And then when Jinbung starts to push out, he just can't quite find the right timing. Famous had been holding that for quite some time. Had initially slipped past the angle, but Famous very diligent with that operator. You almost never see him make mistakes.
Very solid attempt, but one that doesn't quite go to DFM's way. Big stack up on this north side. Looks like rope going to be taken. Sheer wall, not sure if it was broken quite just yet. Yeah, there you go. Okay, did get that triggered, so now everyone from DFM gathered back up on the south side.
Well, they're kind of guessing incorrectly, though, our Boom, that maybe that would be an A hit then for DFM, but they're spreading the map. They're selling a bit of a fake. They had contact with May. They're going to try to maybe go the other way. They're going to leave the spike to figure out what's a little bit more clear looking.
Rolling Thunder, a push on the one. DOS9 spotted, stunned up, but still able to just straight forward get rid of May. The attack on the A site getting ready to come through, but the Nano Swarms hold them at bay here for a little bit longer. Thorn's not sent here from Jinbung quite just yet. Armageddon to look to try to interrupt, but going to be complete. But Chen thought he had a tiny little gap available. That is going to be a costly mistake. The swing out from rope. DOS9 able to find one. Jinbung going to be taken down. Art at range. The Stinger still able to find one, but he's only got 4 bullets left in the mag. And that is not nearly enough. As Shiro absolutely annihilates with another 3K, and boom, take their map 13-8, and I can hear the howls from the audience.
You love to hear it. I mean, Boom just continues to be very steady on this defender side, on Fracture in particular.
We'll give up 2.
Yeah, that's not easy to do against any opponent. And credit to DFM, their defender side looked pretty solid too, but they just couldn't quite figure it out on the attacker side. Boom had great reactions, great game plans, especially around some of those ults, some of those timings they were able to find. Just really kept DFM from finding much comfort or success.
Some very close moments here from DFM would have led to this being a much more contentious map. That pistol in particular, not being able to close out those last couple shots, etc. But overall, I'd still say a decent, positive sign for DFM. This is Boom's map pick. We've got Ascent coming up. Historically, that's been a good map for DFM. That's where they had the read and downloaded T1 last year.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it should be a comfort pick for them. It should be something where, again, keep the op out of Famous's hands, and I think you have a decent chance of taking that map and pushing this to a third. But it's tough. I mean, Boom is just in such great form. I mean, you could even see there in that last round, DOS9 gets hit by a stun. He's still able to out-duel May. He had a couple moments where he bested May in some just fair duels, basically. So quite a bit of firepower on this Boom squad that DFM still has to contend with. I think a few decisions that went awry for the side of DFM as well. individual moments.
See if they'll be able to correct those on their map pick of Ascent, see if they can try to find that impact. Overall, I think a much needed performance from May here on that Fracture. Need to see that carried forward into the next map if they want to make a set of this one. Either way, we'll send it back over to the analyst to break down the action from Fracture.
Boom do end up closing this out in a 13-8 fashion on Fracture for a series of today as we draw nearer and nearer to the end of group stages. Boom still continuing to look very strong here and quite unstoppable going to playoffs.
Yeah, great map from Boom, especially when we saw across to their defensive half. You know, they made it clear why they picked this. I think this is a really great fit for everybody on their team. I think everybody's on those kind of more comfortable roles, and I just think I love how they play this map. I feel like they understand it so well. DFM played them close that first half, but then, of course, it fell away as Boom just continued to pick up speed.
Yeah, I don't think Boom needed to really show anything crazy or do anything too special to win that game as well. You had some great clutches in from Shiro as well. I mean, he is one of these players on Boom. I mean, I feel like they're littered with these players, but Shiro in particular, going back to what we saw in Ascension Jakarta, as well as coming into what we've seen here in Pacific, he's one of these players that you don't always expect him to step up, and statistically, he's kind of one of the players, especially in the IGL role, that doesn't have the best fragging statistics out of the team, but occasionally he's good for these insane clutches, and he does have these pop-off maps when you're least expecting it from him. And he's had multiple. He's had one on the Sova on Haven, and then here you can see in his Teo role on Fracture, he had a phenomenal one, and he won multiple clutches here.
Yeah, you got to shout out Shiro, man. He played a fantastic game leading from the front. And of course, he's wearing the Boom merch. He's looking very dapper today over the top of his jersey. Maybe that's the...
Oh, is that what that was?
Yeah, it says Boom Esports across the chest.
Oh, I couldn't see it in the purple.
Yeah, no, that's some nice merch they got there. So,
he looks very preppy today. He came in like looking nice to end off group stages.
He dressed up smart for today.
He did, he did. Well, Fracture, we were talking about the Neon and how Neon's looking like still the meta on Fracture.
Yeah, a lot of people picking the Neon and adopting that at the moment. We should take a look at the replays here. You can see why. We're seeing a lot of Breach Teo meta at the moment, and the Neon is so good at beating the utility. You saw it from T1 right at the start of Pacific, playing double duelers to try to burst through that util, but even you can see over on the side of DFM, you're able to use the wall to keep yourself safe in a lot of these situations. You can use Relay Bolt to zone back the other team and just be able to keep yourself alive. The other point I really wanted to make is Fracture is a game of rotations, and you can see the Teo drone pulls the Breach out of position. You need to keep an eye on the defense-sided rotator a lot of the time, whether it be the Brim or whether it be the Breach. A lot of teams will offer pressure one side of the map or try to go for an aggressive lurk timing to get an entry to be able to pull that rotator, whether it be the Brim who needs to smoke drop or main for the defense, or it be the Breach who needs to be able to offer supportive utility to be able to help hold a main, and contest the map, stop the attacking team from contesting the map.
Yeah, you're looking to bait out that util. You're looking to bait out the kind of the Teo missiles, and you're looking to bait out that Breach stun. That will create timings for you on attacker. And of course, I feel like Boom did this great. The other thing I really wanted to highlight was a nice little set piece that DFM had. I mean, I feel like it's nice to see them still getting creative. We see them forcing this round 2, which is becoming more and more common. And I think they had a really nice idea with it here. We see how they layer together that Breach util and the Teo util to get that opening kill. This round doesn't end up going their way, though.
Yeah, this is something that actually I think goes back to older, TAC FPS games. These second round forces are something that when you have these very fast weaponries that you can run around with and you have a fair bit of util in the mix, you hit the other team, especially on the attacking side, with something very organized, something very pacey. A lot of teams, the earlier rounds that you'll see from them in the game are very similar patterns. Anti-ecos on round 2, sometimes in the past pistol rounds, although those are a bit more of a mind game these days, opening gun rounds. A lot of teams will fall into the same pattern and show you the exact same setup in those earlier rounds, and I think that you're seeing teams that have their heads screwed on right on the attacking side, similar to what we've seen in previous TAC FPS games before Valorant came out, will force in the second round on attack and have a really good read or have a really good approach and be able to try to break the other team's momentum and economy before the game even gets started.
Yeah, I liked it. I liked that they took the risk. It didn't work for them, but I think it was a solid sign. I liked that they were organized, liked that they had an idea. I think this DFM coaching staff has always been better than the results as well. So, it's nice to see them still trying to do new things.
I just realized also we're counting down the days till we can, enjoy Fracture. This might be one of the last couple times we see Fracture here in Pacific. We might get it in the next match.
Why not just break that down for? Map's already out of the pool.
It's not going to be here on
Wasted
stage 2.
my time.
Yeah. But I love Fracture. I know we all love Fracture here
Yeah.
at the desk personally, playing it. Now, map 2 is going to be interesting. Of course, DFM picked it. They only won one map this entire stage 1, and it was on Ascent against Paper Rex. They used May on the Jet. But boom, Six Fingers was talking about this just now. What a little hat tip to Ewok there. He's like, I like what you guys were doing with the Yoru. I'm presuming one of them was how RRQ uses Yoru on Ascent, and Boom is moving in that direction. I like that, though. I'm not a big fan of the Phoenix on the Ascent. I don't know how you guys feel about it.
I like the Phoenix. It was a good niche pick, but we didn't work out the second time we saw it, so they adapted at the right time to this Yoru, which I think is probably the most meta now. But then if we look off meta, we look across to DFM, they've been running that triple initiator setup that we don't see often, but I think in theory it should make life very hard for Famous when he wants to get that off out.
Yeah, for sure. I think KO is really, really good against Yoru on Ascent right now. Like, Yoru is a very popular pick. You often see the Yoru playing these off angles, setting up the TPs and really relying on those TP timings to be able to disrupt the attack. If you get caught with a KO knife, you're absolutely cooked. Like, you may just die for free or go 1-for-1, or the setup itself kind of falls apart. So I think KO is going to see more and more popularity, although the comp that Boom runs is very similar to what you see from RRQ, where they do value the Teo Sova, which I think is pretty decent as well. I don't mind the double drone. I don't mind the way that the Teo is used in substitute for KO in a lot of situations. For DFM, the triple init, I don't know how I feel about it. I really wasn't a fan of it. I think that it looked a lot better against PRX, though, specifically because GN on the Astra was able to play so well on defense to where they didn't need a Sentinel as much, and I think he's going to be absolutely key to their defense. I think attack, you can play free flow, you can really throw a lot of util at whatever your problems are, and I don't actually always feel like DFM do a great job of that. I feel like they're swimming in util, but then they still die to like A main setups or someone on an op line. It's like, come on guys, you literally could not have more util in your comp to deal with whatever these problems are. So as long as they do that on attack, and then like I said, once they switch over to the defense, you got to get the op out for May, and you got to have a really good game again from GN, because he was phenomenal against Paper Rex to really make their defense side get them across the line there.
Yeah, I mean, I think them going for the Astra before, I think it's such a nice change away from the Omen. You don't need that paranoia to kind of get into the sites because you have so much other util to work with. So it shows up your defender side a little more. And you still have those lurk options with Astra, and it could because they kind of swap out that traditional Sentinel. So he has a lot of freedom to kind of play by himself, and I really liked how they used it, especially against Paper X. So I want to see them stick with that same comp, and I do think they will have all the tools that they need to shut Famous down. It's just about how are they able to execute?
It's just execution based, you know, and we see a lot of that at the moment with Breach Teo. You know, you got to put you have very strong utility, but if you don't use it correctly, then it's not really that helpful to you.
That's very true. I do wonder a little bit about Art and his Odin here. We didn't see a great showing from his Odin in the last couple of matches here. This is still an Odin map, even with the wall being covered up. And I think he really needs to step up to give DFM a fighting chance.
Yeah, I mean, he's not been quite himself. You know, the Odin isn't quite the same. DFM, though, they are sticking with that same comp. We're seeing triple initiator with Astra and with May on the Jet. So it's all about stopping Famous. It's all about giving up space and taking space back with the ample util that you have. You don't have to trade it out as efficiently.
Yeah, I think for Boom, you're going to see Shiro back onto the Sova, away from the Teo like we saw a Fracture. NC Slasher picking up that Teo role. Famous on the Yoru. He's trying to get his Yoru reps in at the moment. It's not an agent that he's played a lot of, but you're seeing a lot of different duelists have to adopt the Yoru. It's just so strong in the current meta, and even duelists who have not really been playing too much Yoru in the past have started to even pick it up, and that just shows you the strength of the agent and the strength of it as a choice right now. But you've already at least seen it once from Famous, so I think this is where, particularly on the attacking side for DFM, I want to see them use that utility correctly, recognize what kind of challenges and problems Boom are going to throw at them, and see how they can solve those.
All right, well, we are going to find out if Boom is going to continue completely undefeated in Stage 1 as we send it back to our casters, Achilleos and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. Here we go. Ascent. See if DFM are going to make a go of this and try to turn this series around. Need the win here. Take us over to that third and final map. They want to be able to find a series victory here to close out the stage. Otherwise, Boom, they're looking for the big 5-0.
Yeah, and this is going to be really crucial with the utility usage for DFM. You've got 3 initiators, so this attacker side has to be well coordinated, well thought out, so you can break through the defenses of Boom. And you've got some comfort picks for some of these players.
Salvo's getting placed down. DOS9. It's a massacre here in Maine. 2 kills found, entry power taken away as Mei and Jinbung both eliminated. It's going to be the orb grab here for Akame as they go ahead and pivot a crossover in towards mid. Stars set up. Worth noting that Astra, not something that we commonly see at all on this map anymore. Is okay, Famous looking for a timing out on Cat, ends up falling to the wayside. So solid headshot there from Art. Brings us back into a 3v3, but NC Slasher, right as I say that, goes ahead and resecures a player advantage. Art with a third though. Oh, to be damned. This guy's a ghost gamer. A 4K, potentially on for an ace. He's disconnected from the rest of his other player, I should say, as Jian slowly creeping his way across in towards Market, nearly getting caught off guard. Backpedaling frantically. Nope, plants his feet. Ends up dying. Shots from behind now. Art, his position noted. Give it up. The swing over to the right-hand side, and Berserks gets the Red Bull clutch. It's another nail-biter pistol. A big performance from one of these players from DFM, but they just can't quite finish it.
This is, again, you know, I talked about very early on that the util difference has to be there for DFM. It's not off the rip. DOS9 has the backup from his Tejo, has DFM caught in an awkward spot. They don't have a response with their util, whether that be a Prowler or some salvos of their own to keep that archway position at the front of A main under control. And then they spread the map too much. GN out in Narnia gets caught in transition. Could have just slid into B site maybe, but they had no idea where Berserks was. And they paid the price. I mean, credit to Art, had a hell of a round there.
Yeah. In 1 round, 1 pistol. He's nearly got as many kills as he had on the entirety of Fracture. I'm trying to be rude or crass about it. Just saying that we need to see that level up. We need to see that kind of performance coming out of him if they want to be victorious. So it's a good start, but still a pistol round loss that they're going to be kicking themselves over.
Well, they're going to be kicking themselves over all 3 pistols so far.
Yes. It's like me when I order a large pizza. It's so close, but I can't quite get that last slice down.
But then you have pizza for tomorrow.
Yeah. So maybe it's not the same. Somebody comes, they take the pizza away at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Jinbung pushing out a little bit of damage here, as well as some scouting on DOS9. Lineup finding a bit of collat damage, but not the collat kill, as GN does manage to go ahead and make this a bit more costly. Door shut, NC Slasher dead. As Mei finds a headshot, and this is a hell of a round now here for the side of DFM. Mei up close looking for a little bit more, can't quite make that happen, but still very solid damage is dealt.
Well, it is what it is. I mean, it looked like it was going to be pretty disastrous, but the classics for GN and Mei come alive to find 3 kills. You know, you get the info, you get the spot from Shiro on all these players coming through tree. Not that it was much of a mystery to begin with, but they still couldn't connect more than just 1 Marshall shot. That opens up the opportunity there for GN to do some damage. No plant comes through, but a lot of damage done. And you've maybe opened up a little bit of extra room. Art's going to grab an Odin. Signature weapon for him. You can see this time deeper salvos of flash out as well.
Holding the angle, and Famous hits the shot. Whipped in the pistol, makes up for it here in the bonus. Not gonna fall for the fake out, but Famous is just absolutely insane.
Oh my God.
Another one. A heater of a headshot. 2 players on the floor. TP's over. Does he have a third? It's against Mei.
He's smiling.
He's feeling it. Shearwalt.
Oh.
And we'll go ahead and separate them here for the moment.
Boo.
Tucks into Pizza. Does this get red? The answer is no, and Famous hits him in the head. Oh, boy.
You got to save.
Yep.
I don't. It's gonna be. They're gonna go for it. I mean, DFM doesn't have anything to lose in the sense of, you know.
Yes.
But this should be a save.
I swear. Famous, if you just timing shot him to a smoke and get another one.
Wouldn't shock me.
Woo. What else do I say?
Yeah, I don't know what you do.
10 seconds left.
He's going to get another one here, I swear. Yep.
He's got a 4K. That's just pinned at pizza. They get the weapon upgrades, a bonus conversion.
That's a backbreaker. That's absolutely devastating stuff. I mean, Famous is just winning some peaks. Shuts down Jinbung and GN. May's not ready for him to be tucked into pizza after the Vice Wall. I was booing the Vice Wall from stopping that fight, and then it just didn't matter. But that's a toughie.
Well, let's see if these Sheriffs can sing the same way that Famous just did. Concuss hitting on the 3. Clear on the 0 point.
Just look at the confidence from Boom. And they know that DFM's committed to this, so they've got a player in Wine. Well, okay, they're going to move back towards the site. They're a little unsure if, because of this pause from DFM, if they have actually committed to it. Instead, just going to leave DOS9 in Wine. Try to challenge him in that direction.
Cut noise nicely. Jinbung being in this position should tell them that they're still likely clustered up here. As shots over towards May. DOS9 out from Wine, able to find one. Gen going to be taken down. Or trades it back. Armageddon now. They sent here. Looking for anything that they can possibly get. Jinbung getting a nice shot. Shiro does snipe out May though. Looks for a little bit more. Thought for a second he's going to be able to find that transfer. Berserk's last one standing. Just the Outlaw. Both players, obviously, pretty much any damage would kill. Whether he uses this weapon or scoops up another one. Sees holds him in place for the moment.
Spike planted.
Prowler scouting nothing. Just a double stack set up. Now they're separated as they go for the swing out. Just Jinbung here. Behind the generator. Swings in the flash. Not going to connect, but nor do any of these bullets. Launch over the top. Looking for a timing off of that. Gets the ping reveal. Tiny a bit of damage through, and Jinbung will be able to find the headshot to close out the round. The damn near thrifty here for the side of DFM as they get themselves on the board.
They were just able to kind of outweight Boom in this round. The patience there pays off. Boom had retreated, gone back to kind of more of a default position on the map. This was a little ill-advised of a swing. Tried to wide swing it, see if he could keep that Outlaw from landing its shots, but just in some nice play at the end by Jinbung, using that generator very effectively to make sure that that Outlaw is going to have a tough time connecting. But man, oh man. Very, very close at the end again for DFM.
Enemy marked.
A little bit of a spot. As May is trying to creep his way forward in towards mid. Famous, of course, into the operator already. Jinbung on his own has the fade. Gonna have a tough time.
Oh. The op, though, still, I believe, disguised. Jinbung, though, I think he's going to pull off the angle, not wanting to over-pursue. Gate crash, I believe, actually gets caught there in main, so it's not a very deep exit at all.
Just a check of A lobby there by DOS9. Saw nothing.
I was going to say he's by himself now, so we'll just go ahead. Throw on the masked dimensional drift. The scout will spot all 5 players, it would seem.
Ooh,
maybe
he didn't
not.
see GN.
Yeah, maybe not quite there for GN, so they might think that there's actually a deeper lurk going on here. Either way, though, sheer wall still set up to lock them in towards Lumber, so.
If they pivot, it has to be fast.
30 seconds now remaining. Off reposition, Famous. Sights out into mid, is able to find the first shot. May going to be taken down. Fragment sent NC Slasher's way to try to open things up a little bit. Oh, that would have been the spike on the floor. Had Akami gotten taken down. Famous, though, repositioning, shifting back over towards B main. Finds the shot, swaps to the classic, and time is just not going to be there.
10 seconds left.
These 3 players just having to plant their feet, stay tucked, and try to hold on to the guns, but Shiro is going to look to try to flush him out. A little spot out here. As shots flying his way, Shiro does get a headshot, I believe, actually, with a wild spray, but is still going to be able to find the kill. So no second round yet found here for the side of DFM.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great info gathering round for Boom. They're doing a really nice job of using their ults to figure out where the main stack of DFM is. Then you can get that op into the right spots. Famous doing a great job shutting down May in mid, pivoting back over to B main. Stop any hope for DFM. Such a smart player and very effective with the snipers. DFM has enough for a couple rifles. Sheriff for Art and a Guardian for Jinboong. Just gonna use some of their util. Clear on the other side of the map, but the pings again, DFM. Shiro doing a beautiful job. Getting a lot of early info for his squad.
Art picked off. Famous fearlessly scaling forward there with an operator hand, trusting in his ability. Shiro getting spotted out there by Akame. Now looks to send the drone. Quick tuck back, but now Salvo's trying to flush him out into the open, and Famous is there to collect the kill. Looks for a little bit more, but it's going to be Berserk's able to find Jinboong there. As he just triple stack mid and now have full control of the spike, of the map, and of the series.
Like I said, one of the key things for DFM was keeping that operator out of the hands of Famous. And it's too late. He's already basically taken over 2 rounds with it. And you're gonna have to take an early timeout, I suspect. GN's just in trouble.
Paranoia does connect. Not point blank enough for him to really have vision. So gonna be a flawless round here as Boom moves up 5-1. And we'll keep an eye on the timer here and see if it is in fact going to be that timeout. But for now, it continues to tick down.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit hard on this attacking side with an Astra. Sometimes you're gonna tip your hand with where you're placing those early stars. It's tough for them to kind of cut off some of these angles with smokes. They're not coming up in time either. I think GN having a little bit of a struggle finding some impact as well, on top of just them getting shut down. Just might have to just go for some quick hits. Trying to set up May with the Blade Storm. Just have the Vice Wall to get over. Oh,
Fully
no.
flashed up. Going backward and then it's just out into the open. Berserk's able to collect that. As Recon gets a ping out onto 2 as well. Every twisted turn, everything being taken here out of their hands. Akame does manage to stabilize, finds the kill there on the Famous, puts the op on the floor for the time being.
Shiro watching from deep though. Prowler's not going to check him. So if they were trying to go and scoop that sniper up, plus they have DOS9 up at top mid, I mean, DFM has no hope, and they know it, of trying to upgrade a gun. May just have to try to brute force their way through.
Akame.
Okay.
Brute force indeed. Finds himself another kill. NC Slasher on the peak. The headshot coming across. Slow tuck and creep here from Akame. Looking for that 4th, but cannot make it happen. Solid effort here. But still no closer to finding the round win. Op is carried over. Doesn't need to be. You got so many players damn near cash cap, but it looks like this time getting ready to go into the next buy round. This is where DFM look to pump the brakes.
Yeah, I mean, just great stall util. May trying to find the way through. Cannot. Vice util, the flashes, everything. Just making it impossible for him. And then boom, right there. Finish what they started with the util. I mean, Akame hit some nice shots, but Shiro has been really rock solid today. He's had some very impactful moments with his gunplay.
Yeah, apparently, unfortunately, Akame go kill, not good enough.
It gets you some kills, but it just isn't strong enough against this Boom roster. You know, you had some moments from May on Fracture, and GN, but you know, here on Ascent, it is just all Boom all the time. And still, they just don't look comfortable with this triple initiator. I mean, it's a lot of util to clear close angles, and then you don't have a follow-up ready. You know, you give away the story when you're doing that in the early parts of the round and then trying to come through quick with a fast hit. And you know, you got all that Vice util that you have to worry about, that you have to think about, that you're not exactly sure where it's going to be set up. Now, you did get a read on where they're setting it up at B in that previous round, so if you can find ways to clear that early, use the Teho util, but you don't have a Yoru clone, for example, to get rid of the wall, so that's kind of problematic, especially with it set up at an angle like that. You can't just run through and pop it easily without... Oh boy.
Oh, dear God.
That was scary. And they have no mid control. They need a smoke there. They need a smoke there. Okay, because Jinboon's just stuck. Boom knows it.
Has him pinned in here for the moment. You know, they want to try to create pressure elsewhere on the map, but great positions to do that.
I'll find you.
On the check-in towards market. Notes that it's cleared.
I mean, Jinboon just trying to do what he can to be there to help out this B hit. Somehow they've convinced Boom that this is going to be an A-side push.
30 seconds left.
Hasn't been much information towards the catwalk, so.
Wall set up. Thorns cleared out, just baiting that, but it's 20 seconds remaining.
They got to go.
Shiro now is just going to get tucked over in towards boats. Null command starting to roll through, but they need to clear out Shiro quickly, and there's going to be an Armageddon as well, just painting the way in. Akame just managed to find the shot. Site now opened up. The plant can come through. About a second and a half to spare, but Famous around from the back. Jinboon never able to get out of that position. Does end up getting taken down, and now the mask is on. Dimensional Drift on the prowl. Spotting out May. Salvos flying over in his direction. The flash connecting. Tries to tuck back here around the corner. He goes for the exit. He's out into the open. And it's just a firing squad as NC Slasher picks him apart one by one by one.
I mean, the protocols for Boom are just too good. You know, you've got that Vice Wall there for the B hit, and it buys tons of time for them to get in position. They still know they've got Jinboon trapped. They're able to deal with that. You use the mask to figure out where May is. Make it so he is in a spot where he has no good decisions to make trying to get out of there. Tries to go for the shorty play in the smoke. Jumps out on the wrong side. And NC Slasher. Very good. Very good with the rifles there. You can see the confidence is just through the roof for Boom, and as it should be. And that was an op pickup for DFM. Couldn't find any value. Again, deeper util. Okay, good. That's step one, but now Boom is just ahead of the curve. They've got the Vice Wall over here. Oh, no.
Art's just caught here at main.
Smoke was late.
Nothing to block, nothing to obfuscate. I think the smoke was also recalled, but
one of the two.
Now the swap over. On the spike, Jinboon hits a hell of a shot. Takes out DOS9 over at Cat. Decent opportunity here, but still that operator positioned at Heaven. But no, okay, never mind. Gate Crash gets taken. Does go ahead and go for a reposition. But Berserk's, he can just stay tucked back. Knows that they have the shear wall. It's going to have to be a 1-2-3, everyone pile in type execute here. As it's just going to, okay, Hunter's Fury opened up, and that's Akame dead. Tailwind forward here from May. He's locked in. Tien does manage to find one. Up and over the top of the wall. Berserk's going to be put down. When he checks out the rest of the site, nothing going to be spotted. Shiro dodging the C's as the door gets shut. Catches a glimpse, though, and May swung out a little bit too wide. Ends up falling down. Now Famous rejoins the off right there in hand. He'll volley his teammate. Will NC Slasher, but something tells me they're not that bothered by it.
No. They just threw everything at the end of that round, knowing they had him dead to rights. Still, Op going to be there for Famous one way or another. Yeah, that's a nice shot from Jinboon, but again, they have a great read, great timing.
Here into the nightfall, send the Hunter's Fury.
Yep. Pretty great how Boom has these ideas set up behind this Vice util. And they just are just dominating at the point of attack here. This time just getting ahead of their opponent's Tejo. A couple different ways.
May trying to battle this out. Catches a glimpse and finds the headshot. Nice little slow peek in onto the angle. Trains it back. I mean, the one around DFM have been able to find. I mentioned was damn near a thrifty. Maybe they can find another one here. As DOS9 did not mean the TP there. He was trying to get back into main. And the facial expression tells all.
On a deeper Vice Wall this time. So if you peek the angle,
a bit more offset, but does manage to get the information on the position. Dawstein still sticking around here as the smoke that's going to dissipate, and it's going to be GN put down.
Well,
okay, making a go of it. A 3v2, Akame at 30 HP. Spike getting ready to get plans as the Prowler able to spot one, but Jinbung going to be taken down. Shiro immediately breaking the window.
Spike planted.
Plant is in, May disconnecting back over in towards main, checking around the flank. Not sure where Berserks is at. A 0 point here from Akame could tell all, but he doesn't want to give up the position.
Has the fragment too.
Scanning ahead.
Dart not locating him here. May catching a glimpse, trying to keep eyes trained on him. Try to keep Akame protected so that he can try to go for something, but it's being watched. It all comes down to May now. The time on his side, dashes across, gets him off the plant. Swings back out for it, but the time is not there. DFM, they win the round, but it costs them everything. 8-2 as they pull off the Thrifty. A 4-8 scoreline, the best that they can hope for here on this attack.
Yeah, I mean, a good find for May. Get that operator out of play. Opens up a bit of space for them in mid so they can come through tree relatively safely. Kame still hitting some good shots. May with another good Marshall shot. May plays this pretty well at the end with the dash. Knows the time is ticking down, can go to the other side. Just try to outlast his opponent and does. Still though, like you said earlier, the money is deep for the side of Boom, so they could still buy up into this operator. Oh my.
Okay, just gonna be a peek out of the smoke. Shiro able to find Art at the same time. May, the shorty swap, but he's just surrounded, doesn't even know it. Dawstein up over the top here. Such an off-kilter spot that people rarely play. Can't really blame May for not expecting it, but Boom just up the aggression, up the ante, go on these peaks, continue to play with confidence, and they are rewarded for it as they look to lock in at least a 9th round here.
Definitely looking very good for Boom. GN just trying to clear that angle. There were some danger pings there, but DOS9 had already TP'd out. They just have no idea. And he's not in that spot anymore because they can play with the safety of the info from the double initiators and the Vice utility on both sides of the map respectively. So just probably gotta, you don't need to save, you got the money, but it's gonna be tough.
Spot on each other.
30 seconds left.
Thorns out once again, though, the two remaining players. I mean, there's still worlds apart from one another. Jinbung.
Retrieving flash.
Would have been a good idea to try to set up. Okay, the Haunt, I was going to say the Haunt into market, but Jen does manage to go ahead and swing around to find DOS9. Looking for the concuss, gets the setup hit. Shiro taken down. Jen pulls off the angle for a brief little moment, but the Prowler goes through. Notes him. Seems like they want to try to fight out. Able to find one more. NC slashing out. Caught here by the Seas. Full shots coming his way. Salvos at the ready. One towards alley, one on the stairs. Concuss, no bounce, no hit.
Like this wrap.
Yep, working against them. Like you said, the wraparound is looking damn good. We got there at Boats. Tien with a 4K. Will get DFM their 3rd round victory.
I mean, on a round, it's just these rounds where you don't think DFM has much hope, and they're able to just scrape together some impressive individual moments. This crunch early nets 2. It's a 3v5. In fact, a 2v5 there, or 2v4 there. Good Nova Pulse. Jinbug, great job with that Prowler to check alley after it had been turned away from by GN just to make sure. And that awareness probably saved them that round potentially. And then a nice wrap, good timing from GN.
Oh, okay, well, May, look at up the tempo. He goes ahead and slices and dices too. Famous and DOS9 both taken down. May absolutely rapid with it. Looking for the 4th, goes to the repeat. Gets the damage in, but doesn't end up falling. But my God, what an effort to get DFM well poised. To close out a 4th round here on the attack. Berserks Now needing to do absolutely everything, a 1v4 to get that 9-3.
He's just waiting for that lurk, but it's going to maybe show up just a bit too late for him to really have the ability to care. He has to start making his way forward. Here comes Jinbung.
And there you go. Puts him down 8-4 at the half. 3 in a row from the side of DFM to close this out. I want to see the replay because that was nutty from May.
Oh, when he's on, I mean, he's just one of the best in the business.
This one here.
Oh, I love these repeaks too, the way he like looks down and then pops back up. Keep that head hidden a little bit more. But yeah, I mean, okay. They finally win that util battle at A main. They get 3 rounds in a row. That's not a bad attacker side. It didn't look like it was going to be a good one.
I mean, they rescued it based on how everything was trending.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, I mean, at a point, it was 8-1.
Yeah.
So, definitely able to run it back a bit here. But, again, it needs to start here from this pistol. All 3 so far have just been Greek tragedies for DFM.
Yeah.
They've gotten so very close, but in the end, everyone's dead.
Right. It's just a lot of the clutches, a lot of the 1v1s have been going the way of Boom. And their macro game has, especially when Boom is on the defender side, generally looked better. So the real question is, you know, how good is this defender side for DFM on this map? You would expect it's pretty solid, but you're not running a Sentinel. So you have to rely, again, on these contact plays, on that info from your initiators to make sure you're very diligent, you're very aware of the movements of your opponents. And it's not like, you know, with the way that Boom is playing where they can wait you out a little bit with that Vice util on the B site and use the initiators on the A to kind of gather space and info. You have to use your initiators solely. So again, the coordination combinations have to be really, really solid. Let's see if they're going to want to get aggressive at A main themselves. Jinbung and May right at the door. Oh my God.
Just dashing in, looking for the crunch, and there's the reveal off the Haunt. NC Slasher taken down. Quick hit, in and out. DFM find the opening kill.
Nice combo play. Oh my God, May.
Hey. Finds a second, a crossover at Tiles. Shiro even taking a bit of damage. Jinbung gonna eat the entirety of that shock dart though. And now suddenly, we're into a 2v2. Go swap out here for Art, sprinting in from behind. Gonna wrap all the way to Gelato. Get this approach in from main. Spike now planted. Gen just with the classic here at Heaven.
Got to find good timing.
It's a double stack setup here in Hell.
If you can read this, you got some salvos.
Spots him out.
Do it.
I think he wants to wait, try to get a setup here. Concuss to try to lock them in perhaps. Either way, both players able to escape. Time now starting to work against DFM in a big way. Swing around the side. Art looking for that second kill. Finds the first. Runs out of bullets. Dawson the push forward. Into the smoke! And once again, it is a Red Bull clutch as DFM. They just can't make it happen.
Oh, man. That's just brutal. Shiro doing a phenomenal job there, reading the positioning of his opponent. I mean, DOS9 has to reload. The right clicks for GN just go a little astray. It looked like it was round over. It looked like GN should have it. And
I'm flattened.
Yeah, I know. Me too.
I'm basically on the floor right now.
Yeah. That's where I want to be.
I guess I'll sit up and
yeah.
Cast the all around.
I mean, okay. They held off the initial hit.
Some damage in, but now that they go pushing out of the smoke, it is just a meat grinder here on the site. Jen May 1 apiece, but Shiro with 3. Gets Boom. Another 2-0 start here in the second half as they move up to double digits.
I mean, it is kind of funny to think about, though, that if one of those pistols or maybe two go the other way for DFM, this could be a very different match.
Yep.
It's just they aren't.
They were 6-6
yeah.
on Fracture.
Yeah. I mean,
they
if
win that pistol,
if
it's a
they
much
win,
different map.
If they win the first pistol, they don't give over the bonus essentially on this map, on the first half. Probably. I mean, that's, yeah. It's a painful way to have things go down in the last match of the stage for DFM, but credit to Boom. Their players are stepping up when they need to. They're finding their moments. Oh, speaking of, Berserks.
Storming his way in through tree. Famous doing the same out through main. Hunter's Fury going to be sent Jien tucking away here into the smoke and just getting spammed out. He's able to find one. DOS9 swoops in from behind. The headshot dink onto Art. Into the spray down finish. Jinbung now a 1v4. The door shut in his face. Break of the window to give away the position.
God, what a turn from DOS9. Gets behind Jien. I mean, they knew they had Jien in that smoke because of the Hunter's Fury, and he's just so ready for that Heaven play.
He's just got to go on a save here.
Yep.
He's at least going to try, but DOS9 in position, swoops out around the back, peeks into the spawn, and they take absolutely everything out of their grasp. It's another bonus conversion here as Boom look to bring this series, unfortunately, to a very fast conclusion.
Yeah. I mean, it just felt like that last pistol was the last gasp inside of DFM, and it got knocked away from them. The wind got knocked out of them, and now you're just clamoring to try to do something, and Boom is just taking a bonus on the attacker side on Ascent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's beyond that. It's like the lungs have collapsed. There's no intake of oxygen possible at the moment.
Yep. They're just going to leave the spike behind and look for some aggressive plays. DFM has spent their money for this round. And Akame steps out and finds a nice kill on NC Slasher.
Again, positive step forward to start off the round. Need a hell of a lot more. Wood position over towards Pizza here for Famous. Couple shots ringing out. We're just going to back away. Meantime, Jinbung going to hold things down here at B main.
Smoke to cover here for Famous. How does he want to play it? Berserk's going to keep Jinbung. They've got the spot on him too. Try to go for
this one.
Yeah.
But no wall bang shots coming through. Just clear on the flowers, stop the flash. Spots him on the exit, re-peeks, and Jinbung does get taken down. Art's still situated here with the Guardian. May frantically spraying through the smoke. He's looking for any kind of contact he can get. Art on the peak. Spotting with the concuss. Not going to connect. 8 bullets remaining here in the mag. The first one going across. Lines it up on the DOS9. Eventually does get taken down, but the spike is now dropped away from Berserks. Still with an opportunity to deal some damage, but won't be able to find it. Akame with a nice headshot. Keeps CFM afloat. Their first round here on the defending side. Scooped up.
That one looked pretty solid for them. Everybody kind of playing a bit of delay, buying time for the rest of the team to get there. A nice opener for Akame. Able to use that mid cubby very nicely. Saw it a lot from Boom. They were able to punish DFM in the first half. So Akame, yep, still got to keep fighting. Art with the Odin. Let's see if they can start turning things around.
As an Armageddon as well.
Can make a game of it. Just find your moment. You know, if you can get some of that util to land, you can get pretty good Armageddon. A lot of open areas on this map where you can find some good opportunities. See if they can get there. But they don't have much info here. Oh, if he popped util.
Famous finds him before the flash comes in, turns from it as well. Sends out his own flash, goes swooping forward, but Akame able to steady the shot. Does go ahead and trade it back a 1-for-1. Peeks out into mid and wisely just back away. 0 point to ensure there's no one close to market. As Shiro making plenty of noise, goes strafing in, and Jien is able to find it. Player advantage now here for the side of DFM. Akame forced back, Paranoid into the corner. Nebula gets popped here to keep him covered. It's going to be good for another kill before getting taken down. Push forward into the smoke. May gets one, gets out. The Cloudburst spots the feet, gets the head. And DFM a bit more awake now. 5 rounds to try to tie things up.
Yeah, and it's good follow-up plans for DFM in terms of, you know, they've got some support. They know that they've got some weaknesses in this composition, and that's one right there that Famous punishes nicely, but because you've got the backup from Akame, you're able to plug that hole. And then, I mean, Akame's playing this round just really, really well. Good smoke timing this time from GN to cover Akame as well. Set up for May, who plays that nicely, uses that one way of his own to set himself up for that last kill. Here we go. Ult from the Yoru.
It's looking to up the pace here. There's Armageddon. Looks to slow them up on the approach. There is a gap, however, so they can stay tucked back. In the meantime, Famous has made his way into boats. Bit of damage onto Akame. Fragment to try to delay, but May going to be taken down here. Able to find one. Art spraying across. Comes up with 2, but now the return fire still looking very solid. It's just Jien making his way across from the A site. The KO bleeding out on the floor. Fast res if he could get it, but they'll know the position and could spam 4, but yeah, cannot make it in time. So now a 1v2 to try to prevent Boom from getting up to match point.
Could use your util either cover or clear the boat's position. Opts to make sure that A main is under control. Gets a little damage.
Well, shots towards Famous, but does he read this behind the box at all from DOS9? He's very low. He's looking for it, but turns away at the worst possible moment. DOS9 will collect, and Boom will move up now. 12-6. Match point is theirs.
Yeah, nice effort, but you know, this util, it stalls, it delays, but you're not really able to do much else. Trying to get that Odin into a spot where it can stop this execute. And he gets a couple kills, but DOS9 is just too clean, man. Him and Famous combining nicely to break through the defenses of DFM. DFM threw everything they had at that entrance. I mean, a grab well, the Armageddon, the salvos, and it still wasn't enough. Boom is still able to break through with a lot of good gunfire in general. Now May with an op. 6 in a row is what's going to take just for Otia. Great flash.
Flash connecting, and he is strafing right into this ultimate. Nowhere to go. The odds, the tech stacked against him.
Spike planted.
The op finds nothing. Tucked back behind the box here. Art trying to avoid the suppress, but will get stunned up. Tucked into the corners, the Steel Garden going to be infested. Berserk's looking to take their weapons away. Famous finding Jinbung. Art on the floor. Akame can only fight back for one more, and now it's just Jien. The headshot will get dragged across as DOS9 finds the final hit. And Boom will take their final series here of the group stage. Damn near flawless fashion, a 2-0. They conclude this as the very much the #1 team in their group, 5-0 going into the playoffs. They are the team to beat.
The only team that's going to be able to boast the undefeated scoreline in the group stage going into the playoffs, and this could be a team, we're seeing it, Masters Toronto, and man, what a story it would be for them if they can get there. From the beginning, I mean, everybody talks about it, a team that shouldn't be here, and they are, and they're making the most of it, and you know, so much of it has to go towards the coaching staff, towards DOS9 for coming in. You know, these players, some of these players have been there. They have already been at a champions. But, you know, since then, it hasn't always looked so good. They've struggled to try to get out of Tier 2. They're given the opportunity, and man, oh man, are they making the most of it.
They absolutely are. Following the path that G2 paved, very quickly looking like they are going to be contenders at that highest possible level on the biggest stages here in Valorant. You already mentioned it. They do have some of that experience in the past. I mean, I think a lot of people remember that Breeze versus Optic back at Champs 22. Granted, very different team. Some of the players that were part of that match are going to be seen in our next one, though.
Yes.
Because, of course, Xferal was there. But congratulations to Boom on the 5-0. We'll send it down to Jet, who's going to be standing by with the winner's interview.
Happy Monday, everyone, and congratulations, Boom. DOS9, just for a second, can I get a ooh? Howl?
Huh?
Ooh.
Ow!
Yeah, that was worth the shot. I'm gonna need Shiro over here for the post-match interview. 네, 붐의 시로 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 아우, for you as well. 가장 먼저 그룹 스테이지 전승으로 마무리하게 됐습니다. 팀원들 전체가 정말 최고치로 자신감이 차올랐을 것 같은데 먼저 어떻게 느끼고 있는지부터 물어보도록 할게요. Congratulations. Your incredible unbeaten run continues into the playoffs, of course. Now, with this type of form that the team is currently in, I feel like you guys are full of confidence at the moment. So, how much of the moral boost is it that you guys were not defeated at all?
I think it helps us with the confidence. It makes us no negativity around the atmosphere, and also, yeah, it pretty much helps us throughout the games. Yeah.
부정적인 분위기도 없어지고 너무 자신감을 갖고 할 수 있어서 이렇게 폼을 유지하는데 굉장히 큰 도움이 되고 경기를 치르는데도 너무나도 좋은 영향을 준다고 얘기를 하는데요. 사실 붐 e스포츠 그룹 스테이지의 마음가짐은 약간 한 경기 한 경기 집중하자였지만 워낙 이렇게 폼이 좋다 보니까 우승을 노려봐도 좋을 것 같고 또 마스터즈에 대한 얘기도 나올 것 같은데 현재까지 목표에 대한 팀적 이야기는 좀 조정이 됐는지 어떤 이야기가 나오고 있는지도 물어보고 있네요. Now, as I mentioned, with the current form you guys are in, I know you guys like to take one game at a time, but I feel like you guys can and possibly might have higher expectations for yourselves. You know, what are the talks around winning the whole thing in Pacific and also making it to Toronto?
I don't think each one of us have like that mindset. I think we more like take one game per one game, like every week, every day. So yeah, I think we not focus on qualifying, we focus on winning one match at a time.
Don't rush things.
Yeah.
Trust the process. 일단은 팀원에서 아무도 그렇게 큰 우승이라는 혹은 마스터즈 출전이라는 욕심을 갖고 있지는 않은 것 같고 정말 한 경기 한 경기 집중해서 최고의 경기력을 보여주는 데 굉장히 신경을 쓰고 있는 것 같다고 얘기를 하는데요. 자, 그러면 이제 플레이오프에서는 젠지 아니면 탈론을 만나게 되는데 누구를 만날 것 같은지 그리고 만나고 싶은 팀이 있는지 마지막으로 물어보도록 하겠습니다. So next up is the playoffs, of course. You guys have a free buy-in, so it's gonna be either Gen G or Talon. Who do you think will make it to play you guys, or do you have a preference?
For me, no. I think every team in playoff are deserved team. So which one is going to fight against us? I think we hope we can show good match.
But if you had to give us your prediction.
No.
No?
No.
어느 팀이 이길지 승부 예측은 절대로 해주지 않겠다고 얘기를 하는데 사실 플레이오프에 진출한 팀들 모두 잘하는 팀들이기 때문에 방심하지 않고 누가 올라오든 우리의 경기를 제대로 치를 수 있도록 노력해야겠다. 방심하지 않겠다라고 얘기를 했습니다. 이렇게 해서 붐의 시로 선수 만나봤고요. 저희는 두 번째 매치로 돌아올 텐데 현장에 계신 여러분들께서는 DFM의 팬미팅 1층에서 함께 해주시길 바라겠습니다. Thank you, Shiro. Congratulations. Best of luck in the playoffs, whoever you might face. And for the fans at the venue, please remember to join DFM downstairs in the lobby for fan meet and greet. And I'll be back with Match 2 interview. Bye!
Give me your boom prediction.
Boom prediction?
Like, Shiro.
Who they're gonna play?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Who are they gonna play?
I have no idea yet. We haven't watched Talon.
Who are they gonna play?
It
doesn't matter. They're the best.
That's the right answer, actually.
Woo! He just said no. He was like, no.
No.
No, I shall not answer this.
I respect that. You don't want to cause any drama.
Yeah.
You don't want to say
He's
one team's better than the other.
You know, they are still, after all, an ascended team. The runner-up guys, they're still playing it super humble, even though they are completely undefeated in Stage 1. It is ridiculous how good this team is.
Yeah, for sure. They've been phenomenal so far in this stage. I think they were a little underrated, honestly, in kickoff, even though they didn't win a game. Honestly, I thought the T1 game was very winnable from them, and they kind of let it slip through their fingers initially in kickoff. The Nongshim game was a little disappointing, but here in Stage 1, they have really showed their potential. They are a long-standing core who's upgraded to a kind of superstar controller player, which does kind of break the language barrier, but none of that has really slowed them down. And I think obviously the addition of the new coaching staff has helped a lot. Boom is in fantastic form, and looking at where they're at in the bracket, they're one game away from heading to an international event. That would be absolutely massive.
Yeah, they've got to be feeling so good here. And what a story for the team that, you know, wasn't even supposed to be here. They didn't win Ascension. Now to come into stage 1, look so dominant, take down all of the Titans flawlessly into Group 1. So now being 1 win away from that Masters place is just fantastic for these guys.
Yeah, and they did this. It looked effortless, to be completely honest here. I think this is partially, there are a lot of hiccups coming from DFM side as well here, but that is definitely not to take away from Boom's victory. I think going into playoffs, a lot of teams, I'm sure it's actually Talon and T1 who are watching Boom right now with a little bit of worry if they're going to be staying in the upper bracket or not. May, you know, he did May things, killed.
He did his best. Yeah. I felt like he had a few rounds that were good, but it's just not enough for this team. I mean, you know, they've not had a good stage 1. That's to put it lightly. I'm curious as to what this roster is going to look like coming into stage 2, because they've shown a good level. Against PRX last week, that match was winnable, but I felt like they had no confidence in this game today. They had nothing to play for, nothing on the line for them, and I kind of felt like they just couldn't muster up the kind of energy that they needed today.
I don't know, I might be a bit of a hater, but so far DFM's only shown me that they can play well against Paper Rex and they can play Abyss well. So I think it's that's not going to be enough. Abyss is not in the map pool. You're not going to play Paper Rex every game. So they're going to need to start figuring some stuff out before stage 2 fast.
Yeah, in fact, you pointed out a couple things that was going wrong. You guys said this pre-show. They were like, I want to see them use their utility to their advantage here. And, well, did they do that?
They dry contacted, which is not the highlight here necessarily. I wanted to clip some of that, but this was, you know, some util used. You can see here Famous does get pushed off the line, but this is the value of the dimensional drift. Even on defense, it's super impactful on the attacking side, but on defense, you can see Famous just scouts the entire setup, confirms the position of all of these attacking players, and DFM, you can see how low the clock has been run down. They still haven't triggered the shear. There's still rotating players in from Boom that have things like salvos that can slow them down, and from that point in the round, it is very difficult to be able to get back in. So although you did see in that round them doing a good job pushing Famous off of the line, he's able to just rip the Yoru ult and they run away with things anyway. MVP goes to Shiro. I mean, he is an up and down player, very inconsistent, but when he hits his top level and he hits his ceiling, he can win you so many clutches and he can have so many impactful multi-frags in situations you wouldn't usually expect it from Boom.
Yeah, he played another great map here for Shiro. It's been a real joy to watch him. I feel like he leads so well from this initiator role. You know, his calling was solid and he holds his own individually. When you start getting to these international stages as an IGL, you have to be able to hold your own mechanically. You know, there's sort of a line of, you know, you have to be this high to ride. And sort of, you know, there's that bare minimum you have to hit, and he's way past that recently, which is exactly what you're hoping for your IGL. He's able to lead this already incredibly talented team from the front.
Absolutely, and both of you guys picked DOS9. Do you want to give me an woo for Boom?
Yeah, I can do that.
Well,
Perfect.
Solid howl.
That was perfect. I think we harmonized that.
There was a little bit of harmony.
There was. So, you know, speaking of nothing to play for anymore, that's now me, because Pilsky and I have the same exact picks for today, except for Berserks and DOS9. But, you know, whatever, you guys enjoy the game. It's been pretty solid so far. DOS9 doing really well. And our Akami pick did pay off. He did frag a bit. Jen, I think you were talking about.
Where's this come from?
Yes. So
I told you I'm the GOAT and you didn't listen. You know, I'm feeling good about today. Famous, of course, did his work. DOS9 did his work. And Jen actually, you know, kind of held his own in a tough losing match. So I'll take 46 points.
Oh, I see why you're winning. 3 of the players you picked were in this game.
Yeah, and they all did well.
Okay, well, that's all right. We'll wait for the end of the day.
Going into the next match, who are you banking on, Pilsky? Because in order to beat
Jemothy Kin.
All right. Oh, yes, you have Jem Kim, that's
name.
right.
You can check on his passport. He is outstanding. Jemothy Kim. I mean, Envy's fantastic. He's always very, very reliable and cushy. I think all of those players are going to be fantastic. I think Envy's going to get his numbers whether Team Secret wins or loses, although obviously expect them to win.
Yeah, well, Mika did pick Jesse Vash, and that could be happening too. You never know when it comes to the final day of group stages. And for the very final match, we are going to have RRQ facing off against Team Secret. So let's see how they're going to do. We're going to go on a very quick break, and when we come back, we're going to dive straight into it.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Dangerous. It's getting dangerous. It's getting dangerous. It's getting dangerous. Dangerous. There's danger in your eyes. It's tempting blessing in disguise. Oh, I'm falling for your lies. Welcome to paradise. There's danger in your eyes. It's tempting blessing in disguise. Oh, I'm falling for your lies. Welcome to paradise. There's paradise waiting for you. It all comes soon enough. Let's go for it.
Welcome back to VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific Stage 1. It is the last day of group stages. It's the very last map. And we have RRQ coming up, another top of their group team, top of Group Omega. They didn't go undefeated like Boom, but they still look damn good.
Yeah, RRQ have locked up that top seed, and once again, they're looking to continue dominance over this win with Team Secret today. So they still have some stuff to prove. You know, this wasn't a flawless group stage. They haven't quite looked as good as Boom, but they're looking to send a message once again here, end strong and carry momentum into playoffs.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they've just had a bit of a mental block against Nongshim. They did go out in kickoff to Nongshim in a very, very tight series. They did have Crazy Guy come in that game right before they played Nongshim, and there was a big mental block on that split attack side, which ended up losing them the series. So I think since then, since they've ironed out a couple of issues, they have looked very, very convincing, and particularly that series win against T1 was really the kind of series that drives the point home that RRQ is very much a top team in Pacific and is very serious about trying to qualify for their first international event here.
Absolutely. Switching your IGL like that in the middle of the season, at least of stage 1, is huge impact. To see them overcome that and to go back into original form and now look even better. Good signs for RRQ going into playoffs. Team Secret is on the opposing side today. They have, very much like TFM, gone completely defeated. No wins on the board here, and it's not looking great for Secret. This is not the Secret that we saw last year.
Yeah, it's been a rough time for them here in Stage 1. They've really struggled to find any momentum. We keep seeing them routinely manage to steal maps, and they have times where they look good, but they've just not managed to convert that into an actual full win here. So definitely a slightly disappointing Stage 1 for them.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think they have continued to look like a team that can be competitive on certain maps, or when they have good preparation or a good read, they're a team that looks pretty solid. Like, you can see them taking a convincing map win over Talon, taking a convincing map win even over T1, and even in the series and kickoffs that they got consistently reverse swept, they look phenomenal on some of those map ones. So it will be very disappointing for a Team Secret team that did not change their roster very much since the end of last year. And I think at this point you have seriously got to consider, reevaluating what you're doing heading into Stage 2, because you're going to need to go absolutely huge on the championship points, and that probably even starts with trying to get an upset in this game, even though you can no longer make playoffs.
Yeah, you need those wins. You need those championship points. That's what's going to keep you alive heading towards Paris at the end of the year. But if we want to see this Team Secret roster there, something has to change, and fast.
Absolutely. RRQ, now we were talking about how good they've looked since adding in Crazy Guy as their IGL here. They had their first ever 3-match win streak in VCT for RRQ as a squad ever, and finishing it off with T1, as you're pointing out, Pilski. This is insane. I think Indonesia teams are taking it down all the Korean teams, and maybe it'll be the rise of Indonesia Pacific.
Yeah, and worth mentioning as well, like, after he's come in here, most of those map losses that you see are that initial Longshim game. Since then, it's been very dominant from RRQ, so I'm really liking this addition of Crazy Guy. He's even initially had some pretty high fragging series and had some pretty good individual output, although it has slowed down a little bit since then, and I think you will see it slow down more and more when they play very much top quality opposition, and especially against T1, you can see that, he wasn't really fragging as hard or having as much individual impact, but in the middle of the field, maybe even against a team like Team Secret, I'm sure you could even see some pretty good maps from Crazy Guy here.
I do think it's nice that we can see the way he IGLs has been reflected onto this team. I think the team play quite differently since his addition, which means he clearly has his own philosophy that he's managed to work out with the coaches, and he has brought a lot to the team.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's a nice structure that the team needed. Now, Jemkin, we're talking about, you can look up his official name on Wikipedia. I think you said...
Jemothy Kin.
Jemothy Kim.
Jemothy Kin. No, Kin.
Kin. Jemothy Kim, yeah.
Otherwise, he'd be called Jem Kim.
He's Russian, not Korean.
I'm sorry, you're right. My bad here. But one thing for sure is he plays Japanese agents really well. Yoru is the agent I'm talking about.
Yeah, for sure. Yoru is phenomenal. Might be one of the best in VCT right now, as far as I'm concerned. And that third map really kind of was the cherry on top against T1. Unbelievable game from him on the Yoru. And as a solo Yoru, he has so much impact. He is such an oppressive force on the map.
Yeah.
Like, on attack, you're running into, like, one side of the map. It's just Jemkin there. You know his TP's up, but he's playing some naughty little off angle, and he's just constantly going to get away with it. It should not be allowed.
Yeah, he's so good on it. I feel like RRQ are one of the best teams at playing around him on this Yoru as well.
Yeah.
The way they're able to continually set him up when they attack. He just has, he has so many opportunities to get these kills, and we saw how that played out against T1 last week.
Oh, absolutely. Boom Six Fingers was commending Ewok for their Yoru plays and just how good Jemkin makes Yoru look, and the squads collectively, how they play together on it. Not all Yorus and teams are created equal. Now, I'm curious about the map draft. This is always a very interesting effect on who could end up top fragging as well, because certain maps, certain agents, and certain people play on better.
I've thought about this a lot, Vic.
I really thought about it.
Really want this Ace of Predator laptop.
I do, but I'm out. I'm like Secret right now. I'm already out of the game because we have the same exact comp, and you've already won. You've already beat me, so best I can get is second.
What do you mean? Big Time's going to get first.
Yeah, that's true.
Best you can get is fourth.
Third or fourth
Big
is where you're
you as well. Come on, don't get too
Jesse
big
Vash
for
is
your
going to
business.
out-frag? All right.
Jesse Vash is going to go crazy. Look at this Haven and Ascent. This guy's going to be a Sova merchant today.
That's true.
He could. He actually could.
I gotta say, I'm surprised by this Ascent pick. We've seen Team Secret ban out Ascent all 4 previous weeks. So it's really strange to see them kind of go for this map now. I mean, why are they showing this now? It's like, what do you have prepared?
I think they want to show they can defeat RRQ's Ascent.
I mean, RRQ's Ascent is so good.
It's so good.
We spoke about this.
They're not the only team. There's plenty of teams that played Ascent in the offseason quite a lot and then didn't bring it into this stage. I was very confused in general from Team Secret. A lot of teams that have been historically very strong on this map. So, look, I think, why not? If you're eliminated from playoffs, let's try to mix some map pools in, try something a little bit out there. But again, I agree with you guys. Against RRQ, that might be a bit of a head scratcher. They might have one of the better Ascents right now, and you even heard it from Six Fingers in the coach interview. He's like, hey man, your Ascent was looking pretty nice. We might give that Yoru a go.
Yeah, and he did. Well, Haven is going to be the first destination here. Secret in the past has been pretty good on Haven. Well, things have changed. Things have changed here in Stage 1, the 2025 version of Secret. And you know what? We're talking about championship points. This is not something to be frivolous about. You pointed out earlier, Pilsky, last time that it was just a 1 point difference.
It was 1 point.
Yeah.
And Team Secret was the one who could not get the 1 point, unfortunately. So that is maybe not something that they want to, unfortunately, be experiencing again. You can see they've been shifting around comp a little bit on this map a couple of times, but most recently played a very, very standard comp that I feel like people are moving away from in this region. But in other regions, I'm seeing teams go like, yeah, what's wrong with the meta comp? This is still really damn good.
And I mean, this was more or less what they used to play back in the day when they were very good on this map. I didn't mind them kind of take things in a more simple, Sova Breach direction. I feel like it fits them nicely. I think they understand the map well there. So I don't mind them doing it, but they just have to be able to adapt to this new meta if that's what you want to play, because we're seeing more and more of this double duelist that, you know, was not a thing back then with this kind of ISO, with Yoru. So if they're going to run it again, I need to see why.
Let's put all up our predictions. I think you guys made a sensible choice here. I know Mika has gone for Secret for, you know, Laban Pinas, and for me, I was paid to pick Secret.
Wow.
I was paid to pick Secret.
That's the first time I've heard you be honest about something.
Just gonna say that.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to say. But that said, today's a little bit crazy. Secret has nothing to lose.
Yeah.
And when you have nothing to lose, people start popping off. So who knows? With this match, we got RRQ facing against Team Secret. I'm a little bit excited about this. I'm expecting something a little bit crazy to be happening on our very first map.
Rise Pacific. Team RRQ.
This is the time for Indonesia. RRQ, top of their group. Omega here is looking more fire than ever. Crazy Guy, the IGL, has provided much needed structure and calling for this very wild squad.
Yeah, RRQ is one of these teams that have been spoken about for years of almost good enough. Almost there. Almost has been the key word for these guys, and now they're finally topping the group. We know that they get that first round bye. We know that they are one win away from Toronto, but it's about carrying momentum. It's about finishing this group stage strong for them and then giving it everything they've got.
Team Secret.
And on the opposing side, we have Team Secret, this well-known team from the Philippines. This is the lowest we've ever seen them in Pacific. They have so much experience on their squad, especially leading the fray here. Jesse Vash not doing the primary calls anymore, but still, they are figuring out a lot of things here. here, this Team Secret.
Yeah, haven't had too much success on the opening map of this series, but they usually do pretty well on the first map of a series and come out of the gates firing very strong. I expect Jesse Vash to be in fine form if you're playing Haven Ascent back-to-back on the Sova, and they do have some very strong players at the moment that have had some great individual performances. Jeremy's had some pretty good maps, especially against T1, so I want to see them bring that confidence into this series here.
Yeah, I mean, these players do have quite good mechanical skill when you actually look into it. I remember playing against Wild Oreo last year and being blown away by this guy. He looked like he was going to be the next big thing out of the Philippines, but not managed to get that across the line this year. So it's about if they can find consistency. It's about if they can play near their ceiling, because that's what they need today to upset this dominant-looking RRQ.
Absolutely. Completely agree with you about Wild Oreo here. Now, I want to talk a bit about the coaching staff. This is interesting. Coach Mao was the coach of Boom during Ascension's run end of last year, and of course the assistant coach for RRQ is Warbird's former coach for Team Secret. So we have interesting coaching staff here meeting head to head who are very familiar with each other and each other's teams.
Yeah, for sure. I think Warbirds is going to be well aware of how some of the players like to play, but it's been a little while now. I'm sure Secret has mixed in some different things, although I've heard some sentiment that they haven't changed too much since the older days, so maybe there might be a little bit to read into there.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like as well, this RRQ team is known for having good prep, especially with the addition of Warbirds, so I don't want to see too much same old from Team Secret, especially when you've got nothing to lose. Surprise me, steal the win today, because I don't think heads up you're going to be able to take it. And wow, that's exactly what they're doing. We're seeing them pivot across to this double duelist with Wild Oreo on the Yoru, Jeremy across on the ISO.
Yeah, Jeremy had a good game on the ISO versus T1, so we'll see how that works out for them. Wild Oreo, it's been a bit hit or miss playing double duelist for Team Secret. I don't know if I was a super big fan of their split when they were doing that, but we'll see how it works out for them today. Over on the side of RRQ, they are once again playing Yoru ISO. I don't know if I was a fan of them playing this comp, to be honest. I don't know if Jemkin looked great on the ISO last time, but we'll see if he's going to have a better game this time around. It was Crazy Guy's Omen debut the last time they played this comp, and he had a pretty good game, so we'll see if they can back themselves with this comp here again, and if it's something that they're going to even run into playoffs, or whether they're just playing it again to kind of hide a comp change later on in the tournament.
Yeah, that is definitely the question here as we go into Haven, our first destination with this mirror matchup between RRQ and Team Secret. They used to face each other all the time, and it always used to be a 50-50 kind of match. But today, it is a completely different story with RRQ, the overwhelming favorites of today's very first match.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for Team Secret. They definitely have this mountain to climb. RRQ have never looked better. But if ever there's a time to steal it, it's today. I mean, anything can happen when you have nothing left to lose.
That's right. Well, let's see who gets that first championship point of today from Secret. We're going to send it over to casters Achilleos and Paperthin.
Alrighty, time to dive now into our final series of the group stage. Rounding out Omega, RQ versus Team Secret. Desk's talking about it. Steal it away. Is it going to be possible? Secret in the past have been that Robin Hood squad.
Exactly. This is kind of my mindset coming into this is could be kind of a trap game here for the side of RRQ where you're feeling pretty confident. You know, after yesterday's results, you're the #1 seed. That can kind of create a bit of comfort, a bit of lackadaisicalness, but I doubt it with RRQ. I think, you know, especially with Warbirds and Ewok, knowing those guys and how they're going to come in there and, you know, kind of have them focused in, dialed in today. I agree with the desk, though. This composition the last time out for RRQ didn't look so good. Obviously, we're getting a first look at it for Team Secret as well, seeing Wild Oreo on the Yoru. It was kind of their macro game caller typically as well, so kind of going to be an interesting idea that Team Secret is going to be bringing starting on their defender side. RRQ, you expect that Jemkin on that ISO should be pretty powerful, pretty impactful, but he struggled, especially in some of those kill contracts, so looking for a bit of a different approach today for him.
Alrighty, well, Jesse Vash is going to be flashed off the angle here at a long. Bit of a walk down in towards mid. Wild Oreo is quickly going to clear that cam. 4 players from Secret clustered up in that position, meaning that there's a lot riding on the shoulders of Jesse here for the moment, but it looks like RQ not going to look to up the tempo here.
Deploying drone.
Actually slowly go ahead and drift back. The drone to re-explore out into mid. Re-clear this, make sure there's no one hovering around, but it's not going to go deep enough to clear out the cubby angle.
That drone kind of gave it away. Oh, actually, that was all just to set up a re-hit towards A. So this is just some diligence being shown by RRQ. They still have the trap wire behind them, so they know that even though that cam was cleared earlier, they double-checked with drone, didn't see anything. They still feel like their backs are going to be somewhat safe, and I think the site is just being given up by Team Secret to try to go for this flank attack.
Yep. And around the backside, the tripwire now going to be cleared. The question is, does RRQ anticipate this many people to be coming through on the flank? It's only Jesse that's playing from the defender side. Is uppercut going to be sent out here? Team Secret storming their way back across over onto the point. Jemkin going to be taken down off screen. Already defused, being started. The fight into heaven. It's going their way, but the fuse is already held to half. Envy now striking, and that's just going to be the cleanup coming in. Only one casualty. Jesse Vash dead. And Secret will go ahead and take the opening pistol.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head there. That just wasn't fully expected by RRQ that there would be those kind of numbers. Plus, Jesse does his job up at 8 tower. Gets a couple kills for himself, and that completely throws off this post-plant defense for the side of RRQ. A little bit tricky with the way that they're maneuvering the map, able to get the plant down safely, but Team Secret has follow-up plans. Once again, you lose the ISO early for the side of RRQ, and that's a tough one. That's such a powerful agent to have in those pistol rounds. Having that shield could be a difference maker, but losing that early and then just being overwhelmed on the backside of the site, well, their backside of the site, makes it very tough.
Oh, Jemkin just sprinting in down towards the sewer. Be made into his grave as Outlaw will go ahead and find that elimination cam set up here as well as the trips. Just going to be looking for the gate crash here into the back, it would seem. Envy set here for now. And now just a bit of a fake out there as everybody is just blinded up. Swing onto the corner. Monyet coming away with 2 there with the classic in hand. Re-steady on the aim. Wild Oreo scoops up 3. Team Secret, they lose out on a little bit. It was a heavy investment, everyone having a purchase coming into the round. Ultimately, carry forward 3 weapons as they start things off 2-0.
Yeah, and a Bucky being thought about by 2GE, but so far so good. Some good reads. The fake TP doesn't really do much against them. No shield pop there. Jemkin gets eliminated early, but that was all just to try to set up this C hit to allow them to try to go to the other side of the map. They almost get there, but in the long run, Team Secret not fooled. And the overwhelming firepower carries them across the line. A little bit of util early. Another spot out.
Here, Jemkin is going to eat some damage. Chunked out to 28.
Had to pop a shield too.
And the box keeping him alive. Goes pushing forward. Wild Oreo backpedaling here. And Jemkin will be able to find the headshot. Shield's going to be broken once again. We'll go their separate ways, but for now it is still going to be a player advantage here to the side of RRQ. As Monyet watching for this forward lurk. Leads up to GE, and now RRQ have their sights set here on C once more.
Yeah, Cyber Cage goes up, but not really dissuading, especially with the Yoru there. Monyet feeling confident to play off the back of his clone. Throws a TP back towards Deep C. Got a player held outside the door with Crazy Guy. Oh, just barely won that fight.
Not that much damage taken, but yeah, Envy unable to find the headshot there. Jeremy on the entry, rides the wall forward, and will end up getting cut down. So Jemkin heating up a bit, still alive despite the early damage suffered. And Jesse Vash realizing not much access here to the site that's going to be found. No idea where any deeper positions could be here from the members of RRQ. So we'll just go ahead, rotate around, go down to the spike. And with 4 players surviving, it's going to be RRQ getting a very clean anti-bonus.
Yeah, that's got to feel nice. Some of this conditioning you're set up early that you're going to go for these A hits, go for C. Could open up some avenues where you could do some weird stuff. Nice shot from Crazy Guy at the end. Take down Jesse Vash. But I like the ideas from RRQ. They're really toying with the map. Even though Team Secret came out firing, they handle the bonus very cleanly. Jemkin this time able to put that shield to good use. Get a couple big kills in this round. We continue to see impact from him. Nice paranoia to set him up too. Nice peek from Crazy Guy. Very, very well done.
Now we go into the first proper rifle here. See if RRQ tie things up or if it's just going to be Team Secret continuing to move forward and maintain the advantage. Monyet does have the Dimensional Drift available, but it looks like once again RRQ just going to be looking to hit this C side. Shockdart not getting the clear. Trip should be spotted out. And will be taken down. So site opened up. Team Secret going to have to try to play here for the retake. Jemkin going to be able to find one Wild Warrior on the floor, but Jemkin quickly traded out. Pop flash from Monyet. Swoops in, looking for a little bit more here. Spot out onto Envy. Will challenge into the site for the angle. Will be able to come away with that elimination. Jesse Bash, what is that turn? Shuts down Cushy. As now, Neural Depth reveals all. Envy hits a third, up and over the top. Crazy Guy able to find one, finds the second through the smoke, but cannot find the remaining two. Two players surviving. Team Secret not allowing for the tie-up to come in.
Another interesting thing we didn't get to talk about too much was going to be seeing Envy off of an Initiator onto a Sentinel. And he's just running and gunning this round, but I mean, just what great shots. Well, I mean, yeah, Jesse, we got to see that from his angle. Nice dodge of the Paranoia there, too. Gets the Neural Theft out. What? What?
What in the ever-loving hell?
Jesse, come on, man. That is outrageous. He's still got it.
It's akin to Meteor's kill in the final.
Yeah.
On this very map out in front of B versus G2. It's the crispness of it.
That's just those years of experience shining through, I suppose. That was fast, too. Goodness. But still, the macro ideas looked pretty good for RRQ, right? Like, they get the plant down. They've got a good read on the map, but just a phenomenal retake. Well, that's a great shot from Xfero.
Close angle here. Jeremy reading this? No. Pulls off the angle. Doesn't check back the opposite way. And has no clue, so Crazy Guy is able to find that elimination. In the meantime, Jesse Bash also here playing a corner. Finds Jemkin, traded out. Wild Oreo, one taps as Cushy will fall. Spike now out into the open, but Crazy Guy continues to be crisp. Seems like RRQ nonplussed by the previous round. Come out swinging. Look to continue to try to run this one back. Get within touching distance. Crazy Guy with a 3K will get RRQ their second round win.
Still, though, some good things on both sides of the coin. I mean, for RRQ, they're doing a great job of working the map and getting to spots where they're going to have post plants, but Team Secret is really firing today. That's a big win for Xfero. Out the rip. I mean, a little unfortunate there for
It's the last day of group stage play. The teams are locked. RRQ's in as the #1 seed.
Yep.
Team Secret's that we can get silly. We can afford to have some silliness.
Well, I mean, yeah. And it's unfortunate, I was going to say, for Xfero, because he comes walking down that ramp thinking it's going to be free because Crazy Guy's in there.
Speaking of being in there, in the smoke are multiple players, and they will get flushed out. Jeremy able to find one, so Monyet does die. Envy now just sending out some shots, but is just going to be taken down as it's a very swift storming of the A site. RRQ now tying things up at 3-3.
Yeah, the trap play able to be dealt with. Nice reactions. 8-3 for Crazy Guy. He is having a heater here to start the IGL for RRQ, the new IGL for RRQ this stage. Coming in, doing a great job with this team. Had a little bit of a rough start and then has adjusted very well ever since. Spraying through the smoke once the contact is made. And Cushy, who has been just tremendous all year, continues to be a force on those info initiators. A lot of ults for RRQ in this round. Same with Team Secret, though. It's going to be a lot of kind of cat and mouse here. Who's going to use them first? Who's going to be able to find more value? It's just a snag of the orb to try to accelerate Monyet into a dimensional drift. Jeremy so far forward. We've seen him do some things in this spot before.
Considering the drone. Okay, we'll go ahead and send this.
No charges. Making
and goes ahead, gets all the info that they were after as Jemkin feeling it, but ISO on ISO action, looking for the kill, and Jemkin will be able to have it. There's the reset. Thanks, it's the kill contract, tripwire, all that's standing between RRQ and this B site. Around the corner in garage window is 2GE, but not much that he's going to be able to do to try to dissuade this. Hunter's Fury, however, does get opened up. Monyet going to be taken down. Wild Warrior at the same time. Able to find an op shot, peeks in for another as Cushy gets dropped. Jemkin finds himself a third elimination. Xfero around the back, push out, finds the headshot. Neural Theft now going to be invested as he's just strafing back in towards Jesse Vash. Looks to hold the corner. Vash is able to find it. Shot dart lobbed in, and Jemkin, he got the shot. He swings the angle for the 4K, and he stops him from being able to find the round victory. His life for the cause as RRQ take the lead.
Man, Jesse. I mean, the confidence is flowing. This is huge that Jemkin gets that kill because the kill contract is also on his opponent. So he's able to keep that ult out of play for the round. Some great shots from Wild Oreo, but Jemkin delivering what RRQ need him most. Just getting ahead of that just enough. That shock dart, I thought that was going to be round. I thought Jesse had it.
He did, just not fast enough.
Yeah.
Not the kill, but fall into the shot. 2GE looking for a bit of a timing here, trying to close the gap. Just has that stinger, and it will just end up getting ground into a fine pace as Jemkin comes away with 2 kills to further break things open here on the site.
Spike planted.
Got better odds. He's 2 HP lower than he was in the previous round.
He also has another kill contract.
Yes, he does. It seems like I think he's been putting in the practice.
You would expect. I mean, Jemkin is one of the hardest workers. When I talk to people behind the scenes, he is just dedicated to this game and to winning. And he, you know, one bad performance, you expect that he isn't going to let that slide. He's going to come back stronger. Boy, oh boy, has he. The KDA through the roof on this round. He had an assist on the first kill from Crazy Guy because he hit with the vulnerable. And whoa, a headshot, but...
Yeah, got a dink through that corner. Low HP bars, but still going to be a flawless here for the side of RRQ as they now move up 5-3.
Oh, right as the flash was coming, just shoots through his teammate. Oh, man. Monyet there, showing off some skill.
And he's having a giggle.
As he should be. He was in a good mood today.
Oh, I mean, for good reason.
Yeah.
We saw the player cams, you know, from Boom throughout the opening series. Plenty to smile about, plenty to be happy about, as well as puzzled. If you're Toss9, he was confused a couple times as far as what was happening.
Oh, we were too.
But, yeah, I mean, RRQ, it's a very similar story. They're set at the top. There's no displacing them. It's more about, honestly, probably revenge for Warbirds, because I know that he does care, and he likes to get the wins here when they go up against Team Secret.
Oh, nice. Got some cushy fans out there.
Oh.
Not quite.
Yep.
Oh.
Okay, we got it. It's all right. We got a glimpse.
Yeah, I mean, this RRQ team, you know, able to weather some of this early aggression and just firing that Team Secret was showing. I mean, you could see the confidence in the way that they were just running and gunning.
Good luck.
Trying to just push the tempo. It makes sense when you're running these double duelist comps. You want to try to catch your opponent off guard. Use the wall here to try to...
All the lead the way, blocks off this off, really makes it not impactful. And they force the exit. Hunter's Fury now going across. 2GE going to be tagged up, cannot escape. Because she able to take him down, gets a follow-up pump as well on the Jeremy. Now tagged up at 70. That's going to be the kill contract coming through. Gets the grab here onto Monyet.
Or was that the clone?
Oh, no, it's just the clone, as you say. That's a very real envy, though. Brought into the gulag. Taken down. Jemkin able to find that kill. Wild Oreo at the same time. Finds a pick. Monyet, the real Monyet, does end up falling. Jesse Bash finding Crazy Guy, but Jemkin still here, still wreaking havoc. 3K for him, make it a 4th. As, yep, I think any doubts that were surrounding Jemkin's ISO from the first outing, silenced.
I mean, I was
not much of a concern anymore.
No, I was surprised, frankly, the first time that he had struggles on this agent. I thought this was an agent that should suit him pretty nicely. Still a little bit off the mark sometimes, but in those kill contracts. But I mean, this round right here, able to reset the double taps multiple times. That is That is the dream as an ISO.
I need one of them. It could be Wild Oreo. It could be Wild Oreo. It could be Monyet. I just need one of these Yorus to just fake. Just start walking as soon as you get it put into the kill contract.
Yeah.
And just because you're gonna be like, oh no, I got the clone again.
I'd appreciate it.
It'd be so funny.
It would be. You just walk forward and then all of a sudden it turns on you. It's like, oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, see, like that, but in the kill contract. Just walk at him and hit the headshot.
Someday Durka will try it. He's got our backs, I'm sure. Man,
he's bought out. Monyet finds the kill, right back over into spawn, joins in with the rest of the team towards the A side of the map. VCT going to be noted. Trip is cleared, and site is open here for the taking. Just Envy and Wild Oreo to try to see if they can stop this from being a flawless. Oh, drop down, splitting the difference. Just a tiny bit of damage found as Envy now with everything to do. Finds the first one. Shock Dart not quite connecting. Thanks, Pharaoh. I mean, he's got the cam set up and everything. So weapon scooped, 4 bullets remaining. Shorty greeting him around the corner. As it's just a nigh impossible scenario. 7-3. RRQ looking deadly. Mind you, sir, Jemkin has another ult. There's a problem.
It's, yeah, a great round from Monyet there. Just isolating a couple battles on his own and winning them. He looked like he was struggling a little bit at the beginning of the map, but that is no longer the case. And the good vibes continue to flow. But still 14-5 for Jemkin. Yeah, and kill contracts are just overwhelming for him.
What is it, 3-1?
Yeah, but he kind of stole one away. I mean, he can just... He can't do it right here. He doesn't have any other teammates, so it'd be a little risky. They're trying to get a bit more info before they make a go of it. Another op for Wild Oreo. Scoping down mid, but a ton of info other than A. So yeah, got to use the drone to scope this out. Got to make sure no one's pushed forward into any of the corners. Now you just got to worry about the sewers corners. And that's Jemkin's job. I mean, they're just giving up the A side again, so kind of playing this like the pistol in a way. Our team secret, waiting for that drone, and that's when they start making the push out, but they haven't cleared the cam yet in mid. So that means it doesn't look like they're going to commit as many, players to that spot.
Bash is tucked back. I think he's just going to be sending a Hunter's Fury on tap of the smoke, or the spike. Different word that starts with S. Waiting for that third and final shot. Nothing going to be found. Jeremy lingering here within the smoke. Monyet tucked over onto the side to push forward. Monyet swiftly deals with it. Pulls back over. Sights towards window. Already Envy cleared out. Not before Jemkin does end up falling. Ooh, they make a go of this. Crazy guy. Now alone. TP's over to the side, but 2GE's not sure where he's repositioned to. Crazy guy can now just stay tucked here behind the box. Playing back and forth. This movement's heard. 2G's running. Footsteps give it away. And Crazy Guy says, thank you very much for the audio. That's going to be 8-3 now, looking for that 9-3 scoreline.
This is good ideas. I mean, one way to counter that ISO shield is to just barrel stuff it. We've seen this a couple times on this map. Jesse Vash did it once to Jemkin. This time Monyet doing it to Jeremy. That way you can get 2 bullets to connect before your opponent can even really react. And yeah, Jemkin didn't get a chance to use the ult in the previous round, so here in the final round of the half, surely gonna get an opportunity for it, and the dimensional drift as well from Monyet. Actually just kind of fakes it out there, throws a flash to show presence at mid, and then decides to use it over towards A. Again, left wide open, but ahead of it, and Jeremy's just shut down.
I mean, yep, head's just taken off. has the ult. Jemkin still playing forward, so not the greatest position to try to utilize this as the pop flash comes through, but Monyet's got covering fire. Reset of the shield. Jesse Bash will take him down, so that kill contract not going to be seen. Cushy will find Jesse there in heaven. Crazy guy once again. Just pushing 2GE to the side. And it is all eyes on heaven as Envy does fall. 9-3, RRQ well out in front here on their map pick of Haven.
Yeah, 8 in a row there to close out that attacker's side. Just starting to see the confidence flowing. You know, Team Secret trying to play for a bit of retake on A, but different looks are well accounted for by RRQ each time. This time they try to push the pace. You know, as the spike is attempting to be planted, that's when they try to send the ISO in. You know, previously they kind of waited it out, used the Hunter's Fury to try to clear some space. This time, different look, same results.
Just brutality here. RRQ very dialed in. We'll see what kind of run back we can get here as we get ready to swap sides. I mean, mind you, the pistol got picked up for Team Secret. It was one of the 3 rounds that they were able to get, that and the anti-eco.
Yep. It was those 3 rounds at the beginning out of the 4, and then you think, okay, Team Secret's come out to play. And then RRQ just put their foot down, had enough, said, nope, we're the #1 seed, and we don't have any inklings to let go of this game. Give you guys any hope. Just want to shut you right out. Keep up this momentum we've created for ourselves here in Stage 1, right into the playoffs.
If RRQ and Boom maintain their dominance,
yeah,
which seems likely,
yeah,
and they just get into the grand final of Stage 1.
Sure.
Both teams are going to Toronto.
Yeah.
How quickly can we put an event together in Bali?
Here. I don't know.
And just fly to Indonesia and just have that match happen there.
Yeah, we could just like do it on the beach.
Yeah, we could just do it at Ayana.
Okay,
which
yeah.
is one of the sponsors of RRQ. It's a fantastic resort.
Sure.
We'll give them the shout out. I've been there. It's awesome.
Nice. I mean, I'm down for that too.
So I think we just do that. Let's just quick pivot it. I'm
down.
sure that both teams would be very happy to do so. Jesse Bash, though, surviving. Down to 35 HP. Able to find the kill there. Monyet going to be dead for now.
Vulnerable hit. Oh, the positioning.
Oh, boy. Xfero pushing forward in the smoke. Able to find the first. Gets the second. Knows that there's a third, but cannot find it. Wild Oreo does manage to survive. That leaves Cushy now all alone in a 1v3, but all 3 players tagged up.
Spike planted.
Well, just is going to come down to the gunfire for Team Secret, because she does have a little bit of util to work with. Could send a recon, has a shock dart. Shock dart could find a kill, like you said. This player's weakened up.
Oh my God, he's literally 1. He's literally 1 HP. But Wild Oreo, he'll take the first fight. He'll nail the headshot. And that'll be Team Secret going 2-0 on the Pistols as they find their fourth round win.
Yeah, they're looking sharp on the Pistols at least, just winning some of these duels out in the open. And even though Xfero has a nice little trickery there, using the smoke to hide his position in the corner, not able to do enough damage to quite turn the destiny of that round. Crazy Guy is going to grab a Marshall. Xfero has a shorty. So some decisions being made, and RQ's just tucking in, and Wild Oreo actually takes the worst of that.
Yeah, he does. Down to 49. Crazy Guy unscathed.
Now they have to change ideas. Both teams are, though. See, RRQ is, again, making their way over towards the A side, shifting that direction, and still trying to keep themselves hidden from util, trying to get some positions revealed. Revealing Cushy, not a big deal. You expect us over there.
Right here.
Let's see if the other members are going to be accounted for by Team Secret if they end up going this way. But the spike is leaning towards B, so this looks like it's a bit of a fake being attempted by Jesse and Jeremy. Jemkin, though, slipping the net. Oh my God.
Sliding forward, Crazy Guy able to find Wild Oreo, finishes the job that he started earlier on. Jemkin, a little bit scattered there, though. Does end up falling. Jeremy, shield broken, dead. Cushy finds the headshot. 3 players strong in the cage. This is a rat race to grab the gun, to push forward. The gun's going to be remaining on the floor. Jesse Bash able to find one there with the ghost. He's getting ready to fall. Crazy Guy up in heaven, finding another one now. Going to be felled as Envy able to put the Bulldog to his head. Finds the kills and gets the scrape by victory here in the round. But just 2 players left standing, 2 Bulldogs carried over. Secret get the 5.
Yeah, a lot of trickery here from RRQ. Some really creative smokes as well to hide these positions on the site to make it much more difficult for Team Secret to react. Good shots from Crazy Guy with the Marshall. Man, that's quick. Dealt with by Envy, but that gun got dropped and it got scary there for a second. If Monyet had been on point with that Bulldog, who knows? So Crazy Guy actually going to go for the judge after that Marshall, but damage done. Couple Bulldogs and then some close range weaponries on a Sheriff. That's all Team Secret can scrape together.
And
oh my!
It's just going to find a timing. I studied at the University of Monyet, or Malco, I should say.
Yep.
Monyet just died. I'm just reading things. Jemkin looking to try to disrupt here and catches the timing on the Wild Oreo. Will eat the full blind. Looks for the reset, finds it. And 2GE will find one more here from backside with that Stinger in hand. Looking for a little bit more bit damage. Finds the dink, but cannot find the kill. 3 players survive. RRQ not allowing for a bonus conversion, not allowing for Team Secret to really start snowballing a run back here. They'll get up now to 10.
Yeah, another thing is, you know, against ISOs, the Stingers are really impactful because they can break that shield so quick. Find those kills. Something I've been noticing a lot of teams are starting to not just run because the Stingers are good. You and I have had discussions about how we feel about the Stinger right now.
Yeah, they're not good. They're broken.
Yeah, but the rate of fire, you know, the Phantom as well, can be really good anti-ISO weapons, especially close quarters. So you're going to see teams lean into those a little bit more. Monyet with an Outlaw, which against this buy-up that Team Secret is able to do seems to be all that he's able to scrape together because there's a lot of full armors. Well, that helps when you get some shock darts to connect.
Just kind of tanks it. Tiny bit dealt. Sphero looking to try to hold down Sewer. Pinned on the angle, should know that the cam was set up. Question is, does he continue to swing? Tucks in a little bit closer. As, oh, well, there's the recon. I think the drone came in from behind and no one cleared it out. Jesse Bash is able to bend that up through main into Sewer. And that is the site now completely broken open because no one cleared the drone.
That one looked a little uncomfortable. RRQ was trying to rotate into position to stall out the A hit, but they were a step too late. Team Secret was already there. And I wouldn't be too surprised to see a timeout. I think there needs to be some kind of adjustments from RRQ in terms of how you're playing off the information, because that whole round, Monyet's just pushing out C. He had C long control, basically out the rip, and they really weren't leaning into that A site as heavily as they needed to. They were still kind of worried about B because they don't have the ability to get a lot of deep info.
All right, well, it's going to be a flawless here from Team Secret. Hands are back. 4 rounds separating. Like you said, I wouldn't be too shocked if it is going to be a timeout call. Up by 4. Comfy, but not secured. So they may just look to pump the brakes and, you know, figure out the game plan here. Then again, this is the same start that we had to the map.
True.
Where it was, you know, pistol, anti-eco, drop the bonus, get the follow-up off that. And then we saw RRQ go on a massive streak.
Yeah, and the other thing is if you're the coaches, right, you can hear your players. So if you're hearing from Crazy Guy, he's already saying the things that you would have said anyway.
Yeah.
Then there's no reason to time out.
All right, well.
And I like what they're doing.
They're not going to send one, so it will just be a carry forward. They've got the purchase, a Bucky in hand, though, for Xfero. They'll be playing Lurk over within Garage, it would seem. Envy with a tiny bit of damage from the shock dart. Otherwise, pretty untouched, so we'll be okay for the moment.
Yeah. This time they're going to just have to play retake for C. It's starting to look like Jemkin does slide over there. Smoke comes out, so that actually is going to delay Team Secret here momentarily. Going to use the shield to make sure they can get the ult for the Yoru. That Bucky. There's a ping, but hard to say if that was meant for the angle right around from where Envy is, or if that's meant for the other side. But they suspect that there's a trap at that door. Maybe they can hear the tripwire.
Wild Wario Sends out the dimensional drift, spots onto Cushy, push forward through the smoke. We'll find Jimkin as well, and Monyet going to be taken down as Envy finds the timing forward into the B site. Catches him completely off guard. The C site now open here for the taking as the Neural Theft gets the ping revealed out. Jemkin is not ready for Envy's position, nor is Cushy. 3 snappy, quick kills. And as Envy maybe hearing and just, thinking there was going to be an approach here from the window. Looks for a little bit more greeds for it. Xfaro eventually does manage to put him down, but similarly will get traded out quickly. As it is now just Crazy Guy in a 1v4. He is likely to hold on to this weapon. And it seems like Team Secret changing the script here from that first half, not allowing for the same sequence of rounds to go the way of RRQ.
Yeah, they're doing a really nice job using that Your ult very effectively to figure out what was going on around the map. Get the plant down and C and put some pressure towards the B site. They're being really proactive, our Secret. I mean, you could see it even on their defender side. It was aggressive from the get-go. And on this attacker side, it's really starting to work a treat. So now timer continues to tick. Okay, just stopped. Okay. Envy is Envy.
As he often is.
Yep. He usually is, I hope. Guy is just crazy good, man.
Gonna be feeling good about that. And there you go. First timeout call from RRQ of the series. There's just 3 rounds between the two with a weakened economy coming into this next one. They do not want to let Team Secret get their way back in.
No, for sure. And, you know, there's some things to be thought about. I mean, it's hard when you're playing this comp to get info. You have to throw bodies sometimes. A lot of times it's somewhat reliant on your ISO to be a little bit aggressive towards some of the points of attacks. I mean, everybody's going to be talking about T1 with this comp because they're the ones who really popularized it because of their ability to win Masters Bangkok off the back of this, just dominating Haven in Masters. So part of what they do with Meteor is they kind of let him roam a little bit, or they'll use him at A and back him up with like stacks with the Sova to try to take A lobby control. So you have to be able to establish map control with your bodies, because all you really have is the Sova otherwise to get some info. Yes, you have the side anchor with the Cypher to do a little bit of that too, but you have to be really proactive with this comp. Take the fight to your opponent sometimes. And I like what we're seeing. Jemkin needs to take some A control. Just, can he get the job done with that hero rifle? Secret, very aware. Expecting that to be the change of ideas from RRQ. They're just watching for that A push out the whole time, but Drone's not going to see much, just the Yoru, and that's kind of whatever, because they can just TP away, so.
Right.
Not the end-all be-all there.
Very quiet here across the board.
You also have to think about the trap plays that were set up on the eco for RRQ. Going back to the anti-eco.
Jemkin, he's just pushing out. He doesn't have a shield raised. He's just taken down. That's the one rifle. Down on the floor, thinking he was going to be able to find a timing, but instead just finds death. Crazy Guy trying to set up a smoke here to dissuade the push into the site, but Jeremy having the double tap shield at the ready. Going to be feeling a little bit more fearless here. So he gets ready to push out. Crazy Guy back plat and be able to find one. Cushy, 2 quick shots. Jeremy, 2GE both get taken down, but will eventually fall. Monyet, the weapon recovered. Looking for a 1v3. First shot. Little bit of whiffage, eventually finds the head. As it's just gonna be a double faces. My God, what is that flag, Monyet? Flashes himself in from behind, and Envy will be able to stave him off, but my goodness. That was disgusting.
That was pretty nasty. Seen a couple crazy flicks in this one. Things starting to get a little bit uncomfortable for RRQ in the scoreline. They're going to be able to get some big purchases coming through finally. Cushy hit some really nice headshots.
Yeah, those are cool.
Yeah, show us the
oh!
It's the one tap.
Oh God!
Yeah. That's Even Jesse was talking about it there. Oh, the flicks. Oh, late reaction.
Sees him, yeah, and that's just going to have to be the exit. Looking for the pull.
No do and me.
No doing me. And Squishy going to get pulled forward. And Jeremy has the instant headshot.
That was clean.
I love when we change the POV and
it changes the voice line.
Yeah, it gives you the opposite. Jemkin similarly could send his. Looks like he wants to try to push forward though into the site, but it's just going to get taken down. Team Secret are very much starting to get themselves back into this. About to be separated by 1 round as 2 GEs there on the flank.
Yeah, this is starting to get scary. You know, it looked like RRQ was going to run away with it, but this attacker side just as potent, if not more so, for Team Secret because they won the pistol. God, that is good, Jeremy. That's what you want to see. Envy is so crisp today. All right. I mean, this comp, tough to defend against.
Starting to get jazzed up.
You borrowed that operator.
5 ultimates to work with here. No real weaponry, other than some broken stingers.
It's too real for us. Again, just patience being shown here by Team Secret. They're very wary of these push-outs towards A main. With those smokes there as well, that's going to keep them in place. So RRQ is going to use this opportunity to try to reinforce the B site this time. It's the same look from Team Secret. The last time they did this, they did go to the other direction. RRQ hoping that that tendency would remain, showing a little bit of presence with the Stinger. They really would like them to go to B here. They may just get it, or maybe C actually. Good choice with the long-range weaponry intact. Smoke up front, so that seems like the final decision will be A. I like this macro game calling.
Clear on the cam. And B slowly starting to drift back here with the rest of the team. Crazy guy. Very committed position. Setting up the one-way smoke is undercut smoke out onto Heaven. Just going to stay stat here for the moment. Question is, do they at any point suspect this? Slightly unorthodox. G kind of looking for it. He actually TPs up into the smoke itself, and then Jeremy turns back to be able to find the kill.
Oh, the timing.
Had he just stayed there, could have just point blank sprayed him down with that Stinger.
Yep.
Here.
So now the team looking to try to see if they can push their way forward here into the site. Trip set up on the corner. Jeremy lingering within the smoke. It's looking like RRQ as more time goes by, likely just waiting to see if they catch anybody on the exit. And otherwise, we'll look to go down to the spike itself.
Jeremy's just gonna push the tempo.
Reveal on one in the corner. Jeremy does give his life. Cushy does once again find 2 with the Sheriff. Solid kills, but all the same, the ultimate was already online for him. 10-10. We are now tied up. Team Secret coming alive.
Well, it's got to be this round for RRQ, and I wouldn't be surprised if we have another timeout from Ewok. Not happy with what he's seeing, and I can't blame him. And especially with all these ults available, you can go into sort of a set play idea with those, and then in the next couple rounds, just sort of talk about the way you want to approach the macro game a little bit more. But Team Secret is being very patient, waiting for their moments, not kind of making the same moves off of what they had showed previously. So it's being very challenging for RRQ to get a good read off of some of the util and the setups that Team Secret is using. So let's see if they can figure it out. A lot of pressure on the Crazy Guy now as well to find those adaptations beyond what his coach can give them here. He's been better about that for sure as the stage has gone on. Just have to wait and see, but yeah, challenging to defend with this comp sometimes. It just kind of depends. Going against another ISO, it's been pretty tricky. Jeremy's starting to come alive there.
Shots have been very, very clean. Jemkin at the same time has been holding on to his ultimate for quite some time.
Yeah.
Haven't Seen it committed.
This is a nice spot.
Pressure certainly building here for RRQ. 10 to 10, relatively unthinkable given the 9-3 half, but perhaps the curse do be striking, but Crazy Guy getting some very nice spam. Puts Wild Oreo down to 11 HP to start off the round.
Yet trying to find this angle with the op. We'll get there.
Common drone angle. And should have seen a pixel out of place there, so even with the clear on the drone, I think they know that Monyet was in this forward spot. Hard to tell for sure, but I think that smoke just about confirms it. As he's going to look to reposition. Drop down from 2GE, gun barrel spotted. 2GE! How does he not realize? He must have been looking somewhere else. Maybe a glance at the minimap, but either way, asleep at the wheel.
That's a gift.
And he is just crashing to the wall. Jumpkin, though, getting caught on a little bit of timing, pulls off the ADS, ends up falling. Now the neural theft going to be coming through as Cushy going to swing out and try to get a reveal. Gets a tiny bit of damage onto Envy, but cannot collect that kill. Just the clone here for now. Push from Garage getting ready to come through. Paranoia to try to delay. Continue to advance. Ping reveal onto a couple of these players as Jesse Bash repositions through the smoke. Triple push. Out of this left-hand side, Cushy able to find two.
Spike down.
As it's now just Wild Oreo with the aforementioned 11 HP. Try to see if he can make it a little bit more costly, but a nice little jiggle out from Crazy Guy. He will find it in RQ. They will break this 5-round consecutive win streak from Team Secret, reestablish a lead, but they are far from out of the woods. Because of all of those round wins, Team Secret, they have built up a decent bank.
Oh my God. I mean, sometimes better lucky than good. And Monyet got lucky there. No other way to say it. That's a nice shot from Crazy Guy, but the early spam as well. Very nice. So just some individual moments able to get RRQ a much needed defender side win.
Especially considering they didn't have to use any of the ultimates.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking.
Wild Oreo set back, and this time he was able to go ahead and pick him apart. So Monyet taken down. Cushy now alone here on A. Deep forward position from Xfero outside of C, but it's going to be tripped off.
Who's next?
There's the dimensional drift from Wild Oreo. Goes in for some recon, checks in. Nothing much spotted around B. TP's down into the sewer. We'll push forward, spots out Jemkin. In the meantime, Envy manning the flank. A pull forward, Jemkin versus Jeremy. Shield's out, shield's broken, Jemkin winning. It's the reset, but yep, exits and is right there in front. Picked apart, Xfero just gonna be an upgrade on the weapon. As once again, RRQ not getting into a position to utilize any of these ultimates and tied up at 11-11.
Yeah, this is uncomfortable to say the least. Just Monyet thinking he can get away with another op spot, and this time, you know, a quick adjustment from Team Secret with the positioning of their op. They're able to find that big kill, and then
Camera taken out.
even though if you will win in the kill contract there,
he's pinned in.
Yep.
Flank coming through. Trying to fight his way out of this one here, but Jesse Bash is going to be able to find it. Everything ripped out of the hands of RRQ. Already both timeouts have been committed. Team Secret with the opportunity to steal this away.
Would be the most Team Secret thing ever to just come out today and look very, very strong. They certainly do so far. God, sharp Jesse. In general, a lot of these players have looked really sharp. I mean, Envy's 22 and 15. Just destroying on this Cypher.
They have to find a way to utilize these. That's okay. For now, dimensional drift to start. Monyet.
Just gonna say.
Sticking around. Hunter's Fury here from Cushy. Hunting. As Xfero is able to find one. There's a tag. No. Just a big reveal. Wild Oreo. Gets a pick on the Jemkin. Gets a pick on the Xfero. Crazy Guy now taken down to 2v3. Reveal is in, but Cushy, snappy with that Guardian shot. Swings out for a little bit more. Gets sat down. Monyet now. A 1v2 to try to prevent. And he cannot. Team Secret get up to map point.
Oh, man.
Match point.
Just the timings here. You see something a little unorthodox from RRQ. They finally try to combine their ultimates, use the Dimensional Drift into the Hunter's Fury, and it looks like they might be able to win it out, but then the battle at window takes a turn. The flank watched nicely by Wild Oreo. Not sure if Jemkin had already lost his shield in an engagement there. Guess is probably... Man, oh man. Just so crisp from Envy.
Well, Jemkin still has a kill contract.
Yeah. Just doesn't seem comfortable on this defender side. It almost feels like they're...
It's the same. You go into the gulag.
Yes.
Just go into the gulag!
I agree. I'm right there with you. But my guess is they're saving it for retakes, and they're just not getting there because they're just dying.
You might not have to retake if you go into the gulag and you kill someone!
That's correct. Right there with you. Right there with you.
Granted, the weapon that he has, not great as it turns out for the gulag.
No, it is not the best. But you might not have a choice. You just got to take a player out of the equation at the very least to try to change the odds.
It's a TP scout into garage. Canceled. Clone.
There it goes.
Inching forward.
Did he get the clone? No.
It's Jeremy. See if he's going to be able to win it. He does. Finds a headshot. Wild Oreo going to be taken down. Crazy Guy able to find two over it. What with the Spectre, Xparrow finds Jesse Bash, and now it's just Envy in a 1v4. Breaks the shield. He is completely and utterly pinned in, and it seems like RRQ are going to be taking this into overtime.
Of course. I mean,
woo! Here we go, baby!
It's the most RRQ thing ever.
Feel the rush!
Just send it into overtime.
Overtime.
Oh my goodness. Well, finally the gulag pays off. Took a while to get there, but better late than never, I suppose.
Let's go!
All right. Overtime. Wild Oreo going for the glass cannon. It's had some very nice shots, both on the attack and the defense. So let's see. Nice fares here going into the overtime.
Yeah, they're all set up really far back on A here. Okay, now they've kind of made up their minds. Looks like maybe they were just thinking about how they wanted to organize this round. Jesse with the early dart. Oh, there you go.
Oh, and Jemkin.
Perfect.
Snappy is all hell with it. Finds Wild Oreo. Glass cannon. No purchase, no value. Jesse Bash is staying tucked back here. Reinforcements nearby from Jeremy just around that corner, but RRQ starting to go ahead and explore other areas of the map.
Envy behind this door could be a real problem.
Fishy able to find 1, 2GE going to be taken down. Crazy Guy finding Envy. Jesse Bash, Jeremy pushing forward, but they're going to be a world away. Pins are coming down. They know exactly where RRQ is going for the moment. Can't do a damn thing about it on yet. I believe he saw a glimpse there, but his eyes aren't turned back to the door, so it seems like no, he has not.
Thought he did.
I could have sworn that he would have been able to spot that out. Either way, facing back into garage, looks for the transfer, cannot find it. Jeremy avoiding the undercut. Does get darted through the smoke. A 1v3. No shield, just the wall. Swings and finds the first. Crazy Guy on the floor, can send the wall and try to hold for a half here. That's exactly what he's going to do. Sticks it to that point, pulls off the wall, falls, and both players out wide in the open are able to pick them apart. So RRQ, they will go ahead and get themselves up to map point.
Yeah, just great timing from Jemkin. Get this shield popped right as he's making contact with the op. Very nicely done, anticipating the swing out from Envy. It's kind of a timed push out in the mid by Team Secret that gets just swatted away by RRQ. The attacker side is where both these teams did all their damage. 9-3 for both of them. So it's going to be feeling like who can get that defender side win first. Clear the dart. Oreo, though, still pushing forward. The full force is a secret here. Just a couple players from RRQ. Slowly but surely, Crazy Guy sliding in. Throws a smoke to cover Cushy's change of position. Is this just going to be kind of a dialed-up execute for Team Secret? Looks like they're fully committed to this A push. Just have to wait and see.
Drone. Okay, well, the shots ring out. Don't think it necessarily saw Wild Oreo, but gunfire will confirm presence.
Yeah, I don't know that it matters too much that you're hiding the position of your Yoru. I don't think RRQ is going to swing down this ramp, especially with the time ticking down. Just let your opponents make the first move, and then you can react off of that. You've got the strong stack here on A. You've made the right read.
Fake out cleared. Couple shots through. Shield now going to be raised from Jemkin. He is fully blinded up and dead. Jeremy Wild Oreo finding multi-kills apiece here. As all of a sudden, Team Secret just stormed their way into the site, suffer very little damage, and they find themselves in pole position to get the reset and extend this OT. There you go. Flawless fashion on the attack. Slow but decisive.
Yeah, I mean, once they made that move, it's just shooting that clone and not being able to turn it quick enough. It's kind of the first domino to fall in that round. It's just a complete collapse on this defense. Wild Oreo doing a great job being that secondary entry right behind Jeremy. And they just smash it. Great flash in there. Very nicely handled. And even with a good read from RRQ, they still couldn't hold the line. They still couldn't get that to go. I'm not exactly sure what else they're going to be able to do differently. Team Secret's util hitting different, but over to the attacker side again we go. I think they're pinging out the trip there on the other side of the wall. Yep, to clear it with the shock dart. Got it. But still, with how far forward you've got a couple players from Team Secret on the A side, they're able to lean towards B and C a little bit more.
Gotta keep it quiet again. Shield goes up. Goes out, gate crash across the opposite side. Envy pushing forward into the smoke. Shorty from Jemkin able to find the kill. WK just raised flash into his face though. Jeremy gonna be taken down. It's 2 GEs, only gonna be good for 1. Now a 4v2. See Bash and Wild Oreo both approaching this long angle. There's that tripwire still holding them in place. Oh, jumpable. Never mind. And he's immediately going to be able to find one. Jesse Bash similarly makes it over the tripwire. Flash out, looking for something there in the corner. Should know that there's going to be one here behind the box after the shots come through, but just a full flash onto himself. Fortunately, does not get swung on. Drags across, finds Crazy Guy, but time's starting to get away from them here. Mania just jiggling here at backside. Jesse Bash swooping forward, able to find one, but the time is just not going to be here for him. As he's able to go ahead and clean up the kill, gets over onto it. As the fist bumps go out, knows that it's just not going to be possible. So RRQ once again getting themselves up to map point.
I mean, it's just a brawl here at overtime.
It's chaos.
Yep. It's just who can execute a little bit better. And this time, Team Secret almost finds an answer with the jump over the trips at the end, catching RRQ very off guard. And able to just use some good firepower to break through, but timeout going to be called.
Which camp is it from, though, is the question. It's, I think, reasonable from both.
Yeah.
It's going to be RQ, so they want to call this timeout and try to get this over the line, put this map to bed, and try to shift over towards Ascent.
Kind of curious what they're going to do. A lot of the different things they tried on that attacker side just did not work. We saw a lot of different looks from them, and a lot of different ideas from Team Secret too. It seemed like Team Secret was just a step ahead. Both teams were on their attacker side, quite frankly, but you know, for RRQ, what are you going to do to shut that down? Team Secret being very patient a lot of the times at the beginning of the rounds. They haven't usually gone for anything too explosive. Does that mean that's an opportunity for you to, you know, try to send Monyet down long C again, find a different way to hold the line at A, try to lean in towards that side of the map? When you've tried to go through A sewer, it's been mixed results. It is going to be Magnet with the op.
Going for the glass cannon again.
Crazy guy with the Odin. He's looking for a
so-
paranoia angle.
Yeah, some change-ups here. Let's see what the execution looks like, though, from Team Secret. As they look to reset this once again. Magnet pushing forward, gets onto a deep line outside of C. Sparrow try to hold things in. Okay, Envy gonna get caught. 2GE similarly drifting over into this direction. Trying to get the jump on him, he is able to do so. The headshot comes across. Shield now gonna be popped, broken though, as Xparrow finds a kill, pushes up into the cyber cage. Wild Oreo out the back of window, finds Crazy Guy. Drone timing, as that's Jesse Bash. Dead on the floor alongside the spike. 8 left in the mag, the flash went across, getting a full catch there on his face. But Xparrow able to drift away, keeps himself safe. 3v2 for the attempt at the retake. Similar scenes perhaps here from the drone, but Jemkin's there for covering fire. Trap gets sprung, and now it's down to Wild Oreo. A 1v3. A single kill would give him a dimensional drift. Finds it, but Xparrow swings out just in time. 15-13. RRQ off the back of the timeout will bring this Haven to its conclusion, but it's a damn good effort and a hell of a lot closer than we might have anticipated here, and Secret put up one hell of a fight.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta like what you saw from Team Secret today. Bringing in a different comp, bringing in some different ideas. Something that has been a criticism of them this year has been they've kind of just stuck to the stock standard stuff of what had worked in the past. But this is a very different look, and you can see very good results overall. Neither side really having success on their defending half, but some really cool plays, some really good ideas, some great macro on their attacker sides. And both sides really struggling to adjust. And finally there in that last round, I really like what Ewok was thinking. He was on the same wavelength as me there. Push Magnet out long C, get control of that side of the map. Just kind of work off of that, and then a brilliant outplay from Xparrow with that cyber cage into catching Jesse with the drone out. That changed that round big time.
That's fairly nicely done. Still though, some concerns. RRQ, they're this top seed, but still sometimes we see this misalignment, these struggles to get a solid read. We saw it on that split attack. We're seeing it a little bit here on this defense, which is why we end up going into that overtime. Need to have those adjustments, especially if you're going to be punching a ticket over towards Toronto and playing against the best of the rest of the world has to offer. So I'm curious to see how things are going to look as we get ready to go into Ascent. Granted, Team Secret, Haven, it's always been a map that is well within their wheelhouse. The time will tell how they do fare. But we're going to have map 2 coming up here in a bit. Perhaps some more silly moments, some more overtimes. I don't know. All I do know is that the analyst is going to break down everything from Haven.
That's right. We had a little itty bit of an overtime here, a baby overtime. And it looked like it was pretty competitive here. Team Secret, this is a lot better. This is what we want to see from Team Secret. But of course, RRQ did end up closing out that overtime.
Yeah, I like the comp change for them. I like that they're trying to catch RRQ off, and I do feel like they understood the comp. I mean, both these teams had very, very strong attacker sides. That is obviously where this composition is at its best, but then equally struggled on their defense. So they did push RRQ the whole way, and I think you have to give them some credit for that. But once again, RRQ managed to get it over the line, which is good for RRQ. That's something that historically they've not actually been too great at.
Yeah, you saw it. It was actually a nice little lower third coming up as we went into OT. They haven't had a good strike rate in OT, so I think in some of the closer games is where RRQ usually kind of lets it slip through their fingers, but it was good to see them get the dub here over Secret today. As you said, very attacker-sided game. Does come down to the comp to some extent. At the same time, though, I would have really liked to see some better setups from some of these teams on the defense. Is something I love about the way that T1 plays this map. When you get Buzz on the op in particular, moving around on the Yoru, your Yoru's positioning and unpredictability really does wonders to disrupt the other team's attacking side. So it really does kind of rely on you being able to kind of have those off angles, have those disruptive setups where your duelists can get involved in the round, and I just didn't really get the sense that there was enough of that from either one of these teams. And I kind of find it shocking in general that Team Secret's, some of their most successful games that we've seen so far have been on this kind of double duelist style where they're throwing Jeremy on an ISO, and then you got Wild Oreo playing kind of that secondary duelist or an opping presence, and that's kind of been one of their go-tos where I don't know whether that is necessarily something that's going to be sustainable going forward in towards stage 2.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point. Now, speaking of double duelists, one of the double duelists was Jemkin on the ISO. We were a little worried, not seeing him on the Euro in terms of our frag count here. But you know what? He stepped up and he was great.
He got a lot of openers. He got 7 first kills, so he was definitely taking a lot of duels, playing pretty fearless and taking those dry contact approaches, which, to be honest, I think I would probably prefer to see from the Yoru a lot of the time in this comp. You don't agree with that?
I don't mind your ISO doing it because you have that shield. So if you're trying to find that up, you're trying to just take space for free, it's good for it to be the ISO because Yoru is able to then support with the util that you have or look to break those traps. I mean, you need to be able to do both to be able to play this comp well, but I think Jemkin did lead from the front very strong. And of course, Envy on the other side, not on the duelist, on that Cypher, continuing to be a shining beacon for this Team Secret team.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he had a very, very good game, and you can see a lot of these kills on the attacking side as well, where he's able to get involved in the action. He's able to mix things up in the mid-round, find these lurk timings, and play with a lot of confidence, where neither one of these teams had particularly great defensive halves, but it was still nonetheless a fantastic game from Envy.
Yeah, that's right. They both were fantastic here. Jemkin being our map MVP, perhaps not surprisingly. I think he's been the MVP for RRQ almost every single map of Stage 1, which is pretty incredible.
Yeah, I mean, he's a beast, he's really the one to watch. We spoke about this before. He's absolutely one of the best players we have in Pacific right now, certainly one of those top duelists, and he's looking to get his team all the way to Masters Toronto, and you saw no signs of him slowing down today.
Yeah.
I wonder, though, if there will be any slowing down. Secret did pick Ascent as their map pick. This is going to be the map 2 going against RRQ, which you guys have rightfully pointed out that RRQ is definitely one of the best here on Ascent so far, especially running this particular comp.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say I'm surprised by Team Secret choosing to pick this. This is for sure one of RRQ's strongest maps, and we see Team Secret have banned it out every single week. So what do you have prepared today? I mean, the one thing I would hope is that you have a solid anti-strat, because RRQ have, shown plenty of Ascent throughout this year, so I think Team Secret will kind of know what's coming. But what do you have prepared here? Because to go from banning this every week to suddenly picking it, I need to see a very clear reason why, and yeah, it's a little bit confusing from this outside.
I mean, they are the underdog in this series, so they're trying to throw a little bit of a Hail Mary. At the same token, I'll give Team Secret some credit. They're very good at taking a map in a lot of these series, and they do have some pretty good anti-strats, some good game plans at times. So I think I agree with you. There's a little bit of tape there for RRQ, who have picked this series, this map in series multiple times. So this gives an opportunity for Team Secret to prepare another one of their pretty solid game plans. They do have a history playing this map pretty comfortably as well. So I'm intrigued. I want to see what we're going to get from them, but they will have to start out on that attacking side, which again, I asked this question of DFM earlier, playing into the famous Yoru. It's like, what is the read that they're going to have? Because playing into Jemkin's Yoru is going to be even scarier. This dude is one of the players that is really pioneering this agent on this map, although it has seen play in the past, of course, but at the moment he's one of the scarier looking Yorus in the competition, and particularly on this map, it's just so annoying to attack into him.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see him deep in lots of off angles. We're going to see him walk down mid. We see him lock his mates. He loves the operator, and unless you're smart with your util, he's going to be able to find those kills. You can't afford to just walk into him, or things might get out of hand for this Team Secret.
I think there is also a method to this for Team Secret picking Ascent, like you were talking about, that surely, we can't underestimate them here. They've surely prepared something here. And if I were them, I would want to test out against the best Ascent in Pacific so far. If it's RRQ, I want to test out things not just in scrims, but on the stage where people play completely differently here. And I am curious, of course, how, in fact, they will end up countering RRQ. We looked into Secret's past on Ascent, and the last time they lost Ascent was Pilsky. You want to share?
Yes, the Australians.
You
can't be losing to an Australian team. Is that region even good? Like, unreal.
We had is it?
That's very unfortunate.
Yeah. Me personally, I could never lose to Australia.
Have you ever lost to an Australian?
Never.
Yeah.
Never in my whole life, I don't think.
fair.
So, Secret got some bouncing back to do, that's for sure. What's the said map?
Yeah, they absolutely do. You know, that was a close Haven there, and I don't think I'm completely surprised we end up going to an overtime there, despite the lose streak that they've been going on here in stage 1. But for Ascent, I mean, I hope we are given surprises, like our casters were saying. I hope we are giving something, you know, fun. I'm sure they want to cast something fun going into this, and they need to end on a good note.
I feel like Team Secret's just been changing their entire style these last couple of games. Like going into the T1 game, again, they're just running double duelists. Going into the game that you saw just then against RRQ, like, I feel like they really are trying something a little bit different in the latter half, because they were the team that going into the start of kickoff, they were playing stock standard comps. Like Pearl was that Ascent meta comp. They were playing double Eni a lot, and now it seems like they've really gone in a completely different direction.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's a fair direction to take things. In this day and age, we're seeing much more double duelist. You know, that's definitely the way the meta is trending, being able to play fast, a lot looser in a lot of styles. So I don't mind them trying to, like, catch up, because, you know, we've criticized this Team Secret in the past for not adapting, for not moving to the new meta.
Right.
So if they're willing to try this and push this forward, it could bode well for their stage 2, but I think they have to figure it out. You know, I felt like they played a good map 1 there. The double duelists looked solid there.
Yeah.
But just not quite good enough.
Definitely. Do you guys like the shifts into the double duelist era? Back into the double duelist era?
I think it's fun. I think it's, you know, I think players like playing dual duelists. Players like having that sort of bit more freedom. And for Team Secret, we're going to see them continue with dual duelists. Jet and Yoru on this map, with Solo Initiator being that Teo. Now, I think they're going to have to be very careful of Jemkin when he gets that off out on the other side.
Yeah, no Sova for Jesse Vash. He's going to be on the Teo this time around. Obviously, there is no kind of util as much to break for Vice. That is one of the strengths of the agent on this map right now. So we'll see how they go. They're going to have a lot of burst on this attacking side, and I think they do need to start out very strongly on the attacking side. You do mention Jemkin that they're going to have to keep in mind, but obviously the way they attack a lot of these Vice setups with the shear on front B or in towards mid is kind of the more commonly placed kind of positions that you'd be expecting that. So we'll see how RRQ does kind of play around some of those setups.
I'm expecting a little bit of trickiness coming out of Monyet on the Omen as well. We are going to go into the second map, and we're going to see if Team Secret is going to keep this series going, or if RRQ is going to close this out looking victorious. We're going to send it back to our casters, Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much. Here we go. Map 2. Solid run back there from the side of Team Secret. Able to take us into overtime, but not quite able to find the victory there on Haven. After that 3-9 half to start, now we go into their map pick here of Ascent. See how they're going to be looking. Double duelist once again coming through. Jesse Vash not on the staple. Sova is going to be there with a tail.
Well, this is going to be tricky. I mean, this feels like it has to be a very execute-heavy style for Team Secret. They have to be able to find ways to get past that Vice util. Desk was talking about it. That's going to be pretty tricky potentially, because you don't have a ton of ability to figure out what's going on around you. Only got the single initiator. Ooh, cushy though.
Tiny bit of damage taken. Salvo sent. He's just going to fully disconnect all the way back into boats. As a gate crash gets situated, but for now, Thorns will hold them at bay, stop them from advancing forward. Tailwind heard. Envy out here in mid. Has contact about ready to come through. They now know his position. Crazy Guy able to find one. Monyet looking for a little bit more. Tucks back, narrowly escapes. Keeps his life intact as Jemkin will find one as well. So player advantage, but Monyet, Jemkin both tagged up considerably. He's now set here on A.
Yeah, that almost worked a treat there. RRQ able to barely scrape by.
Jemkin once again backpedaling Monyet. Just over here in main. Paranoia at the ready. Wait for the rest of the team to call for the strike here.
30 seconds left.
It's okay, Jemkin, first one to fall, but Xfarrow swings the corner, a couple shots through that smoke, is able to find it, trades it, maintains the advantage here for the team. Jeremy at 12 health, the Paranoia still in the back pocket, now goes through. 2GE completely blinded up, regains vision, shots flying, finds the head of one. Xfarrow dead. Now it is all on Monyet. To close out the first character, or the first player there, and is able to do so. And Jeremy will persevere. That's going to be all 3 pistols going the way of Secret.
Man, again, they're just scraping by in some of these pistol rounds, but RRQ just a little disjointed to try to get this retake. I mean, Team Secret ahead of the curve a little bit by getting a player up into heaven, throwing them off balance. Yeah, takes down the Yoru. That's a lot of entry power removed potentially, especially removing Jemkin from the equation, a big deal in and of itself. And, you know, Monyet is waiting for them to get to heaven before he can send out the paranoia. And by the time he's in a spot where the team is in a position that he can do it, doesn't make too big of a difference. Wild Oreo saying, no, 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 you can't push out short again. Oh, Jeremy just knocking down Jemkin.
Yeah, can't jiggle on A main. Great early kill to be found. As Salvos check out over towards Wine. Keep him protected as he goes for the orb grab. So that's going to be 3 charges away from the dimensional drift here for Jeremy. He's going just on the other side of this smoke. A little bit of spam out. A pea shooter in comparison.
Good awareness from Team Secret. That was their own smoke too, so just being really diligent here. I mean, you had to think, you know, a lot of teams. Oh boy.
And Cushy not seeing enough there. Ends up getting taken down. Wild Oreo pushing forwards. Got a crossfire setup. Heal found. Outlaw now scooped up. Envy, however, still able to find one. The scope in. Nope. Not fast enough. Xpero dead. B site opened up. Crazy guy. See if he can find anything, and he does. It's a kill here. Looks for a little bit more. Dancing around these shots and takes 2 GE dangerously low, but cannot confirm it. So a little bit of weaponry going to be lost. Carry forward on the 2 Bulldogs and an Outlaw, though, as Team Secret close out the anti-eco.
Yeah, some shield damage done too, so overall not too bad for RRQ, but I'm liking the diligence that I'm mostly seeing from Team Secret. Other than that crossfire setup between the Cubby and the Switch, I think they pretty well accounted for a lot of what RRQ is trying to do in that. You had to think that Team Secret picking this map, you know, this has been a map that we saw RRQ destroy Nongshim and Talon on 13-5 both times. Everybody's been avoiding it against them since. They had to have some good ideas on how they could figure this out. They could maybe take this power map away.
He's got dash at the ready. Wild Oreo. Is he just going to stuff him here with a shorty? He's certainly going to try. Backpedaling though. Monyet is able to find one, but Jeremy chasing up close. Comes away with 2. Looks for the opener. As Jemkin cannot escape. The gate crash a bit too slow. A bit too delayed. And now, Team Secret are in a very good position to try to steal away this bonus.
Oh, man.
Hit the conversion.
Yeah, dude. They are just on top of the ball. Great flash on the entry again. Just nullifies any of the crossfires RRQ wanted to set up.
Outlaw watching here from main, the first shot wide. Xpero trying to open things up from the door, but Envy just repositions his sights, finds the headshot, and that is going to be Secret converting this bonus. 3-0 start for them here on the attack. As Cushy just goes for the save.
Man, oh man. They're going to scoop up some guns. That is going to be some deep pockets for Team Secret. Very nicely done there. Just, again, like I thought with this double duelist comp, you're just going to have to go at them. And they are. They're doing a great job of it. Monyet getting hit by everything. Nice, nice arc rows. Beautiful stuff.
Really good set little strat there. Reading it incredibly well and executing even better. A 1 carried over rifle in Cushy's hands. 2 stingers, 2 sheriffs.
Let's see what the adjustment's going to be from RRQ. You know, you don't want to play retake on this map if you can help it. It's challenging. So you got to try to slow Team Secret down. And right now, Team Secret's kind of just looking for some aggression. This is kind of similar to Haven, where once RRQ was on the eco, it was wait back and watch, see what their move is. Ping out towards mid though. Anticipation, another crossfire setup, another trap attempted by RRQ, potentially. Cushy though with the rifle.
Hell of a shot, but quickly traded out. Vandal on the floor, looks like can be recoverable from Xpero. He's just around the corner of it. for now. Doesn't know if he's going to be able to retrieve it. Doesn't want to swing out. Jemkin holding here at tree alongside Crazy Guy. They just try to cycle these smokes up front. Stinger, though, not going to be able to find that kill. Crazy Guy dead. Just a bit of damage across on the Wild Oreo, but even then, it's not too much. Moniette will be able to finish the job. TP's back over into Hell, but Team Secret have every idea of his position. And will just be a spray through the smoke to go ahead and flush him out. 3 players still standing, and now 4-0 here for Team Secret.
I mean, the preparation of the day for Team Secret, the best we've seen. And RRQ just can't seem to find success on this defender side again. Just like on Haven, they're getting beat at the punch. The aim punch there. Not enough to stop the Jet. Man, Team Secret, they're coming in firing today. Certainly not making it easy for the #1 seed from their group. Got some ults, Jeremy. Oh man, Cushy, only a little damage, not bad.
Still just feels like it's death by 1,000 cuts round over round.
Right.
Every single little advantage, even minute, can snowball into something greater. As Envy from the flash, entry coming through. Jeremy does get shut down, but Wild Oreo now storming his way forward. Weapon drawn out. Cushy eventually able to find the headshot.
Take flight.
One going through, quickly cleared out. Moniette there at boats as well. Gets a spot on the Envy. RRQ looking like they're well prepared to go ahead and get themselves on the board here in round number 5.
Cushy does a phenomenal job playing for his life, getting into boats, securing that position, setting up for the reinforcements to come. This time they're able to just get enough ahead of the attack of Team Secret.
Cushy just jiggling 2 angles simultaneously. Keeping everything covered here, but smoke is out.
Left.
Jesse Vash, he'll let him know exactly where he is. Salvos knows that any damage he could get would be very nice, but that's a very quick shot from Cushy. 3K from him, 1 away now from a Hunter's Fury. RQ first round on the board, but Team Secret still in a very strong position with ults behind.
No doubt, but you are able to win the round where your opponent uses their Yoru ult. That's a huge feather in your cap as RRQ. You know, they try to throw a flash in towards B main off of the Yoru ult, and it doesn't stop RRQ. They're able to recover. So again, Cushy though, that round, him staying alive, him securing the boats.
Like a fast hit.
Surprise.
Sees the gate crash, but Paranoid up here, running out of knives, and Cushy is able to go ahead and spray down to get the kill. Crazy Guy with a peek through the smoke, able to find one more Armageddon at the ready. But suddenly a 3v3, as Team Secret gain access to the site. All held, stealth drone sent. Does get cleared out, and 2GE, he teleports all the way across, catches a glimpse, some damage in, but not confirm the kill. Moniette going to be down to 46. Jeremy, Paranoid, the Armageddon sent. Oh, though, push alongside that one, though. Moniette is here at Switch, is going to get taken down. Jeremy with a monstrous 4K. Keeps Secret well above water.
Yeah, beautiful TP from 2GE. Completely stunts RRQ's ability to try to go for a retake. And then there's some good flashes right out towards Alley. I mean, oh my God. A little unfortunate with the knives, but able to bail out your teammate there as well. Nicely done. Coordination today looks great. Has to be a timeout.
Down by 4 rounds. RRQ scratching their heads, trying to figure out how to stave off this onslaught here from Team Secret. Felt like maybe some decent disjointedness. I thought perhaps they were going to have that Armageddon advancing the other way, guiding it in towards the site, allowing for Moniette to maybe chase in.
Yeah,
look for picks off the back of the explosions, but
I think
gets held back at, at the switch.
And I think part of that is 2G's teleport, right? Like, he's throwing off your ideas and your timings and all that stuff. I think it's a really brilliant maneuver. Just didn't seem like, RRQ was quite aware that it would be that quick that he would be able to strike off the back of the ult. So a lot of things just kind of going sideways for RRQ on these defender sides. Team Secret so quick again. You know, this round though, spike on the ground, doesn't look like it's going to be one of those fast hits. Maybe RRQ's going to try one of their own. Paranoia off the rip. With some salvos to back this up.
Jemkin peeks in for that swing out, but will quickly get shoved back away by a round of salvos here from Jesse Vash. Steel Garden available here for the side of Team Secret. Fury as well as a Dimensional Drift at the ready for RRQ if they can find the right timing to utilize these.
Drone is just going to see 2G. That's not much info for RRQ here. Do have the wall in mid. So, yep. Going to use the decoy there to pop the wall. Very wise. Very wise from Team Secret.
Goes ahead, get rid of that. Create some pressure. As Wild Oreo pushing forward. Monyet here at tree. Gonna be taken down. Smokes your Paranoia. Now gone as looks to go up and over the tops. Cushy able to find one. Cushy looking for that second. Thinks Jeremy low, but cannot take him down. Jeremy absolutely on a tear. 11-4 and 2 here at the moment.
Spike planted.
As the spike gets planted. 2v4. Bulldog and a Phantom. Now a Dimensional Drift available, so if Jeremy does get into a sticky situation, he could just pop that.
Yeah, I think xFaro's just going to save. Has the full rifle, so let Jemkin go and see if he can do any more damage or maybe scoop up a gun, but there's none on the ground that are going to be found.
He'll just drift away. That timeout call not meaning a damn thing here for Secret. Shrugging off the pressure. Jemkin going to go on a push. Trying to see if he can find some value here, some impact, but instead he is just going to find a couple bullets to the face. As it's now going to be 6-1 the lead. Team Secret just destroying them here on Ascent.
Yeah, no other way to put it. I mean, they're just at every twist and turn. It feels like they have a really good read on some of the tendencies of RRQ. You know, they seem to be playing patiently against the ecos every single time. This time again, you know, early round, just exchanging util, waiting it out. They get the drone to come out. That's when they decide to put some pressure towards the A site. Now maybe another fast hit B. Spike already in hand, but a TP in the back. Salvos to clear the util at the front. Just some jump peeking.
And Jemkin just swings out. Wild Oreo's there, ready with the operator. Just not letting Jemkin get those gears churning.
Nope.
Completely shut down in this map so far.
It's been a little bit of an up and down kind of situation sometimes for Jemkin having to go on to these other duelists. It's absolutely, generally very, very good. He's had a couple maps. It's been a little bit off.
Usually hasn't been the Euro. It's usually been very consistent for him, but now Steel Garden going to be sent out. 2 players stacked up here in boats. Well, it's Cushy sending out a shock dart. Exit out of the Dimensional Drift. xFaro able to find one. Crazy guy, I don't even know if he realized that his teammates just tied behind him and that they had a trade out, but Envy, oh, he's just going to go ahead and swoop his way forward into the B site.
Oh my.
Monyet now. Last one standing. 1v3, even if he gets the clutch. They've suffered so many losses. Spray through the wall. Almost certainly result in a kill here. Angles are being watched, finds the first one, and Envy finds an unexpected timing. 2 players surviving, cash aplenty. Team Secret. They are looking to send us to a map 3 in very swift fashion.
No kidding. And now you have a big question. As RRQ, do you pull out the second time out? Or do you just...
Might have to.
Yeah. I mean, xFaro there got a nice double, but right on the edge of the smoke got bumped into by Envy. Made it easy for the first, but that second was lined up for him. Yeah, I mean, they're so on point. The early util has been very, very good to deal with the Vice stuff. This was something Desk was talking about, and Team Secret is so well drilled for it. We saw the clone to deal with the wall. We're seeing the Tejo util clearing out some of the thorns. A lot of these things are being well accounted for by Team Secret. They have done their homework on this map. And again, you can just potentially throw that clone out. Just see if you get lucky if they put it there again. But he's actually going to use his body there as Jeremy. Go checking for it. He's going to pop it. And TP's out. So over towards 2GE. He's got 2 players lined up against the wall. Again, some trickery on the ecos. Will this one catch RRQ off guard?
Double face in. And very quickly, will take him down. Monyet.
Time to jump.
Just going to be cycling this smoke as the gate crash goes forward into the site. Salvo's not checking into wine, but Jeremy is. And it's just going to be the one shot sent out as he stays alive. Great crash spotted. Fake out, rushing forward, gun barrel spotted. Crazy guy able to find the one, but Wild Oreo, I mean, it's just in so deep. He's taking forward space here in Heaven with the op. Xfero out in mid, noted. Does manage to find 1 kill, but it's taken down. Another round. Another Secret win, 8-1.
Yeah.
Timeout now called.
Yeah, you have to. It's just starting to be too much. Just, I mean, just a masterclass from Team Secret so far. I was going to say, got up on top of Jen and got that kill. Very nicely done. They are just looking great with these double duelist comps. I am so impressed right now with Team Secret. And this may be a sign of things to come for them coming into stage 2. They're going to be showing us some new looks. The confidence is just brimming today. From the get-go.
I mean, that's the thing. Is, you know, if nothing else, that's what you have at stake as Team Secret. You know, you can pick up a win, not have, you know, the flawless losses here in stage 1, but show that, yeah, okay, we are iterating, we are trying new things, and it's starting to look better and better. And with even more time, it could be scary.
Oh, for sure.
And RRQ, though, you're looking to say, hey, yeah, we're the #1 team in this group, and we're looking to do some damage in the playoffs. But this is going to maybe cause some concerns as well as shoot the confidence a bit.
Well, and think about what just happened with Boom, right? Like, they just set the stage. They're like, we're another Indonesian team.
They're 5-0.
Yep. And
you can't catch that.
Right. We beat the other team that hadn't gotten a win. On to you guys. Good luck. Team Secret is just so strong right now. Still have the op. Jemkin is finally into an op here himself. They're kind of spamming that angle, anticipating that he's going to be in mid. I mean, not the biggest shock in the world. They're going to line up. They've got a lot of util here to keep him uncomfortable. Oh my, and as they went to clear the drone, they got him. They got him.
Cannot get a damn thing for free.
Oh my God, they have so many plans.
Just picked apart.
They're anticipating that. They're going to have a player to clear that drone for Jemkin. Unbelievable.
You talk about having to play around this operator. Granted, Jemkin, I mean, no one realistically on RRQ has been finding impact.
No.
But Jemkin especially not being nearly as explosive as we're used to seeing, as we were seeing from him on that ISO in the opening map. Now that he has the operator in hand, they're looking to completely nullify it.
Saw the elbow.
Yeah, should have been able to spot it out there. As Armageddon goes up to try to clear out this A-Heaven position. Wild Oreo, he just peeks out. He's the one swinging. Jemkin's the one dead. Pushing from behind, second pump of the shorty. 2GE finds Monyet.
Spike planted.
As this is done.
Here.
Yep. That'll just mean the round.
Yeah, it's starting to feel like the map may well be out of hand. And we did see the comeback from the 9-3 for Team Secret on Haven.
Here.
So you never know, but it is Ascent. I mean, they're checking.
Xfero, if you beat this, okay. Say no one will forget. Cannot escape from Pizza, does get taken down. As this is getting awkward. Looking for the stun setup. Will be able to go ahead, clear that out. Saves the operator. Crazy guy doing his absolute damnedest try to give them any possible advantages that they can get going into the next round. But it's 9-1. 2 more to be played out here in the half.
Yeah, absolute insanity. The timing, yeah, that drone was just bait. So many little things they're doing to just mess with RRQ's tendencies. And this has got to be mega concerning for RRQ, because Team Secret is showing what you can do to dissect their strong map of Ascent. Well, you know, again, we'll see. If it's 9-3, maybe, but any more rounds for Secret, it feels like it's just Jover.
I mean, they haven't been able to get a pistol either.
No, exactly.
Not something you can realistically rely on. Hunter's Fury opened up here from Cushy, knives out from Wild Oreo, and that's Crazy Guy on the floor. Armageddon does get sent, but Wild Oreo able to find another one as Jeremy does get taken down here. Ult kill from beyond the grave from Crazy Guy. Spike gonna be picked up. Mind you, Envy a world away. And it looks like he's exactly where he may need to be. The spike is starting to get ushered over, as they have Wild Oreo set up in deep here on the site. He's at hell. Updrafts up over the top. Spotting out. Takes him low. Jemkin will be able to take him down. The spike has slipped the net, and now you've got Envy in this monstrous flank position. How patiently can he play it? There's one. There's two. Collects them both. Looks for the third. Cannot make it happen. Jemkin gets himself a third kill. It's him versus Jesse Vash.
Spike planted.
Plays it quietly. Salvos send Jemkin in ahead of these. Does Jesse read this? Maybe, perhaps, but does not matter. Jemkin with a headshot with the 4K gets activated here when they need him the most. And RRQ will be able to get themselves a second round win. Looks like maybe running the clock a bit to have a bit more chatter.
Yes, that's what I'm pretty sure just happened. I think they wanted to use this as a moment to take a breath, talk about some of these things that are going on, figure out a way to recover. This is just wild. I mean, if...
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, you're going to need stuff like that, I guess. This is almost round over from Envy. I thought he was going to get the third for a second. Well,
Thing is, though, the operator can't be carried over.
No.
So they're lacking that, and there's an outlaw in the hands of Wild Oreo, and you've got 4 players with half armor.
It's going to be tough. They're just ceding mid-control here. Just playing for the mains of each side of the map. They know they can't really contest it. Let's see what they want to do. Thinking about setting up the teleport. Faked it first. Monyet just doing the jump peek. The classic.
I swear, you should only be able to do that a couple times, and then you get like the concuss.
Yeah, that would be good.
Status, you know?
I'd like that. It is kind of ridiculous.
Okay. Steel Garden. Crazy Guy, weapon stolen away, stun flying towards him as well. Falls at the shorty. Meantime, Envy, bit of damage taken. As Monyet paranoid here, but working within his own smoke. Does that expire? 2G able to find one. Shots lined up. Monyet finding the headshot, goes for a quick little TP reposition. Draws out the shorty, and Monyet massacres him. Whoo, boy. Sure, he's only looking to cut the lead down by a little bit. But that was still very clean on the movement.
No, that was nasty.
2GE will not die to an ace, but xFaro is there, and it's damn near flawless fashion that RRQ close out the last round in. 9-3, as they now move over to the attack and need to pull off what Team Secret was able to do just about over on that Haven.
Yeah, brilliant play there from Monyet. Had dodged the Steel Garden, able to dodge the Razor Vines, and then just swaps to the shorty and Vines too. Unbelievable. That's a classic Monyet moment right there.
That's some lunacy. But even then, you heard it at the end. A huge play like that, under better circumstances, Monyet, you know, he'd be on his feet, he'd be screaming, and at the end of that, it was just like, yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Because they realized, okay, we are still in a pit that we have to claw our way out of.
No, this is not good. On Ascent, nonetheless. I mean, it's not too often that you see this be an attacker-sided map. maybe today's that day. I mean, Haven certainly was, but that's a little more understandable. You get over to Ascent, you expect this to be pretty difficult for the attacker's side. However, it is double duelist for the side of Team Secret, and that can be a little tricky to navigate. Again, you're going to have to take a lot of contact with your body as Secret. Something they were able to do brilliantly because they had some really well-prepared executes and just some good reads on the macro play of RRQ. But here on the defender side, you have the Vice Util and you have the Stealth Drone, and that's about it. And the Orwald, I guess.
Yeah. All right, well, here we go. Pistols have eluded RRQ thus far today. 3-0 overall for Team Secret, and it feels like if they're able to secure themselves a fourth, this map is as good as done. Kid sliding forward here into the smoke. Upon one, 2GE answers back in kind. Tiny bit of damage taken from onto him. At the same time, Spike ushered across towards B. Xfero sticking around here in main. Bit of a linger.
It's a bit of a fake cell in a way.
Oh, and that is a bit of a headshot.
Wow.
That's Jesse Vash down to 13.
Did you see Jeremy?
I don't think so, but
doesn't matter.
Clearly is wary about it. Drone coming forward, just going to get cleared out in the meantime. NB taking contact over here at B main, ends up falling to the wayside, but not before he's able to find Mon yet. 3v3. Vash at 13.
Surely this is RRQ's pistol, right?
Oh, Xfero. Slowly swinging around. It seems like Jesse Vash is aware of this.
Yeah, Jesse's trying to look for it. He's very suspicious because the drone saw Xfero earlier. But he's gone all the way around him.
Just going to play in towards Alley. Salvo's going to be sent. Paranoia connecting on the Crazy Guy. Jesse Vash peeking out from Market, able to find one. Still, though, the players, such little HP, 31 between them all. But is it enough to get it done? It absolutely is. Cushion Xfero cannot find the targets. 4-0 in pistols, 10-3 in the map. Team Secret, they are looking to send us a Lotus.
No doubt. I mean, hard to do it better than Team Secret in that scenario. Just no health, just have to play with confidence, just make sure you hit first, and they do. And again, Jesse so aware the entire time because of that one drone that caught Xfero that there's going to be a lurk, and he is perpetually diligent. That's huge. 9 kills, the most that anybody on RRQ can boast. They're not going to buy up. Going for the classics. Judge in their face.
Puts it to immediate effect. Xfero going to be able to spam out one through that smoke, but Thorns lock him in place. Moniette has the Judge now in hand, 23 HP. It's gone. He will fall. Xfero coming away with another. Now 2 casualties. Team Secret storming away still. 11-3.
Well, it definitely feels like we're going to a third map here.
Yep.
I mean, it's just great to see Team Secret played well. Judge at the door. Give a lot of teams problems. Great job by Envy. Playing a little bit further back there. Anticipating that Moniette had disrespected the Razor Vines. Gotten through. Team Secret coming through with that Outlaw. Forces out the full armors, but enough money behind it for RRQ as they full saved. Got to get it going now if it's going to happen. Oh, that was good. Caught a mid dash.
Well, we're going to take it down. Ping out. Jesse Vash. Position reinforced here by Envy, but the swing onto the corner, able to find one. And Jemkin, snappy on the turn, does pick up the third. RQ needing as clean of a round here as they could possibly get. Jemkin will get taken down, but Jeremy quickly traded out. Now it's just 2GE with a stinger in hand, approaching over towards Market to see if he can get a little bit more damage through. Smoke falling, and he will. Moniette taken down. Now Vandal scooped up. Big smile and laughs on his laughter there on his face. As in this round, he's basically playing with house money.
Well, he dodged the dart.
Cannot avoid detection. There's Cushy. Spotted. Down low. And spray out there from Crazy Guy. We'll go ahead and save his Sova's rear. RRQ find a 4th round win.
Yep. Well, it's going to have to be a lot more of that. Now you're getting the buy-ups. It is just a Bulldog for Jeremy. That's all he could afford, but otherwise full rifles. God, that's so good from Jemkin. Nice combo there with the stun and the shock dart. Good reaction from Jemkin, anticipating a player to swing out from market.
Wait, what? That for you, no?
That basically feels like it should be round over. Jemkin getting a 3K. Do have a couple ults though. Dimensional Drift and Crazy Guy's Armageddon.
Heavy stack here. As they're looking for a double push out. Crunch attempt here into main. RRQ able to avoid it.
They could find the opportunity. They want to get that Armageddon out of the way, but RRQ not going to be falling for that. Sure, Wild Oreo's there, but they're worried about a wine player. They ping it out. They don't want to fully aggress. Instead, just a pause, and it looks like they're going to double back into main, and they've opened up the space. They've confused Team Secret here. They're not anticipating this. They're expecting a rotate.
Losing track of it a bit. Sphero tucked to tiles. Starting to drift back, and 2GE now at risk of getting caught, and he shall. Kill comes in. Spike getting planted in the meantime here. As Jeremy trying to break it open, will be able to do so. Finds that kill, gets a weapon upgrade, brings it back to parity at a 4v4. Drone over the top, spotting Envy, spotting Wild Oreo. Info gained on the 2 shock dart, a little bit wide. Ooh, that one. Damn near point blank. Decent amount of damage going to be suffered there as Jeremy stunned up here into the open, ends up falling. Armageddon respected there by Envy. They now try to make their way forward to try to get this crunch going here on the side. The shot's starting to fly in, but Moniette keeps himself alive, finds the final 2. And 3 players surviving. RRQ scoop up our 5th win now. Still a long way to go though. 6 just to tie it.
Never know. Yeah, just good player Xpharaoh. Probably feeling like he should have had that fight against Jeremy, but all as well as that ends well. Nice crossfire from Hell. But they're finding good timing, starting to get a better read as Crazy Guy on the macro game. That time he just bought the open space with some good pausing. Waiting out the util. This is going to be fast.
Oh, flash over the top, the jump out. Jemkin absolutely shredded. He was by himself.
Retrieving flash.
No one else there.
Oh my.
Envy demands respect.
Ultimate's ready.
As Team Secret look to get up to map point off the back of a thrifty. Remember what I said, nothing for free.
No.
2 huge shots. And a botched execute from Jemkin over at A main. And Envy finds himself a 3rd. Crazy Guy now needing to clutch it out. Falls down to about half HP as Flash's paranoia is all flying his way. Fights back for 1 more kill, but can find nothing more. Thrifty secured. Team Secret 12-5.
This is awesome. I mean, Envy, him and Jeremy have showed up to play today. This is just, you know, Jemkin again trying to make a solo play at A like we saw in the pistol round. And it's just shut down because Team Secret's throwing numbers at the problem. And then they try to challenge.
Throwing Envy at the problem.
Yeah, well, yeah, they throw Envy at the problem at the other side. They try to challenge him, and they learn the hard way. Now they have a bunch of ults. Yeah.
Gets him on his feet. Go off King. Well, now Tiles Crunch attempt going to be coming through, and it's looking damn good so far. They want to bring this to a very swift finish now.
That's Spike.
Just Moniette and Jemkin left standing. No dimensional drift in sight. You do have the ult, so TP forward will get snatched up here by Moniette. That's all well and good. You have the spike, but you don't have a site to plant it in. And they're drifting in to one of the more stacked ones as there's the drone coming through. Look at the try to pressure him out of the corner, and Jesse Bash does get taken out. And Veach is popping the thorns, trying to pretend like he's not here alongside the switch. RRQ, do they get the read to cut across and go to the B site?
Because he had Envy right at the door, and he didn't receive any contact. Yep, you're going to be very aware.
But the pings are coming out.
Yep.
Team Secret reading this incredibly well. As Jemkin about to have a bit of a fight here in mid. 2 players, turns around, and looks like he's been spotted out. A pixel out of place.
Spike planted.
A gate crash just there in the corner.
Enemy remaining.
As he will fall. Spike will get the fuse, 13-5. Team Secret dominant here on their map pick of Ascent, and that means that we are going the distance for this last series of the group stage. We are going to Lotus.
Yeah, some smiles. They're getting loud on the stage. And Team Secret has really come to play today. And what I'm seeing is really good reads on RRQ in general. It seems like they're constantly catching them in bad positions, catching them off guard, understanding the macro play more often than not. And just sharpshooting too. I mean, really sharpshooting. Envy and Jeremy in particular have looked phenomenal. Wild Oreo has hit some great sniper shots.
A hell of a lot, but I think Wild Oreo having his best performance of the stage so far.
Yeah.
It's very much, you know, finding the impact here for the team. But, you know, it's across the board looking good. Team Secret stick with this double duelist. They play it incredibly well. And RRQ clearly from the outset, completely and utterly frazzled. No idea how to deal with this, nor on the, you know, neither on the attack nor on the defense.
I mean, sure, this isn't what you prepped for. I mean, you weren't expecting this from Team Secret. You're expecting maybe something pretty standard, but this is a little bit off script, and yeah, it definitely wasn't anticipated well. The game plans behind it just weren't quite there. I'm sure RRQ has another run at this comp and they do something completely different, but today, Team Secret knows that they've kind of got him in a bad spot where they can show something wildly different than what they've shown all year, and it's going to work a treat.
That certainly has. We'll see what they have prepared, if anything different for that map of Lotus. Third and final going to be coming up, but one of the things that RRQ needs to try to assess is how to win a damn pistol. With that, we'll go ahead and send it back over to the analysts to break down the action.
Ooh, yeah, they definitely need to figure out those pistol rounds. They're a Secret looking amazing on Ascent. This is the kind of performance we wanted to see from Secret all year.
We asked the question, why would you pick this map against RRQ? We were bamboozled by this map draft, and they showed us exactly why. They come out with this double duelist, they get the ball rolling in that first half. Honestly, very impressed with them. I feel like they had RRQ downloaded on this map.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's just another perfect example of some great preparation from Team Secret. I'd imagine coaching staff and the rest of the team included in that. And you know, we've seen this from Secret from right at the start of kickoff. Whenever they pick a map, they show a really good approach, they show really good preparation, and they do win games exactly like this. We've seen them 13-5 Talon. We've seen them smash a lot of teams this hard. So again, Secret are showing that when they have a good approach, they have a good read, they can definitely do this. And actually, I don't mind the comp. Again, they've seen, it seems like Double Duelist has been a good fit for them, but we've even seen this combo on the DRX that was very successful work very well, and I felt like we saw a lot of the same trends on their attacking side, where you had the double dive, you had the Yo creating a lot of space, you had a lot of great jet entry pathings, but also a lot of kind of warp contact into explodes, finding a lot of potential timings on the map. But also I was very impressed with their ability to win opening duels on the attacking side, and with the limited amount of util that they did have, how effectively it was used. Like, honestly, it wasn't the best game fragging-wise from Jesse Vash, but every time I saw one of the players or a certain setup from RRQ that they were trying to prep to get opening kills, and we talked about them needing to neutralize Jemkin in the opening parts of the game, I felt like the salvos were so effective at just pushing him off lines. Like, they used the salvos in mid on attack, they used it to dominate A main control. Wherever the opening part of the round was going for Team Secret, the Teo utility was perfect just to be able to minimize risk for them.
Yeah, I really love the double duelist in this round, honestly. I mean, we have some replays that we can go into, but I feel like on the attack, they really understood this composition. When you're on double duelist, you need to take as much space for free as you can to then have that powerful burst, and they could routinely find these picks.
Yeah, Jemkin was getting first pick quite a lot this game when he was very good at finding openers, and what they do after this is just keep it simple. You get get the opening pick, you simplify the 5-on-4 by just going in with the drone, and then you get the Yoru ult coming out with the old combo of the Steel Garden, and it's not too difficult to get into the site from there.
Yeah, they get all that free space from the op kill, they group up, and then now it's 5-on-2 on site, so that's how they pressure, they use their advantage. I feel like they just understand how to make this work so consistently on this attack side. Very, very impressed from them. So now, I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to keep rolling with this double duelist. I really liked what I saw from them this map.
Yeah, well done from Jeremy. Again, this seems to be the go-to for Team Secret. Throw Jeremy on a duelist that he can rifle on, that he can get active on, whether it's the ISO, in this case the Yoru, and then throw Wild Oreo on that agent that has an opping presence, in this case the Jet. And even on the attacking side, just being able to hold lines, hold angles, and be able to kind of lock down those lines is something that's a little bit underrated. It's a little bit out of the meta. You used to see it a lot of the time when this game was in its very early stages, and people would mix in the op onto the attack just to be able to stop the defenders from getting info. It's like an info denial and aggression kind of punishing op.
Yeah, map by map, track by track. Is TS back in the game?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see why not. That was a dominant map.
Okay.
I really liked
I
it.
feel like that wasn't the reaction you were wanting.
No, I wanted to see what you guys are going to say. I do want to highlight one little moment from RRQ where we thought maybe things could have turned around. And it was Monyet. It's Monyet doing Monyet things. He's hiding the smoke here and killing people.
He loves this. Honestly, he's one of the best players I've seen at playing around his smokes.
Oh,
he always has this shorty ready. I mean, he's a real pleasure to watch, Monyet. I feel like he's so fun. That 4K was really, really nice. I mean,
I enjoyed it.
Hard not to love the guy.
That was the only reason I just wanted to highlight that again, because it's fun. We haven't been seeing him pop off stage 1, even though RRQ's been looking really good, and in a way it's good. It means he's controlled, he's doing what he needs to do, he's doing his role, but sometimes I kind of miss the craziness where he's just like, you know what, screw it, I'm just gonna do whatever I want here.
I want to see you channel your whimsy, Monyet. That's what I want to see.
Exactly.
I don't want to see boring business corporate Monyet.
Exactly.
I want to see...
Ties are off.
Yeah, I want to see whimsical dancing Monyet. I want to hear that little giggly laugh that he's got. That's what I want to hear.
We don't really see the jolly, the jolly Monyet anymore. It's been a while.
Yeah.
And he used to be quite expressive on comms. I think you've, experienced the same here. I'm seeing a lot less of that, which, again, might be why RRQ is just finding more structure within their team, more discipline here. On the other side with Secret, I like that they are using these double duelist comms. I like that they're looking more like the Secret that we know, which is they're using their raw firepower, they're a lot faster pace, and they're just a lot more bold. And I don't know, man, I'm kind of sick of seeing Secret do this only when they are so down that they're like, we're just going to come back up.
It's kind of interesting to me that I feel like a lot of teams that are copying the double duelist right now are trying to play the T1 style, and I feel like they thrive off of the individuals with that style. But I actually think the more effective and the more replicable style of double duelist is the old DRX style when they had Flashback in the lineup, and I feel like that's what Secret just did. And it worked very well. I liked it, honestly.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want to see. I mean, I feel like this ISO is a good fit for them. I feel like you're exactly right, where they would just want to free up Jeremy to be able to use his rifle more freely. He doesn't have to worry about being hard entering. He doesn't have to think about open. They just give that job to Wild Oreo. And I think the support players, especially when we look at Envy, Jesse, Vash, they're very, very capable support players. These guys are really, really strong.
Absolutely.
So they can support this double duelist. I like this direction.
Literally the most experienced people ever, because he's 62 years old this year. So that's amazing.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday, 62nd birthday, Jesse Vash. Lotus is going to be the...
candles on the cake.
That's crazy.
We're gonna bankrupt Pacific by putting that birthday together. Jesus.
So this has been interesting for Secret. They've even dabbled with the Waylay here, dumped it, and brought Raisin a little bit later. And yeah, I mean, how are you guys feeling going into Lotus now?
I actually like the Waylay comp on this map and the way that Team Secret played it, but that's not double duelist.
No, it's not.
You know, I think they're just going to keep they're just jamming it on every map, and they're looking better than ever, so...
I think they're going to go double duelist. We've seen other teams do this. We've seen, T1 brought out the ISO, and I feel like that would be a natural fit for this Team Secret team and the way we're seeing them play right now. But I agree. I like their Waylay. I mean, they haven't managed to get a win on this map in this stage, but, you know, I like the ideas with the way like RRQ on the other side looked much better on it.
Yeah, Team Secret, I mean, they actually did win a head-to-head against RRQ in kickoff, but that feels like eons ago. That feels like a different form RRQ. That feels like a different style from Team Secret, so it isn't even really all that relevant to me anymore. What I will say as well is that RRQ, since they comp swapped, actually in kickoff they couldn't win a game on Lotus, even though they had a couple of closer ones. But in this stage, as you saw from the graphic there, they're 2-0 since they moved over onto the singular, the breach tail with the singular Yoru. I mean, Jemkin played that masterfully up against T1 in that last game where they absolutely battered T1 on this map. And if you do see the comp swap into double duelist, I mean, the popular style is that T1 style at the moment with the ISO raise, and you just saw RRQ absolutely pick that apart.
So I want to ask you guys, how do you feel about your predictions? Because Mika and myself, we picked Team Secret, absolutely believed in it. We were not bribed. We were not doing it from a bias at all. Yeah. I mean, how do you guys feel?
I think RRQ should still be the favorites going into map 3, right? I mean, RRQ have had good showings on Lotus, but I think, yeah, it's all about the compositions, and I think Secret clearly showed that they can hang mechanically, so it's about if RRQ can get their heads back in the game.
Okay, there you go, Team Secret. They are going to swap to the double duelist and play the exact comp that you saw T1 get absolutely battered playing against RRQ in that last Lotus game that RRQ was playing. So we'll see if Team Secret, starting out on the attacking side of Lotus here, can execute it better than T1, the people that made the comp did.
Yeah, RRQ not making any changes. They've been very, very comfortable in this comp. I think everybody is quite happy in these roles. You know, we're seeing Monyet stay on the Omen and Xfero on the Viper. We saw them experiment with that a little bit in kickoff, but I like this variation the most. They've looked very solid here, so Team Secret need to find some different answers.
Oh, but I like what Team Secret is doing here, and it's like a T1 comp with a little bit of a Calamansi twist. We're going to send it back to our casters for the very, very last map of group stages to Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Alrighty, here we go. Going the distance to round things out in the group. And in the group stage across the board, Team Secret looking for one last and first hurrah here in the stage as they try to take down the top dogs of the group in RRQ.
Well, it is pretty wild. I mean, the Death just mentioned this, that Team Secret running the comp that T1 does on this map, but RRQ destroyed T1 with the very same setup. So, kind of curious what the difference is going to be. I mean, frankly, the firepower today for Team Secret looks insane. So, again, that can just win you maps sometimes. But it's more than that, in my opinion, for Team Secret. Quick TP up.
Envy aggressively taking some space here. Wild Oreo eating quite a bit of damage as Envy gets the jump, and Monyet has no clue whatsoever. Ends up getting taken down. Wild Oreo going to be traded out. As Spike now to be planted. Shield from Jeremy already popped, will expire in all likelihood before the retake gets started here. So one less thing that RQ will have to deal with, but they are very much not liking this position at all. Jemkin holding back, taking some damage, sending out a flash. The rest of the team still trying to scale forward, still wary about flanks. You can see their sights turned back in towards B. Envy rushing up alongside the smoke, the push out coming through, finds a headshot onto one, turns, looks for a little bit more. Xfero able to find Envy. As Jemkin fights back, and it's now down to Jesse Fash, finds the first. And the fuse is just not going to be there for him. It's another Red Bull clutch. How many pistols has Red Bull gotten today? It's a lot. All of the ones in the DFM series.
Yep. And then this one.
Oh, boy.
I mean, Jesse just plays this beautifully, too. Knows the time, understands the situation, gets this first kill, and knows he can just wait. Knows they have to basically stick it at that point. Just beautiful. That initial TP. Envy completely bamboozles Monyet.
I have no clue what his contract is, but it's not enough.
I'm right there with you.
If you're paying him $1 million, it's not enough.
It's not enough.
Pay him 3.
Pay the man. I fully agree.
So damn good.
No, he is just such a good player. And when you've got players that are firing behind him, making good decisions behind him, it is just crazy what they can do. You know, this confidence, this Team Secret hasn't been there in 2025. But what a day to show up. Man, oh man. Again, another trap play set up here by RRQ. Jesse trying to figure it out with those prowlers, with the haunt. Tejo, util in response.
Demkin,
nice.
Okay. It's in there, right click to find the kill. Solid start as Wild Orio's entering with an outlaw. Bounding forward off the blast pack. Snake bite held here. Sparrow sends that. Shots now forward into the smoke. He's been spotted, tagged up low. Kill not yet found. So still 5 players alive for the side of RRQ, but it's about to be a bit of a painful situation as they try to get themselves back into the site. Cushy going to be taken down. Free peek out. Shot goes wide. Monette able to find one more, but he himself dangerously low. Comes up with another one. And it's going to be 3 casualties, but once again, Team Secret starting things off 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, Wild Oreo here doing a great job with that outlaw, anticipating that flash after he got the first kill. Spun around back behind the corner to reinforce. Still, you know, RRQ fighting back. A good trap play right outside of A main. Or right outside A lobby, excuse me. I believe there's a stun into those salvos. As then it's just kind of a bit of a shooting squad on the site, but still able to find some good classic kills. Now you've got Stinger, a rifle for Jesse. And trying to catch him with those stuns and into those salvos.
And it's going to be the aftershock instead. This crazy guy just collects 2. And there's one way to start off an anti-bonus.
Yeah, those combos, again. Stun forces them back. There's salvos there, and then the aftershock as well. Brilliantly set up.
Fantastic trap play. Smoke blooming, Jemkin pre-firing, Jeremy dying. And solid, clean anti-bonus so far here from the side of RRQ. Team Secret is going to be looking to try to get what damage they possibly can. Z's position going to be noted. Sense of the paranoia, swing onto the corner. Sparrow able to go ahead and stave him off. 2GE now spotted, Jemkin. He's seen him. And he's going to want the kill. He's not going to get the kill. 2GE, nicely done. Comes up with a headshot. Finds an elimination, picks up a weapon. Tap at the plant. Shot ringing out, but
30 seconds
they're well
left.
aware that he is not sticking this at all. Will now do so here behind the pillar. As the paranoia stuns flying his way. Cushy will just go ahead, run him down, get the defuse. RRQ get themselves on the board here in round number 3.
Yeah, this is really nice stuff from RRQ. Great util, obviously gets 2 kills, so it's hard to do it better than that. And then a nice drone to identify Envy's position. So really good change, even though Cushy is moving over to the Tejo compared to what we saw on Fracture. They're able to get phenomenal value there. They just have nowhere to go.
Oh, I mean, I don't think Jesse had vision. I think he's completely blinded up. He didn't even know where he was going.
So there's not much safety in that pillars area.
Absolutely not.
All the pings just being spammed on the map by Team Secret in that spot now. They're just like, let's not do that again.
Alt line out, Monette. Chasing forward here is NV. TP's into the salvo and gets knocked down on 20 HP.
Well, because they know that the util was used today, they can push B. Cushy in the corner.
Shots out, wall now raised, but it's just going to be a backpedal here. A bit of a poke and prod into the B site, but no real commitment here from Team Secret.
Yeah, didn't have the fade there, so really couldn't get the info. If you're going to make it a B push instead, Cushy's just like, hey, look at me. You guys won't expect this.
Well, they did not, and he's not going to overstay either. Gets in, gets one, gets out. Smart play here from Cushy. As now the stealth drone will chase out, confirm some further presence here at the spawn. He's slowly walking his way forward, but Sparrow anticipating this, sends out a couple shots, as it will just be bite for bite. Plant now getting ready to come through.
30 seconds left.
They're going to have a 5v4 retake in front of them for RRQ. A little bit of util to use for sure. Some flashes. It's Paranoias. Jemkin gets a kill onto Wild Oreo. And then he goes right into the drift. this could
trying to scout out here as much as possible. Envy gonna be noted dead. Jemkin with a nice shot up over the top, finding one, but 2GE answers back another, but in the end, 3 players surviving. RRQ gonna tie things up at 2-2.
Yeah.
Fuse handed it over to Crazy Guy. Rolling Thunder now gonna be online.
Yeah, they're starting to get some aggression of their own, starting to find those reads, find the confidence. Cushy there, doesn't overstay his welcome. Just takes his prize, goes back home. Oh, Jemkin caught the head there before he re-swung and shot through the wall. Right into the dimensional drift, and then they still had a ton of util for this retake. Fault line, flashes, paranoias. Able to just flood through there. Very nicely thought out. Now Jemkin's gonna go for an outlaw with his opponents on a weaker buy. There is a full shield for Envy.
Yeah, only one. Buying down to have that available here. Quick clear on the Haunt. Crazy Guy. He is just very swiftly swooping forward. The Prowler not checking his position. Shots now bringing out flank potential. Yes. WildWarrior, he'd already got a previous kill. Cushy got taken down. He doesn't get the read. He doesn't get the memo. And now suddenly Jemkin's the only one alive.
You have got to be kidding me.
There's a okay, potential flank. It looks like it will be 2GE cutting back a crossover towards A.
Spike planted.
Just joining in here at this position. Jemkin trying to get this done with an outlaw is going to prove to be so damn difficult. And every single weapon that he would love to collect is just a world away.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing he's got going for him is they're all one shot, but there's only 2 bullets in the chamber in this gun.
Stacked up relatively here at Tree. Time starting to tick away, dwindling. Oh, tries to go for the flick. And 2GE a bit faster. Team Secret pulling off effective Thrifty here as things just get way too chaotic outside of A.
Yeah, this is just madness. I mean, Crazy Guy catches them completely off guard, but they do the same. They pop out of their smokes, and Wild Oreo ready to strike with that stinger. 2GE catches a player trying to go bail out his teammates.
Bro.
They're feeling good. They've got a ton of ults. And you still have the Rolling Thunder for Crazy Guy, but and Monyet's ult.
Things likely to get very crazy here. As 2GE able to backpedal, gets away from those salvos. The chase still coming through from RRQ. 3-man push out over towards the spawn. 2GE potentially here at risk and will get taken out. Jemkin able to find that kill, and Sparrow wins the duel against Jeremy. Does get punished as he exits the gulag. Player advantage here for the side of RRQ. And with 2GE dead, there's no pit here. As Rolling Thunder not going to get a connection. No one hit by that as Nightfall goes across. That's going to hit onto 3. Slows them up as they have to wait for the decay to expire. Showstopper now. Invested from Wild Oreo. Fault line to try to slow him up. Jemkin, the tap, just trying to bait this. Even goes for the gate crash. The rocket held as long as they possibly could. Now gets sent. Concussed through, paint shells down, things starting to get chaotic here in the post plant. As it's going to be a lot of fire back and forth here through the smoke. Neither team able to see each other. Diffuse being held, Diffuser killed. They re-tap it, they drop down, and Cushy just hounds them all to hell and back. Absolute insanity as we are tied up at 3-3.
What is going on?
This is Southeast Asia.
This is just absolute insanity. I mean, phenomenal work by Jemkin here on the bait for the showstopper. Good smokes. Fault line too to make sure that they can't push out. Kind of maybe lead the way for the showstopper a bit, but I mean, you just don't know what's going to happen there with that smoke and everybody just spraying. Who knows? Flip a coin. Roll some dice.
Even by APAC standards, that was above average.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, the vulnerable.
Oh, and the blind, and Xfero, or rather Jemkin, dead. Xfero tucked away. And it doesn't seem like they're suspecting this. They don't, and Xfero is able to collect 2. In the end, it's going to be 3v3, but Inbeat down to 47.
Yeah.
Armageddon sent here. Monyet just taking a quick little peek out. Not seeing anything.
Well, the TP in a tree. He's going to stick it.
Gotta be cautious. Crazy Guy at the moment not looking, and Inbeat collecting Quick with a headshot, opens up the sight. Cushy gonna be the first on the scene here. Does he play it slow, quiet? Does he try to get the salvos out, prevent the plant, allow for Manya to get a little bit closer? Well, looks like he's just gonna make it through the door, and he's gonna find 2 GE. Spike is still in hand here for Jesse Bash, looking for the plant at back sight. Salvo's now sent. We'll get, I think, 1 pump of damage. Yep. Whittles away at him, down to 67.
One suppressed.
Suppressed there for the moment, waits out the haunt.
One enemy remaining.
The fight on the corner goes the way of Cushy. Now it's down to Envy. Rides the rope, down below. Looking for the push forward, and Cushy realizes it. A quick flick, finds that headshot, and RRQ will find themselves once again in the lead.
Yeah, I think a body block into Cushy's movement alerts him to Envy's presence. This is just madness. I mean, this round goes back and forth so many times. A great 2v1, or a 2v2 essentially, because Jemkin got annihilated out the rip. And then Cushy opens a door and no reaction, but yep.
Just an ethereal vandal floating in front of his face.
What could that be?
In the darkness. It's a ghost. 4-3. Narrow margin still. All of the ults that were available a couple rounds ago, gone. It's just pits on both sides. Speaking of which, Xvero gonna be dumping his there on C.
Just the ghosts of SCA past. Just an absolute scrappy Valorant. But I'm here for it. Might as well have some fun with it.
There.
Spot out. Throw the smoke, but there's a couple of different crossfires. They're gonna clear it though.
Decent bank shot on the paint shell. Yeah, tiny bit of damage found. There's some shots exchanged. For the most part though, nothing really found. Bit of a Viper standoff there at the pit over on that C site. And in the meantime, a TP forward. Jemkin. He does have that dimensional drift, but it's just going to be the double face forward. Cushy only going to be good for 1. Oreo, Jeremy, 1 apiece. The wall gets raised. The undercut across here towards Crazy Guy. I mean, for all of his spraying, he somehow is not coming away with a kill. 2GE refaces into Xbarrel, finds him at the door. And Team Secret going to look to tie this up at 4-4.
Yeah. And I mean, because of the economy of some of his other teammates, Monyet wants to save. But Team Secret's well ahead of that. If they just swing that corner, I don't know if Monyet can hang on. He's not expecting it. Yep, Envy's got it.
There, no charges.
The back and forth continues.
Cover going out.
The early fight over Rubble is quite fascinating because so much is committed, and it's kind of another attempted trap to set up the aftershock for RRQ, but this time Team Secret outweights it, and their pivot to B is just too fast. They're just not quite ready. They start gunning people down. 2GE looking snappy in that one. A couple very important kills, yes. That is an Oreo for the wild one.
In theory, though, the back and forth does favor RQ a bit more, given that this is the double duelist. More rounds they're able to kind of equalize, going 6 and 6 at the half over onto the attacking side. Start thinking, okay, maybe that's not too bad here for them. Another little trap setup attempts here outside of B, but avoided. All of Team Secret now piling in towards this A site. Monyet alone, starting to get a sense of what's coming his way. Will backpedal up over the top. Shields there, broken. Tries to rotate out, has the knife pulled, and ends up getting taken down. Wild Oreo just sitting in the blast pack here. Riding the rope as Pit now dropped on the site. No attempt at the blind spray. This is just a silent swing around the back. Catching Wild Oreo off guard. Oh. And has now the dimensional drift to try to scout Jesse Bash. Playing forward though, snappy. To find the first as Cushy falls, gets Xbarrel through the box. Crazy Guy still fighting as Envy alone. Paranoia said, connects onto both. Drags across for the Red Bull clutch. And Secret get the lead 5-4.
It just doesn't matter what agent Envy's playing. He is unstoppable. That is so good. I mean, a great use of the ult here to try to clear the pit. The ideas are good, but Jesse Bash finds a great double. Knows there's a player back there, just keeps tapping through the angle. And Envy nails a beautiful paranoia. Man.
Did I say 3 million? I meant 5 million.
Just each clutch adds 2 million to that.
Keep bumping that number up.
Look out, LeBron. Envy's coming.
Looking just for some spray here. The pressure really was ramping up. Of course, Wild Oreo does have that showstopper, which has got to be a concern in the back of RRQ's heads.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ's having a tough time kind of figuring out the map. When they put some A rubble control, it's been able to be broken open, and then when they leave A rubble open, that's when Team Secret has found their moments to get towards the A site. Here goes the showstopper. xFaro is already backing out.
Might just end up sending this towards drop. xFaro wisely delaying the slide down. Said nope, sends it up over the top. Still not going to be found. And okay, Envy catching a glimpse here, I believe, on a crazy guy. Ladder had not seen him, but it's just going to be the paranoia in the back away as the spike gets planted here on the A site. Player advantage now here in their hands. Cushy dead. As Wild Oreo is to try to take over the round. The call from RRQ to save likely. It will just be the back pedal. Everyone cutting away from this A site. And for the first time in forever, we're going to have a team actually securing a 2-round lead. Secret move up 6-4
on this map. It's
yes.
it's pretty crazy the way that Team Secret, if they get any sense that there's open space on A, they just pounce. They're happy to try to break through that single controller. Whoever's holding it, goodbye, crazy guy.
Trying to make something happen. Envy looking for a little bit more as well, and he's going to find them both. Envy is just insane. Granted, yes, Wild Oreo ahead of him in the standings, but the impact that Envy is having has been stellar throughout the series.
Yeah, I mean, Wild Oreo, what a job he's doing switching over to the duelist today. Being that frontline entry guy sometimes, you know, Jeremy on the ISO, he's been asked to be kind of the raise that's blasting in and creating space, and he's done a brilliant job of it. And so how do you kind of figure out how to reinforce A here? Again, when you have tried to contest rubble, it's been quick pivots for Team Secret to other sides of the map. Like, they know where you're strong at, and they know they can outmaneuver you, so they're going to. That makes it pretty tricky. You don't have much in the way of delay util. You're not running a Sentinel, you're not running a Vice. And Team Secret, very aware of that.
I love this contingent of Team Secret cheerleaders here.
Picked a good day to show up.
Yeah, well. Yeah.
Yeah. Look,
I was trying to think of something else. I'm like, no, never mind. This is, yeah, they're looking like they could win this.
This is the best day that, you know, if you're a Team Secret fan, this is the best day that you could have chosen so far. Who knows how it ends, but I mean, regardless.
For the moment, feeling pretty good. 4 Stingers, half armor, and a Sheriff there for Cushy, which means that Wild Oreo brings out the Outlaw. And xFaro probably dead on the jiggle? No, okay. That's a hair too late going for that pick.
Well, you're just going to set up 3 right at the C door, couple at A. But all you saw was xFaro, so maybe you feel like you can punish that. They've been trying to take those fights to him when he's by himself. Little do they know.
Double swing on this corner coming through. Envy finding the first.
But now they're like, it's not just xFaro by himself. Let's take a moment to think about this.
They don't trust like that.
No.
They're just going to go pump the brakes, keep things nice and quiet.
I'm checking for a trap at door. Very diligent. Very, very diligent. And that's been part of the game for Team Secret today. Why it's been so in favor of them on one map and so close on the other. Good paranoia. Forced them to use a lot of util. Not a ton of firepower behind this.
Stinger pre-fire spray, not going to be finding too much of anything there. Jeremy just pushes up into the smoke, finds crazy guy. Does he bash? Noting Xfero's position as 2GE. Noting this push around the back from Cushy. Right now, Team Secret feels like they are zoomed out, watching every single bit of the map from the top down. Understanding perfectly how RRQ was going to look to play this. 7-4, they have secured themselves at least a 2-round lead at the half. Potentially even more if they can close this one.
For sure. Nice. Smooth. And it's just, yeah, again, awareness. You know, they see a player that is an Xfero on C, and they're just stop, regroup, rethink, re-clear. Just phenomenal protocols, phenomenal thinking today. Clearly have done their homework. And, so, okay.
Jemkin getting out wide is able to find Envy. So Raid Boss down.
Few others to go through, though. Jeremy's one away from his ult.
This is a council fight.
Yeah.
Wild Oreo. We're still, of course, going to be standing here, but no ults to speak of unless Jeremy can get that kill contract online. Armageddon is available. Okay, never mind. Cushy's dead. Crazy guy, gone. Now the kill contract coming through. Monyet pulled into the Gulag, able to win out the fight. Is the punish going to be there? Yes. Now it's just Jemkin. Finding the first, needing to find them all. Picks up one. Decoy sent out. They just cut noise, and Jesse Vash, I believe, just faking some footsteps over towards the C site. Want to check it out. Jemkin setting up with a gate crash.
Fake
pull off a little bit of a bait here himself.
Does have a flash, but Team Secret spreading out a little bit. If he can find the moment, but the time is going to be of the essence here for Jemkin.
He's going to try to slow creep in. Win the first one here. He's going to say instantaneous swing from Jesse Vash. 8-4. 5 rounds run back here. The latter half of that attack. Team Secret setting themselves up nicely. And we'd be remiss not to remind, it's 5-0 in pistols. Team Secret have not dropped one yet.
and you can't afford to lose this one. This one is a do or die for RRQ. That's definitely going to be in the back of your minds. Secret, I just am floored. They are so ahead in terms of outthinking RRQ today. Outshooting at times too. They just seem to have found another gear and have been very cognizant of their weaknesses with their agent compositions and have changed them up and have rolled a 20 on that dice. So far, we'll see. RRQ, attacker side on Lotus. You would think this should be a pretty close ending. You would think that this is going to come down to the wire with that 4-8 scoreline, but I don't know. Team Secret's been so good today. It comes down to this pistol, really.
Yeah, very much an unknown. We'll see, though. They move over onto the defending side. In theory, should be a little less of a dominant run here from them. Should be potential advantage for RRQ, but the pistol has to go their way to really get that ball rolling. Otherwise, you're looking at a 10-4. Let's see how they do fare.
They're lining up for some kind of B exact. Jemkin's tucked into the back corner. Yeah, it's just sending out the TP as the round begins. That goes all the way in towards the B site.
Aldorio pushing forward. Paint shell's just going to be sent out there. Looking for some damage, but 7 to be found there. Auto Xfero. Jesse Vash overwhelmed here outside of Rubble. Well, ball as Jemkin's able to find the headshot. Quick pivots though. Team Secret wrapping around, trying to get themselves over towards this A site. As Jemkin and Monyet both taking a bit of damage. Push forward from Wild Oreo, maybe a little bit too bold. Ends up falling. Jeremy finding 2. Just to make this as even as possible here for 2GE. But it looks like RRQ will finally get it done. They pick up their first pistol of the series when they so desperately need it the most. Now they look to try to close the gap.
Yeah, they're just kind of ready outside of B. Once they get some contact there, it's a quick pivot over towards A. Use the stealth drone to lead the way, open up the door to Tree, bully your way through there. Sure, Jeremy gets a couple kills, but it's traded quick enough that you're able to keep your numbers advantage, and 2G is a tough task in front of him, and this time there will be no clutch shenanigans. This time it will be as expected with the pistol, and yeah, RRQ gets the win.
They do in B. Tucked here, behind Mound, flushed out, Monyet finding that. Jemkin does fall, just had the ghosts, so still economic damage not really found here quite just yet. Secret still potential to make that happen as
oh my God,
Jeremy has a shorty. No one really looking to push and challenge this angle at Waterfall though. Pain shells for now just to try to delay. She eats a tiny little bit of damage. But ultimately can tuck back and get the spike planted.
Oh my God.
Okay. Sparrow. Maybe he can try to, rotate in, grabs it off the top of the box. As shields out, Jeremy diving forward, finds the shorty pump there. Suddenly, even more damage is dealt. Jesse Fash. No shot, no way, in hell, down to the last bullet! They dropped the pistol, but who gives a damn? The 3K found the round. Team Secrets. Another Red Bull clutch.
You want to know how I know that's good? Because Jesse was smiling. Jesse doesn't do that very much. I've seen Jesse hit aces that are some of the most disgusting aces I've ever seen, and he doesn't even blink an eye. There's no change in his facial expression, but this one's got Jesse smiling. That is incredible. Those ghost shots, those first 2 kills had to be great, because he was clean on him. That last one, able to work that corner angle nicely, and all of a sudden, after the pistol win, Team Secret punches right back, and they've got rifles in hand.
Now in such an advantageous spot. Vandal is here for the side of Jemkin Pharaoh with a Bulldog, so a little bit of firepower to try to turn the tides of this one, but that was just an absolute haymaker to the jaw of RRQ. In that previous round, Monyet now dropped.
Gulag him,
Jemkin
Jeremy.
tagged up.
Do it. Do it.
He gets his health back.
I know.
Oh, yeah. Just send it. Don't make me scream about using the Gulag again.
You know he's there. He's not going to go for it. Maybe just waiting on the other side. Surely. We'll have to wait and see, but RRQ cutting sound. Trying to elude Team Secret, but really, Team Secret doesn't have to move too much. They've got enough map control that they can hold some crossfires here. And it's on RRQ to break through. Oh, that's a good start.
Does. That's the Gulag now coming through as Jemkin will get put down. Waldorio in the meantime, looking to maintain some dominance, but Crazy Guy wins the fight versus Jeremy. And suddenly we're into a 2v2. We continue to be in the upside down.
10 seconds left.
Things getting topsy-turvy as Envy steadily working his way across through A lobby. Spike now planted here.
Toxin screen down.
Pharaoh gets set up here back towards Tree. Crazy Guy at drop. Uncertain how long here on the fault line is. Ooh, Xpharaoh, I thought for a second maybe he was showing a pixel out of place, but just goes for the timing swing, finds 2GE. But it's Envy. Some noise made. Fault line at the ready, sends the Paranoia on the corner, but Crazy Guy from behind will be able to strike him down. As now we are just trading rounds, trading blows. RQ down by 6.
I mean, this looked like it was round over. You got everything you could want here. Kill from Wild Oreo, player into the ISO ult. And somehow, some way, RRQ just fights their way back. I mean, so many of these rounds today have been where you think the team that plays it better should be winning it, and then they don't, because the other team just out-frags them. I mean, you said it best. This is just SEA VALORANT.
Okay, well, Jesse Bash can't see a damn thing. I don't know if Jemkin could either, but he found a kill.
might
The
have saw
Pucky
the
will be
gun.
left on the ground. Sparrow does take a good amount of damage. I'm not sure if there was a peek over towards C either way. Is down to 30 with that Outlaw. Secret just getting clustered up around the center of the map now, starting to fan back out a bit.
Yeah, but you haven't seen any follow-up pressure from RRQ, so they're backpedaling. They're heading over towards C. A little bit of B exploration for Jemkin and company. And that might be the call to make a pivot once they realize this has been left undefended. Or not. Surely. Maybe when they get contact at C, they'll pivot back. We'll see.
Paranoia can cause an immense amount of disruption. Not going to fall for the fake out here. It's just going to be a tap at the door, but Jeremy sprang through, able to find one. Sparrow does get taken down, but it's a trade on the Vipers. As Wild Oreo going to try to stem the tide in onto the B site and can't find too much of anything.
Spike planted.
Jeremy, shield raised, instantly dealt with. As Envy able to scoop up the weapon, but cannot put it to use. RRQ breaking the pattern, breaking the mold here in the second half. They win 2 rounds back-to-back.
Who would have thought?
And now they're 2 away from tying things up, and Wild Oreo picking up an operator.
Well, this is much better kind of map awareness and understanding, you know, whoa, C doesn't look so good. Back over towards B, they read that very, very well. They're starting to get a better feel for the game. Wild Oreo, though, with that operator, has been quite impactful with it. Something that Team Secret has been leaning into is getting him sniper rifles. You know, they saw it with the Chamber on Pearl, for example. Now they've got him on the more traditional role with the duelists. And he could find impact. We'll have to wait and see. He's over at C Mound, but he's pushed out so far. They're going to restack the one-way for him. But they're not fully reading that this could be A just yet. They're just going to hold their feet.
Bring them down.
Now a little bit of util. Start to get some info. And they're just going to go right for the flanks. They're going for the rears. They know there's no sentinel. So it's up to the eyes of RRQ to be aware.
And Manya not sticking it, snaps back, but likes what he sees. Sight opened up, and Xparrow noting the flank.
Beautiful.
Yep, able to find Jeremy.
Spike planted.
Spike now in play. Wild Oreo does have a showstopper, but getting into a position to try to send it. For now, Paint Shell does go out to try to clear a drop. And he's going to be able to go ahead, plant that one right at Jemkin's feet, but not before Jemkin snipes him out of the sky. So a 1-for-1 exchange there at drop. The wall falling, Xparrow blinding another Envy. Now taken down. It's 2GE and Jesse Bash try to pull off
time
the 2v3, but like you said, time just not going to be there. Jesse looking like he's going to be the one trying to call for the escape, but he cannot get away. Operator does get recovered here by 2GE. Minor consolation prize to try to hold on to this one, but Monyet is on the hunt, trying to take this out of their hands. Will not be able to find him. Paths not going to cross. RRQ now 3 rounds in a row, 1 away from tying us up at 9-9.
Kind of what you would expect. RRQ starting to pick up steam on this attacker side. This time they find the gap in Team Secret's defense. They're pretty far forward by the time Team Secret figures out that this is going to be an A hit. And they can't get into comfortable positions to use that ultimate. A good preempt with the Armageddon in case there is a showstopper. And Jemkin gets right up in the face of Wild Oreo to make sure that, you know, there's not going to be any more damage than just him getting traded. So now it's going to be a timeout for Team Secret. See what they want to do to readjust. Maybe, yeah, I was going to say, maybe some rubble control. And as I saw on the map just now, they're pinging that out. So there might be some kind of play for that territory. As the side of RRQ, I think some of these early kind of slow round sort of explorations seem to be working pretty well, where they're kind of checking angles. The only concern, of course, is that you had the operator. They just completely dodged it in the previous round. But if they can, again, even if they see it, if they could trade it or use some util to keep it off balance, they can find some openings. But that's going to be the real key in this next one for me is how do you deal with that operator? You got a lot of players today. This kind of looking like the classic T1 hit. Throw in the vulnerable, throw in the Cs, throw in the paint shells, maybe a paranoia. But there's only one player. Well, they're holding, they're being patient. I like this.
Slowly inching onto the line, and Xfero says, well, you don't have any armor. At least none that can withstand this. So Optos get shut down. Envy gonna scoop that up. It's a solid advantage here for RRQ off the back of Team Secret's timeout call.
But now you're thinking, oh, op down on the other side of the map. Will Envy just charging over towards C with it. So this isn't going to be open. Plan B. Maybe just another B pivot for them.
Not taking any chances. Dimensional Drift comes out. Jemkin checking forward. Fault line. Center. Ooh, I don't think he noticed. I think he turned too quickly. He did not see Jesse Vash.
I think you're right.
Either way, though, Xfero monitoring the flanks. Finds 2 GE, so even with this unscouted position here from Jesse Vash, the likelihood of it delivering many results, nope, it's going to be silent. So Envy able to find one, peeks in with the operator. They're going to look to try to take this out of his hands. Pretty strong idea of where he's going to be at, and they're going to be coming at him from every single possible angle. Envy, can he fight his way out of this corner? First shot is there. The backstab coming through. Flash set, fully blinded up, and Jemkin will collect. 9-9, we are fully tied up. As RRQ continuing to look dominant here on the attack. Now we'll go into the buy round for the side of Team Secret. They're not going to have that op.
And again, it's this early round patience from RRQ paying off. Xfero watching these angles with the Outlaw gets huge value shutting down that op early. And then when they try to pivot to C, the quick contact they receive has constantly set them back towards the B site, using the ult to be diligent this time to make sure it is open, as they didn't get too many eyes on it before they opened that door. And there you go, a little bit of that paint shells vulnerable combo early from the side of Team Secret, but Jemkin's just right in here.
Just chasing forward, get pushed away. Pit now invested. That cuts off this entirety of Baby Door. Rolling Thunder going across as things are getting chaotic. The Nightfall as well. Trying to get a bit of information and Envy at the same time. Slid up alongside the door, but Monyet in around the back, able to find 1-2 GE, going to be taken down. The smokes just cover the site. Push forward, Jemkin finding one, gets traded out. Envy coming away with 2. The pit now going to be dropped. Monyet dead. Delay there from the aftershock. Crazy guy sending out the fault line, but the fuse is being held, and Envy, I think he's got it done. He absolutely has. Salvos, however.
Whoa!
Has he just got it? He has.
Oh my.
.48. Kills them all, turns back, eats the damage from the salvo, and sticks it to completion. Envy saves them.
Again.
Unbelievable. Granted, yes, the flank watching from Jesse Vash, fantastic to get the kill on him on Yet. But holy hell, what a round.
He is just brilliant. Just absolutely brilliant. I mean, the fact that he gets the pit dropped so quickly there.
Toxins going up.
6 million.
6.
Monyet dead. Spray forward into the smoke, and Wild Warrior comes away with another one. He was fully blinded. Prowler now scouting Jemkin. Quick hop out with that gate crash.
Toxins going up.
Solid advantage here for Team Secret, having since regained the lead.
They got the pit on C, so they can start watching B from the link. Looking pretty nice there. Throw up the toxic screen. Jesse can throw some util. Boombot check. Might even got a spot. Ooh. Well, yep. Easy money for Jesse. Gets a double. Right there to trade after Wild Oreo got taken down. Now you're just down to Xfero for RRQ.
Damn near flawless. Xfero makes it maybe a little bit more costly. Spike on the floor, but options limited. Swings in, double face, out from connector. Team Secret 2 rounds away from closing out this series. RRQ looking like they're going to be burning their last time out of the set.
Team Secret, 2 rounds in a row, 2 rounds up. 2 kills for Jesse. Just the deuces are wild here for Team Secret. They look so good today. So many great map reads. I mean, RRQ started to find that open space, but now that Team Secret has taken control of A Rubble early, starting to lean into the other sides of the map. And even though they gave up a quick plant on B, they had some good util, some good plans to deal with it. And Envy, man, oh man, just incredible today. How many times he's been able to break things open for him. And RRQ's gonna have to dig deep. I mean, sure, RRQ's had a loss, but you know, this is the one that, you know, he wanted to have that confidence builder before you go into the playoffs. You're the #1 seed. You're going up against the bottom team from this bracket.
Yep.
And you're getting, maybe, you know, you might lose here. That's the crazy part.
I mean, right now, given the way that these last 2 rounds have gone, it's trending in the direction of being likely. Unless you can deal with Envy. Jeremy, lone ult in the server here for the moment. The contracts haven't necessarily been overly kind, though, as that haunt reveal. They're looking for a crunch play out here in towards the spawn. And Jeremy, he's got the grab, but it's on the clone. Not a fake, like I would love to see. Just looking for the concussive bounce. Envy still here. Top of the box, swings out, does end up falling, but Wild Oreo able to find one. Jesse Bash comes up with 3, gets the 4th.
Goodbye, Viper. Well fought. My ult is ready.
And he just kicks him right back into the respawn room. Match point here for Team Secret. It's been a rough stage 1, but they are looking to end it with a bang by taking down the #1 seed of the group.
Goodbye, Viper.
It's just one of those moments, you know it's coming as RRQ, and you still can't stop it. I mean, you best the ISO ult with your clone, and you're still just getting outgunned, out-crossfired. They try to push out of the smoke. Back into C lobby, pay the price. Jemkin sidestepping some util there, but doesn't feel comfortable to go any further, and RRQ is huddled in a corner. They are starting to death ball. They're getting a little bit nervous. You do have some open space there. Jemkin's got his ult. Could clarify the situation, and will. What will you see?
Goes on, spots out one over at Waterfall. Just checks around the back. Falls that it's a bit more opened up, and look at this, the refill of space from Wild Oreo. It's so damn smart. They know exactly what Jemkin's gonna look to do. He finds the punish, the showstopper, drawn out. Quick exit though. Trying to get out over towards bounds. 2 players there. Flanks coming in from the other 2. This crazy guy tries to hold his own, but they're gonna be too late. The defuse is just being stuck. Finds one, the snake bite. No chance, no time. 13-9, Team Secret will close out stage 1 at long last with a match victory over none other than RRQ, delivering them another loss ahead of their top seed run at the playoffs.
I mean, it's just one of those things about Team Secret that they give some of the best teams in our league fits. They've done it all the time. And they find, yeah, they are the Robin Hood. You're absolutely right. And it's their first win this year. What a time to do it. They just always seem to find ways. I mean, you know, they've been a thorn in the side for Paper X in the past during Paper X's dominant era. Who knows? Maybe RRQ's up next. But finally, RRQ's looking to have their time in the sun. But there is an eclipse looming. And it is the Filipino team. Team Secret has sent darkness over Indonesia.
Absolute insanity. But for the first time in a long time, it's something good here for the Filipino fans to cheer for.
Yes.
Because this team, yes, it has been a very rough 2025 thus far.
Yeah.
This is the first victory that they've been able to get this year. But this looked damn good.
It did.
It looked concise. That Ascent, clean. This Lotus, crazy, scrappy, but overall good. At the end of the day, Envy is Envy. We'll go ahead and send it down to Jen, who's going to be standing by with our winners interview.
Congratulations, Team Secret, for the long-awaited win. Finally, Envy, if I can have you over here, please. Thank you. 네, 팀 시크릿의 인비 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 아, 승리 축하드립니다. 스테이지 1 승리로 마무리 짓게 됐는데요. 먼저 승리한 소감부터 들어보고 싶네요. Congratulations, Envy, for picking up that win. Stage 1 is over, but you guys are ending it on a good note. So, tell us about today's win.
I think this match showed our true potential as a team. I mean, the past few weeks we've had really low confidence, so this last match we made it like we know like there's no more like stakes, nothing to lose anymore. So we showed our true potential. So yeah, it really means a lot to us.
아, 사실 그동안 너무 자신감도 많이 떨어져 있었고 팀 분위기도 좋지 않아서 이번 경기에는 아, 정말 잃을 게 없다는 마인드를 가지고 임하자라고 얘기를 했고, 오늘 승리를 거둠으로써 정말 팀 시크릿의 포텐셜을 보여줄 수 있었기 때문에 앞으로가 더 기대된다고, 좋은 경기였다고 얘기를 했는데요. 말씀해주신 것처럼 이제 뭐 스테이지 2를 준비할 수밖에 없는데, 스테이지 1 되돌아보면 좀 어떤 것들을 배웠고 어떤 것들을 느꼈는지도 들어보고 싶네요. It's gonna be a long season, don't worry. I mean, you guys will be coming back stronger in stage 2, but what were some takeaways or some of the things that you guys were able to point out throughout your journey here in stage 1?
Definitely, I think we just needed a lot of confidence coming in for stage 2. So I think we can take away that we should play to win, not to lose. So yeah, that's our mindset for stage 2.
그동안 자신감이 얼마나 중요한지를 몸소 느낄 수 있었고, 정말 경기를 치를 때마다 지기 위해서 경기를 하는 게 아니라 이기기 위한 경기, 그리고 이기기 위한 게임을 해야겠다고 마음먹었고, 좀 그게 가장 크게 배워가는 점이 아니었나 싶다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그러면 마지막으로 스테이지 2에도 열심히 응원해 주실 팬분들을 위해서 한마디 부탁해 보도록 하겠습니다. I mean, the fans will be here for stage 2 and so long, you know. So anything you want to say to your fans?
Thank you guys for supporting us always, even though we didn't qualify for playoffs, and I'm really happy you guys came to support us. Thank you all.
플레이오프에 진출하지는 못했지만 그래도 항상 응원해 주셔서 너무 감사하다고 얘기를 하면서 항상 열심히 하는 모습, 나아지는 모습 보여주겠다고 했습니다. 이렇게 해서 인비 선수 만나봤고요. 저희는 다음 주 플레이오프 경기로 돌아오도록 하겠습니다. Thank you, 인비.
Thank you.
See you in stage 2.
What a way to end Stage 1 groups with Team Secret closing this out. Finally getting that first win.
Man, what a crazy game. You know, we always spoke about Secret have the ability to do it. It's just about finding the way. And then now, week 5, they find a way against top of the group, RRQ. Just crazy. I mean, we saw so many big plays, especially from Inri. I mean, just these guys can do it, you know? That's why it's almost more frustrating that they were 0-4 before this.
Yes.
Yeah, of course, I mean, at the end of the day, they've shown potential to win some maps here and there, but now that you take the pressure factor away and there's less stakes, they are actually able to finally get themselves their first championship point and their first series win here in 2025. So hopefully this will be the start of the upward trend, and I'm keen to see what they're going to be bringing in towards stage 2, because it felt like they did kind of play a little bit more standard of a style, I would say, in kickoff, and then they started to mix in, you know, Wild Oreo on the op and a little bit of this different style earlier on in stage 1, but they didn't fully commit to it. And I feel like now that they've fully committed to that style, they played a little bit looser with a little bit more confidence. It's unlocked some of the players, but they just didn't discover that style until it was too late, really.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this double duelist that they've kind of settled on now is working well for them, you know.
3 clutches, though.
Yeah, I mean, 3 clutches, they didn't get all the first bloods, but, you know, that shows the individual level of these guys. If you're able to clutch against a consistently good team like RRQ, that means you can mechanically hang.
Yeah, they absolutely can. And like you said, Morgan, it's almost frustrating because we've known this all along about Team Secret, and only now has it finally emerged. But you know what? It's okay because it's not the end of the road at all. This is only stage 1. It is only groups. We're only just going into playoffs now. And yes, they do miss Toronto, but this is, again, very, very promising for stage 2. And Wild Oreo, this is another guy that we were talking about at the start of the show. This is a guy who was so promising last year, but he seemed relatively quiet until now.
He's played quite a lot of Rays in his career, so I did see them throw him on the Rays towards Split, and then here again on Lotus has worked out a little bit better than in that Split game. Not something that's too far out of his agent pool at all, and it seems to have worked out this time. So look, we'll see whatever Team Secret does roll through with in towards stage 2. They, like I said, have had some good reads, some good ideas on certain maps, and they have figured out how to unlock some of these players, but someone that they haven't had to figure out what to do with the whole time, no matter whether they're winning, losing, what style they're playing, what bloody agent you throw them on, or what role that you throw them on. Envy always gets his, and that's why I always pick Envy in my build diff roster every time Secret plays, because I know what I'm going to get from him.
I mean, just statistically, this guy is a monster. We see him consistently in the top 5. He's often the only non-duelist to be topping the ratings. You know, you can sort by almost any category, and this guy is up there, which is crazy to do from that non-intriguing position and on a team that, you know, is struggling to find those wins. So, Envy's a real standout star.
Yeah, I believe 3 of us picked Envy, and for precisely that reason. It's one thing to be consistent and consistently on the top as a non-duelist role, as a support role. So it's quite impressive here that we're seeing from Team Secret, and again, very promising for the future. And again, we will see RRQ very soon as well. They'll be facing off against T1 or DRX, which we'll break down shortly after this. We got to talk about our build diff by Acer Predator and Intel. And of course, this is what we picked. Pilsky and I had a very similar build here. Big Time ended up going for Famous, also very solid duelist pick here. I think, I don't even know what the score is going to be.
I think it's close today.
But it should be very close. Yeah, so who do you feel like gave you the most value in your team today?
Good question. I mean, I think underrated value was Jen. I feel like he actually put in work from that DFM. You know, we have to have someone from DFM from today, and I feel like Jen was actually a very, very solid choice. So I'm hoping that might give me the little bit of the edge over you two.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I think Envy did very, very well for all of us.
Yes.
But you know,
it's close though.
It sucks to suck for everyone else, honestly.
Damn.
Particularly for Victoria, she was very confident she'd get the second place.
Yeah, because we only had one player difference with DOS9 and Berserks.
Yeah.
Still, you managed to slide in there with.
I'm happy with
pick.
second there. I'm happy with second. As long as Victoria doesn't win, I think I'm happy with this whole thing. So.
I mean, she's still winning, guys. She is still, and it's by quite a. Oh, I'm close.
No, it's close.
Though. I'm slowly closing in, Vic.
Okay.
You get a bit nervous.
Yeah.
All of playoffs left to win this laptop, so we got, you know, we'll share strats if we need to. We can lock in.
What are you gonna do with your laptop? Like, what's the first game you're gonna install?
I've got an assistant coach for build diff. You're toast, Vic.
Well, that's only if you beat me. You are getting there, but you're not there yet, Pilsky. But that was pretty fun. Fun way to end off the group stages here. Lots of surprises all along the way. So we're going to pull up the standings and show you how everything is now placed. Again, everything is pretty set in stone now.
Yes.
These are the final standings. So.
So we see the results. I mean, from today, things worth touching on. Boom, dominant group stage. Plus 43 round diff, 5-0, 8 map diff. That is by far and away, and by a pretty big margin, the most dominant team in the tournament in this group stage. That is an insane performance from them. And then you get an absolute mess in Group Omega with Team Secret getting that upset. But regardless of all of the head-to-heads and tiebreakers before and after the upset, I believe we have pretty much the same result at the end of things, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, I think the only real kind of change was, of course, Talon have the head-to-head over T1 and Nongshim, so they take that second spot there. Group Omega could not be any closer. All 4 qualifying teams go 3-2.
Yeah, it's actually crazy. Ewok said it earlier on the desk today that Group Alpha, in a way, you know, the way things placed was pretty orderly, but Group Omega was a mess the entire time. So playoffs bracket's gonna be really exciting next week, kicking off with Talon, Gen G, DRX, and T1, and then the winner of that is gonna be facing off either Boom or RRQ, and this is gonna be crazy for RRQ to face either DRX or T1.
I mean, main things that I've got my eye on here are that Boom have got a very good chance at going to an international event here. They've already got the head-to-head win over Gen G. Talon have been up and down, and Boom have been rock solid. I think they are a very good shout to go to Toronto, and our former kickoff grand final straight away in match 2 there between DRX and T1 is going to be a bit of a banger as well.
Do you guys want to make any just, you know, day one predictions? Who's going to be in the grand finals? You can obviously change this next week.
Boom.
He's a great Boom.
I'm a Boom believer till the very end. They are making it all the way.
I think so too.
I think Boom T1, to be honest. I really wouldn't be surprised if T1 just, now that we're in the playoffs, now that we're kind of getting in do or die territory, now that there's no excuse and they can't have a slow start because they've got to play DRX straight away, I think that they could have a decent shot at locking in and trying to make it through into that grand final. But I'll also give a silent kind of shout out to Gen G. I feel like Gen G is continuing on that upward trend that we've seen from them a couple of times. And I think that they, I mean, it sounds really dumb to say it, but I think that Gen G are low-key kind of a dark horse for this tournament here.
I mean, even then, when we look across to the lower bracket, you've got Nongshim and PRX. Both of those are very capable teams, but they've got an absolute meat grinder to get through.
Absolutely. I think right now the results of all the regions, grow up, guys.
Sorry.
But all the regions right now are a bit in upheaval, a little bit of unexpected surprises, and yeah, Boom and RRQ are only 1 win away from qualifying to Masters Toronto. So crazy way to end this weekend, this group stages, and next week it's going to be playoffs time here in Pacific. So Pilski, big time. Are you excited for next week?
Very excited.
Can't wait.
It's going to be absolute bangers, and we're going to get some new, I think we're going to get some new representation at international tournaments from Pacific, and I honestly can't wait for it, although there could also be not that in a very sad fashion, but I think there's a good chance. I think the odds are very good that we're going to get a new team overseas here from Pacific.
Yeah, that's what I really hope. I mean, I think these Korean teams have had their time, if you ask me. Their day is done.
Well, relax, bro. We're in Korea.
It's SEA time.
Calm down.
I don't care anymore. It's time for Boom.
It's crazy because that is a high possibility right now. It's a likely reality, sending over SEA teams over Toronto. But we'll have to wait and see next week. I'm Victoria, Pilski, big time. Again, always good times with a big time. So we're going to close it off today and tune in next week for more VCT Pacific action. Playoff season starts then. Goodbye.
Bye.
Adios.
Keep an eye on that smoke. Jen does take a bit of damage, but has the orbital online now. As May, the tuck back, really also finding a connection and finds a kill to open up this A site.
Good coordination on that drop.
50-50 here though. As May diving forward, the shot's now coming through, and Shiro.
Wow,
a 3K overall in the round. Boom, reestablish a lead.
Flash out as well.
Holding the angle, and Famous not gonna fall for the fake out, but Famous. See if the pizza, it does this get red.
He's gonna get another one here, I swear.
He's got a 4K, and Boom will take their final series here of the group stage. Now tagged up at 70. That's gonna be the kill contract coming through.
Or was that the clone?
Oh no, it's just the clone, as you say. Brought into the gulag. The real Manya does end up falling. Jesse Fash finding Crazy Guy, but Jemkin's still here. 3K for him, making it a 4th. I think any doubts that were surrounding Jemkin's ISO from the first outing.
Surprise.
Sees the gate crash, but Paranoid up here, running out of knives, and Cushy. Oh, though, push. Manya is here and switch. Jeremy with a monstrous 4K. Smokes just cover the site. Push forward, Jemkin finding one. Coming away with 2. The pit now going to be dropped. Crazy Guy setting on the fault line, but the fuse is being held at Envy. I think he's got it done. He absolutely has. Salvos, however.
Whoa!
Has he just got it? He has. 13-9. Team Secret at long last with a match victory